Good morning, we're on the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571HC of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2-577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA guidelines, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the district's central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business, and that constitutes a quorum. I believe that Mr. Grandis will be joining us. Mr. Edward Grandis should be joining us shortly. He's having some technological issues, but he should be joining us shortly. However, currently there are 5 members of the board, and that 3 members of the board actually constitutes a quorum. So as long as we have 3 members present, which we have more than 3 members, we do have a quorum to conduct business. All right, before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 3 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once their case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you'll remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first case today, it's a show cause hearing status, and it's case number 22 CMP 00016, red light, license number 90488. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case, please?
Janica Jordan, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Ms. Jordan. And I'm sorry, I see Mr. Gordon is no longer, you don't see Mr. Gordon online?
This is correct.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, Ms. Jordan. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Janica Jordan, Janika Jordan, here on behalf of the district.
Good morning. I see that the licensee is not here, but again, this is just a show cause hearing status. It's not required for the licensee to be here. This matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on June 8th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. The next case on our calendar is case number 21 CMP 00012 Exiles, license number 102051. This case has been canceled. The board was presented with an offer in compromise, which we will address later this morning on our legal agenda. The next case in our calendar is that we have a fact-finding hearing on Liberté La Grande Restaurant, license number 109012. Ms. Washburn, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Eli Hurwitz, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Hello? Okay, good
Mr.
morning.
Hurwitz, good morning. Do you have a camera so you can turn on?
Yes, I do. 1 second. Okay, that's it.
Good morning, Mr. Hurwitz. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and identify yourself, please?
Yes, good morning, members of the board. My name is Eli Hurwitz. I'm an attorney in the District of Columbia, and I'm representing the license holder. The spelling of my name is Elyhurwitz.
So, Mr. Hurwitz, is the licensee planning to be here this morning, sir?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, this matter then Liberté has been, that license has been in safekeeping since 2018. On October 21st, 2021, the licensee informed us that they had secured a construction permit for renovations and had an open date of March of 2022. They also indicated that they had hired various parties to engage in construction. It is now, today is March the 11th, 2022. Apparently, the license has not been the license is not in operation. So, Mr. Hurwitz, can you please explain to us why is it that the licensee is requesting another safekeeping request, since the assurance that were made to the board is that we would have by now, the license would be by now in operation?
Well, thank you, sir, for the opportunity to be before you today. This license has been in safekeeping for quite a period of time now. We recognize that. And we have been, unfortunately, continuing to have to pay rent throughout this whole period of time to the landlord, even though we've had continuing extensive delays, initially caused by COVID, as you're quite familiar with. And now we're continuing to have delays that have been caused by delivery and fabrication issues with certain items that have been on order for an extensive period of time, but we still have not received delivery of certain kitchen equipment and bar equipment that is necessary to complete the construction. The major construction has been completed, and I would be happy to arrange for an ABC inspector to come by and visit us and see the work that we have done. It's a large project. We have been working diligently throughout this period, and we are continuing to work, and then we hope and expect to be able to be completed. Actually, it's going to take another couple of months, unfortunately, because of the delays in the availability of equipment that has been on order. I apologize for that. And, we're very disturbed by this ourselves. We want to be open. We want to be operating. And this has been a very difficult time for my clients.
Now, you're saying that you have a lease. So how long is the lease term that you currently?
We have a 10-year lease with a 10-year option there.
So the 10-year. So where are you? Where is this establishment in their 10-year lease? What year is this?
We're probably in our 7th year at this point. I mean, our 3rd year with 7 years remaining.
So you're saying that you're currently 7 years in a 10. I'm sorry, 3rd year in a 10-year lease with another 10 years option. Now, so can you you said major, tell me what has been done, sir, in the sense of construction?
Well, the entire premises has been gutted. There has been a new electrical equipment, completely new gas supplies, completely new electrical installation, electrical panels. completely new kitchen, new handicap bathroom upstairs, and other bathrooms on the lower level. Completely new bar, new ceiling, new walls. Everything inside is new. And as I said, I'd be happy to escort ABC inspector through the premises. They can get an update for themselves as to see how much progress we've made. And we're basically just waiting for the kitchen equipment. We have the tiles already installed on the kitchen floor, and the flooring in the rest of the restaurant is in. And it's basically equipment that we're waiting for.
What is it? So when is it that you believe? Do you have any idea when this equipment will be delivered?
Some items, I have a recent email that suggested 14 weeks for completion of fabrication. They say that
I'm sorry, you mean fabricate? Explain that to me, sir. I don't understand.
this is for the fabrication of the bar top, the top of the bar. They have been extensively delayed in the fabrication of the bar top. That was one item. And then we have delivery items of the walk-in refrigerator, which is still hasn't been received, and we're still waiting for a confirmation on delivery dates on that, and a substantial other kitchen equipment that has been on order for quite a period of time, and we just haven't received deliveries of them. We are.
So can you tell me approximately when did you get that email regarding, you said that 14 weeks regarding approximately 14 weeks regarding this,
Okay, just one more.
the bar?
Okay. If I can read to you from the email, it says,
I'm just asking, I'm just the date of the email. So that's all.
oh, well, this one is actually dated May 10th because we contacted them for an update. And we got this email is dated May 10th. And it says, as of this past Sunday, it's 15 to 20 week delays are mentioned. This is crazy. Same issue with all electronic. As an example, Comcast still cannot provide internet service due to Wi-Fi extenders and modem shortages. They unofficially promised June 10th. Horrible to work in these conditions. This is the email I just received yesterday.
Now, what about so when is it that the equipment, like the refrigerator, and when was the order made? Approximately when was the order made for the equipment, sir?
The order was made quite a while ago, but it was updated. There was some changes due to on-site measurement changes. So those changes required it to be updated. So it was.
Go ahead. So approximately when were these updates made, sir?
Second. So this is another email dated May 8th that looking to substitute equipment. It says, this is the best match with KROWNE drawing attached. Most manufacturers are delaying 15 to 20 weeks. Now L6, we need to wait 15 to 20 weeks for the right side compressor. D08, lead time is 14 weeks. There is no substitute. We can give you a used hand seek for your inspection. So one item that they're suggesting they give us a used item. So this is a whole bunch of equipment from many different manufacturers that we're having this continuing delivery problem with. So I apologize again for this, but it's been a very difficult situation for us. As I say, we are paying rent to the landlord. We don't have any rent exclusions on this lease, and it's very costly, and we are working diligently to try to get this done.
So you had requested on March 17th, 2022, that's when you requested a 6-month extension through, and that extension would be through September 30th, 2022. So do you, based on where we are today, is it anticipated that you would be, would it be anticipated, is it anticipated that you could open by October 1st?
At this point in time, I do believe that that date would be a valid date that we could open before.
Now, if the board was to, if the board was to approve this 6-week extension, 6-month extension through October 21st, I'm sorry, through September 30th, 2022,
Yes.
if that deadline is not made, what is it that, if you were to request another extension, what expectation should the board have of you, sir?
Well, I certainly would expect to be open before October 1st. And if it's not open, that I would expect that we would come to the board with adequate and sufficient documentation to explain to you what may have happened between now and then that prevented the opening. But I don't expect that to be the case. And I certainly expect to be open by the October 1st.
All right, any questions by any of the board members?
Chair, I had a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you. Attorney Horwich, how are you today?
They're very good. Thank you very much, sir.
Now, at this stage, I'm sure that you have all of the architectural drawings, correct?
Yes, they were done 2 years ago, and we have all the permits in place. We have contractors. We have the electrical, plumbing, air conditioning. Can I also just mention, we did have one other delay that we're still dealing with, and that was the installation of the new gas meter by the Washington Gas Company.
Would you have a problem at all submitting those drawings or a copy of those drawings to our licensing section?
I would not have a problem. I just would have to just comment that the drawings are gigantic drawings that, like, you know, they're not.
I can only imagine for the size of your place there.
Right.
And I'm kind of familiar with the 2900 block of M Street.
Right.
I can only imagine that's a very, very wonderful location.
Right.
But have we ever discussed that with you before when you've been before this board?
Not to my knowledge, sir. But I'd be happy to bring them down and show them to your licensing department. I don't think you want to keep them necessarily.
No, that would mean to us that everything you said is true. Because just to walk through a construction site doesn't mean that anything without all of the appropriate licensing.
I'd be happy to personally bring the drawings down to be reviewed.
Okay, well, if you do that, I as a board member, I don't know about the other board members, but I would consider that everything that you've said to us is truthful, and we can understand the holdup now because it's a worldwide issue now because of COVID. These deliveries and holders one construction. So thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions by any board members? All right, Mr. Horwich, thank you for your present. Hold on.
Okay, should I sign off now, sir?
We're not done yet. Hold on 1 minute, sir. All right, hold on. All right, yes, sir. The board will take this matter under advisement, and we will inform you whether or not the board will grant this extension, your request for a 6-month extension through September 30th, 2022, sir. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, members of the board.
All right. We're now going to address our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated May 3rd, 2022 for case number 21 CMP 00021 Exiles license number 102051. The offer and compromise is charge one, failure to comply with Mayor's Order 23 DCMR Section 810.2 offense. And the fine is $101,000 payable within 120 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge two, operated a summer garden without endorsement, DC Official Code Section 25762B2. For charge two, a warning would be issued. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board accepts this offer and compromise. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, a second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number two, review of the District of Columbia's consent motion for continuance dated May 10th, 2022 in case number 20 CIT 00160. This is Bullfrog Bagels, license number 1128890. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote in the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number three, review of a settlement agreement dated April 22nd, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2E, the Citizens Association of Georgetown, and Mason's Famous Lobster Roll, license number 120128. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number four, review of a settlement agreement dated April 13th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1B and Bogadon Spanish Tapas, license number 116724. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number five, review of a settlement agreement dated March 31st, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2B and Duffy's Irish Pub, license number 118030. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the request and the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number six, review of the request to reinstate canceled license dated May 3rd, 2022. The license was canceled on November 18th, 2020, pursuant to board order number 2020-850. This is in local 16. Abra license 060467. I make a motion to deny this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. I just want to explain to the board why to the public why the board voted to deny this request. The license was canceled on November 18th, 2020. It's the board's policy that we will not consider requests past a year to reinstate a license. And this license was initially canceled by the board on November 18th, 2020. Number 7, review of the request to reinstate canceled license dated March 6, 2022. The license was canceled on November 17th, 2021, pursuant to board order number 2021-787. This is DC Conscious Cafe, license number 088623. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 8, review request to reinstate canceled license dated May 7th, 2022. The license was canceled on November 18th, 2020, pursuant to board order number 2020-888. This is Hanuha, HUNUMANH. The license number is 110084. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
The matter passed 6-0. Number 9, review of applicant's request to extend protest petition deadline dated May 3rd, 2022. This is at 1299 Stadium, trade name to be determined, license number 120917. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Canal Square Associates LLP, trade name to be determined, license number 118463. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2022. Is there a second?
Edward
Short, I
Grandis,
second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review request for the carryout and delivery endorsement. This is for Salazar, license number 118970. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review application to transfer the business location of the license to 2800 10th Street Northeast. This is for Trini Vibes, VYBEZ, license number 119991. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to a supplemental license agenda. The first matter on our supplemental license agenda. Could all board members please review of the first matter on our supplemental license agenda is review letter of request to reduce the size of the approved sidewalk cafe from 94 seats to 60 seats and to add a summer garden in accordance with the updated site layout information. This is for Pink Taco, license number 119694. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
0. Number 2, review a request to withdraw. Review a request to withdraw application for a new ABC license. This is for Spirits and Spice, license number 120009. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote in motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Ms. Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review application for change of hours. This is for Lydell. I make a motion that this matter be placarded. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote in the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
The matter passed 6-0. We now move to the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. There are 8 license requests on this docket. I will review all the name of the licensee, the type, the category of license that's been requested, the license number, and then at the end of the list, I'll make a motion that the board grants these licenses. So the first request, a request made by Catherine Orlinsky for one-day license class F. This is for a staff retreat and dinner for Citizens Climate Lobby. The date of the event is June 14th, 2022. The license number is 121261. The second licensee is a request from Cynthia Belmonte, a one-day license class F. This is a fundraising PTA for the J.O. Wilson Elementary School PTA. This is on May 13th, 2022. License number is 121263. The third request, a request made by Brian Hamilton for one-day license class G for wedding. This is on May 14th, 2022. The license number is 121259. Number 4, a request made by Shifeli Kapadia, Kapadia. This is for one-day license class G for wedding. This is May 21st, 2022. The license number is 121276. Number 5 is a request from Elizabeth Huffer for a wedding on June 4th, 2022. The license number is 121275. Number 6 is a request from Bradley Kurtzman, a one-day license class G for wedding on May 21st, 2022. The license number is 121306. Number 7 is a request from Keith Manning. This is for a LGBTQ friendly country dance. This is on May 28th, 2022. The license number is 121313. And number 8 is a request from Jennifer Curie for one-day license class G. This is the 10th annual running of the Chihuahuas for charity. The license was approved by the ABC board on January 28th, and the applicant is requesting a change of the original date. The new date now is May 15th, 2022. The license number is 120290. I make a motion, so I therefore make a motion that the ABC board approve all these licenses. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. On the motion, Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to the licensing administrative docket. There are 19 licensees on the licensing administrative docket. I will read the names of the applicant, the class category, and the request that's been made. And at the end of the list, I would ask the ABC board to approve all of these licenses. And this is actually the final stage in the board issuing the actual issuance of the license in these matters. So the first request, our first applicant is Shanagaya Lounge, SHANGHAI Lounge. The license number is 087348. Retailer C Restaurant corporate name change application. The new name is Shangalia Lounge LLC, SHANGHAI Lounge LLC. The next request, a request made by Hilton Washington DC National Mall, license number 117214. They are retailer B 25%. Letter of request to remove the officer Julius Helvey as director. Number 3 is a request from H Street Country Club, license number 76649, retailer C Tavern. Letter of request to remove the officer Joseph A. Engelhart, managing member. Number 4, this is a personal importation permit application from Jeffrey Zieberlein, license number 22 IMP 00016. Number 5 is a request from Jocelyn Restaurant Bar and Lounge, license number 099451, retailer C Restaurant, corporate name change application. The new name is now F&T LLC. Number 6 is another request from Jocelyn Restaurant Bar and Lounge, license number 099451, retailer C Restaurant, trade name change application. The new name is El Salvadoria, SALVADORENO Restaurant. Number 7 is a request from a request from the Westin Washington DC City Center, license number 090337, retailer C Hotel, change of officer application, Bryony R. Quinn, BRIONY. Number 8, another request from the Westin Washington DC City Center, license number 090337, retailer C Hotel, change of officer application, William J. Tennis. Number 9, another request from the Westin Washington DC City Center, license number 090337, Retailer C Hotel, change of officer application, Jeffrey J. Donnelly. Number 10, a request from GGI 1100 OPO Management LLP, trade name formerly BLT Prime, license number 120991, Retailer C Restaurant, transfer with sale application. Number 11, Mr. Rotisserie Chicken, license number 120562, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 12, Arepa Zone, license number 120519, Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 13, Amazon Retail LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 119579, Retailer Full Service Grocery, new ABC license application. Number 14, Sospeso, SOSPESO, license number 120616, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC application. Number 15, Joined Colada Shop Brassica, license number 076804, Retailer C Restaurant, change of officer application, Ryan A. Ratino, managing member. Number 16, Join Colada Shop Brassica, license number Retailer C Restaurant, change of officer application, Assam K. Walia, managing member. Number 17, Join Colada Shop Brassica, license number 076804, Retailer C Restaurant, letter of request to remove the officers Johan Masse, Maaseide, Mohammed, Miskinyar, and Daoud, Daoud, Karim, Karim. Number 18, Carlisle Room and Brennan's Bar, license number 120781, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 19, Miss Toya's Southern Cajun Kitchen, license number 120812, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. I make a motion that the ABC Board grants these requests. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We're now at the end of our morning agenda and also our morning calendar. The board, we will now, I ask the board to return to executive session, and we will come back for a public session at 1:30 p.m. Have a good morning. Thank you very much. We're in the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. Join us this afternoon are 5 other board members. Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, and Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with this afternoon's hearings, calendar, I would like to make a few instructions very clear so the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 3 cases scheduled for this afternoon calendar. Once a case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and equipment. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first case on our afternoon calendar is a show cause hearing, case number 21 CMP 00079, District Space, license number 112204. This case has been continued 1 week to May 18th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. This was requested that the respondent had requested a continuance and the government has consented to the continuance. The next case on our calendar was case number 20 CIT 00035 Masala Story, license number 106444. This case has been canceled. The parties entered into a settlement and offer in compromise on April 27th, 2022. See board order number 2022-198. And the final case on our calendar this afternoon is a protest hearing, case number 19 PRO 00163. This is Ultra Bar Chrome, license number 74767. Ms. Foshburn, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Please stand by. Andrew Klein, your rights have been elevated. Sidon Johannes, your rights have been elevated. Michael Schenkel, your rights have been elevated. Ashley Steinberg, your rights have been elevated. Yaniv Suisa, your rights have been elevated. Brett Spooner, your rights have been elevated. And Rhoda Glasgow, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, everyone. If everyone has a camera, can you please turn your camera on, please? All right. Good afternoon. This is a protest hearing for the case number 19 PRO 00163, Ultra Bar Chrome. So let's start with the representative of the licensee. So I would like everyone, start with the representative of the licensee. Please spell and state your name for the record and your role, please.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry, I'm struggling with my camera a bit. I'll get it fixed in just a minute. But Andrew Klein from the Veritas Law Firm. I am here as counsel to the.
Your counsel, Mr. And who else is here on your legal team, Mr. Klein?
Go ahead, Sidon.
I'm here as well, Sidon Johannes on behalf of the licensee. And our clients are also present. I don't believe that they have been.
And Ms. Johannes, can you please spell and spell your name for the record, please?
Sure, SIDONYOHANNES.
And who's your client member? And please call their name, and then the client can identify themselves for the record, please.
And Antonis Karagonis and Jimmy Marmaras. They're both present, but they've not been. There we go. They've been elevated.
Mr. Karagonis, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Can you see me, first of all?
I can see and hear you, sir.
Okay. Antonios, Antonios. Last name, Kara, G as in George, Ounis, Karagonis.
And who's the other owner? Could that other person please spell and state their name for the record, please?
The other owner is Dimitrios, I don't think he can, he's trying to turn his camera on, I think. Is Dimitrios.
Okay, he's there, so can he spell? I see him. So Mr. Marmaras, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? I can see him.
Yes. Okay. I'm sorry. My name is Demetrius Marmaris, Dimitриos. Last name Marmaris, Marmaras. Everybody calls me Jimmy. So. Can you guys see me on the video?
You're on my screen twice, sir. So I'm not sure. I see your name twice on the screen, but I can only see one. On one screen is blank, the other screen I see your picture. So I'm not sure if you're the one I'm looking at.
Okay.
I think I see the screen I'm looking at.
I'm waving.
No, you're not. Oh, did you just shake your head, sir?
No, I'm waving.
Oh, that's a different.
No, I don't know. So okay, all right. I think I know what's going on. All right, Mr. Karagonis. Are you in the same? You are logged on my screen twice, and you have two different backgrounds. So I'm not quite sure how that is so.
That's weird.
All right, let me see. All right. Well, Mr. All right, hold on. Okay, that's Mr. Schenkel. I see. I cannot see Mr. Marmas, but
Yeah,
I can hear you.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure what it says. My camera is on. I'm not sure why.
Well, I can hear you, so that's fine. If your camera doesn't work, that's fine. I can hear you. All right, Miss Johannes or Mr. Klein, is there any other persons on your team you'd like to identify, or is that the extent of your team?
We have a witness who will be testifying later, but we don't need to tell him.
Okay, all right. So thank you then. Let's then go to the protestant. Who's the protestant? Can you please spell your name for the record, please? You're on mute, ma'am.
I'm
speaking. I'm sorry, hold on.
Apologies.
I'm sorry, what's your name again, ma'am? Please spell and state your name for the record, please.
Apologies for that. My name is Ashley Steinberg, ASHLEY STEINBERG.
Yeah, it won't work.
Mr. Marmas, can you mute your line, please, sir?
While you're
speaking to yes, go ahead. You can fix your technological issue, but make sure that you remain on mute while okay, fine. All right, Ms. Steinberg, you're one of the protestants. Who else is here?
Yeah, so my neighbor Yaniv Suisa, you can see that he's logged in. He's having a couple technical difficulties, so he'll be figuring that out and rejoining. But I can spell his name for the record if that's helpful, or he can do it when he comes back.
When he comes back.
Okay, he's just figuring out his camera, so he'll be joining in a second. And then there's Brett Spooner, who is also my neighbor. Brett.
Mr. Spooner, can you hear us, sir? You need to unmute your line, sir. I see.
Oh,
it
he
says
said that
you're-
they he lost his rights. He had to rejoin. When he rejoined, they have to give him rights again. He's having trouble.
Ms.
Thank you.
Foster,
I can hear
please-
you. I can hear you now. Can you
There
hear
you
me?
are. Hi.
I'm sorry, who's speaking, please?
This is Brett Spooner,
Can
BRETT.
you please spell, please spell your name for the record, please, sir.
Absolutely. Brett, BRETT, Spooner, SPOONER.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Steinberg, any other protestants on the line?
Well, we have Commissioner Schenkel as well.
Mr. Schenkel, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Sure.
please?
It's Michael, Michael. Last name is Schenkel, Shankle. I'm the ANC Commissioner for 2C.
So is this case being protested by the ANC or by the abutting neighbor? Excuse me, I'm just trying to some clarification.
By both.
Okay, so it's two protest group, the ANC and the abutting. Okay, fine. Anyone else?
Group of 5 or more, Mr. Chairman.
A group of 5 or more.
Not
Alright.
an outing.
Anyone? I'm sorry, group of 5 or more, and the ANC and a group of 5 or more. Anyone else on the line that we need to identify this time? All right. All right. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. This is a protest hearing, and it is although we're in 2022, this is a 2019 protest hearing. I just want to remind the parties that in September 30th, 2022, this license class their license will be up for renewal. And I do hope that the parties can maybe come to some type of agreement that whatever decision the board makes today will cover 2020, the renewal for 2022, because I'm not sure if it would be helpful for all the parties if we issue a protest. We have a protest case again today, and then on the renewal, we're going to have we might be subject to another protest right after September. I just want to bring that to the attention of the parties to keep that in mind in whatever decision where we are today, and whether or not the parties would jointly consider, or whether the party would jointly state whatever decision that the board makes today would be binding on the parties for the 2022 renewal. That's something that I would like maybe the parties can consider as moving forward. You don't have to do that. You can basically state, we're protesting this hearing today. We see what the decision the board makes, and then we still maintain the right to, if they ask to renew their license in September, that we're going to protest that again too. So I just want to bring that to the attention of the parties. All right, but
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a good point.
I'm sorry, who's speaking? Yes, Mr. Klein.
Andrew Klein. I think that's a good point, and hadn't raised it previously with the protestants, but it seems to me it's a beautiful day if we wanted to defer this and see. I mean, I know that the parties have spoken some, and some measures have been taken, and it seems to me perhaps that there could be satisfaction. Maybe we wouldn't even have to be back here in the fall, but rather than doing it twice. But I leave that to the protestants. We're prepared to go forward. I just throw it out there, and since the chair mentioned it, the interest of efficiency, that might not be a bad idea.
Mr. Klein, for some reason, basically what you said, it was not clear. So I'm not quite sure what it is that you were stating, because your volume was in and out.
I apologize. Hopefully this is better.
Yes, it's better, sir.
Yeah, I sometimes cover my mic up on my computer. I apologize. I was suggesting that although we hadn't previously discussed this with the protestants, there have been discussions about what might be done here. And given that it's a beautiful day, it's seems to me it could be efficient if the parties move forward and the ANC and the group of five or more, as the chair pointed out, certainly have the ability to protest again in fall if things are not to the satisfaction of the protesters. But I leave that to them. I mean, that's we're prepared to go forward today, but just trying to think about being efficient, and I leave that to the protestants to consider.
Are you? What is Mr. I apologize, Mr. Short. I'm sorry, Mr. Short. I'm not picking on you. I apologize, Mr. Klein. I have no idea what it is you're asking the protestants to do. So, because are you saying? No, I know what I stated, but I don't know what you're stating because I don't know what it is that you're asking the protestants. And I think Ms. Steinberg, she's just as confused as I am.
Well, I'm sorry.
She's shaking her head.
I'll try to be clear. What I'm suggesting is perhaps the protestants consider withdrawing the protest at this time, reserving their rights as they have anyway. They don't even need to reserve them to assert a protest in the fall. Given that there's been some discussions between the parties, perhaps that might be more constructive than what we're going to do this afternoon. But that's entirely up to the protestants. They obviously have the right to go forward today, and I don't question that. I'm just thinking about being efficient, and that's the only reason I lay it out there.
So I'll start with you, Ms. Steinberg, based on the suggestion that was made by Mr. Klein.
We'd like to proceed today. Thank you.
Fine. And what about the ANC?
The ANC will proceed today as well. Thank you.
All right, fine. All right. So, all right. This is how this protest will move along today. The applicant will have 5 minutes to present its case. Then the protestants will have 5 minutes. I'm sorry to make an opening statement. I'm sorry. Okay, this is the process. I wish then we'll be done in like an hour or half an hour. This is the process that we'll follow today. The board will call its witness, and the board's witness will testify to the report. Once the board will call its witness, the board members will have an opportunity to ask questions of the board's witness. Once the board has asked questions of the board's witness, then the applicant would have an opportunity to ask questions of the board's witness, and then the protestants will have an opportunity to ask questions of the board's witness. Once the board has presented its case, then the applicant will present its case. Once the applicant has presented its case, then the protestants will have an opportunity to present its case. Now, I know that there's two protests, one by a group of five or more in the ANC. Now we're going to have who is taking the lead in representing in bringing forth this case. Is it the ANC or is it the group of five or more?
I think we've been working very closely together, but I'll be serving as the lead for the purposes of this hearing, if that's helpful.
Thank you, Ms. Steinberg. All right. Now, I also want to make it known to the protestant. The first, how it's the board's going to present its case, then the applicant is going to present its case. It's 2 o'clock. Although I might tell each side that they have an hour to present its case, depending on cross-examination on the board side, it's 2 o'clock. Maybe the applicant will present its case maybe around 3 o'clock, 3:30. I'm not sure what time the applicant, after we've presented, once the board present its case and with direct examination and cross-examination. So, and then once we do that, then the applicant will present its case. So I want the protestants to be aware that they might not start presenting their case until 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. That's when the protestants will start to present their case. So please alert your witnesses, because I do not want to be told later on that we've been online since 1:40 and my witnesses had to leave. Okay, so, and all right, so I'm just letting the protestants know that maybe around 4 or 5 o'clock is when they will present their case. So their witnesses should be available later on in the afternoon. We're probably not going to need, their witnesses probably not going to testify within the next 2 hours at least, okay? And I also want to advise all the parties when it comes to IT. What I will do is that I will, if you have documents and witnesses, documents that you want to share with the board, I will alert our IT person, our IT specialist, to give you the opportunity to share your screen. That's all that we will do. You need to have your documents. So I will, if you want to introduce any documents, all that I will do is that I will give you permission to share your screen. The board does not have the ability to provide any other IT services. So both sides should be aware that the limitation is that you want to share your screen, I will give you the ability. I will ask our IT specialist to give you the ability to share your screen, but that's the extent of the IT assistance that we'll provide to you. All right. So, are there any preliminary issues, motions that either side wants to make before we start the process?
Just
by the applicant.
Yeah, just from the applicant's side, a clarification. Just asking whether we can presume that the ANC's case is subsumed by the protest information form that was filed on behalf of the other protestants.
That is correct.
I think Ms. Steinberg is, yes. All right, thank you, Mr. Schenkel.
Thank you
for making that. Yeah. Any other preliminary issues from the protesters, Ms. Steinberg?
No.
No? All right, so, to start, the applicant will have 5 minutes to make an opening statement. Then the protestants will have 5 minutes to make an opening statement, and then we will move to the board's presentation. I will also ask that, I know that I've also stated that each side will have an hour to present its case. I need folks to be very mindful of the timeline. And I also want folks to be mindful of the witnesses that they're calling, because I'm not gonna have repetitive or redundant testimony. So therefore, if a witness has testified, I do not expect the other witness to mimic that same testimony. We need to have new information being presented by each of the witnesses. We'll try to move through this case as quickly as possible and try to be mindful of each other's timeline, okay? Any questions before we start? No? All right, Mr. Klein, your opening statement, please.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We are here to consider a renewal of an application for UltraBar. This case is, I want to talk about what this case is not about, and then we'll talk about what it is about. This is not a case about a bad operator who violates ABRA regulations. It's not a case about an operator who's unresponsive to the neighborhood. It's not a case about an operator who does not make efforts to address concerns and issues raised by residents living in the neighborhood. What we think this case is about is living in a downtown area and the expectations of residents there, along with the expectations of those that operate businesses there, including ABC licensed establishments. And what standards should apply when the board considers a renewal of an application or even a new application in such neighborhoods. Now, this case is very limited in nature. One need only look at the protest information form that's been filed, and it's not being requested that the license not be renewed, that the applicant not be allowed to operate. The issue that's been raised by the protestants, the action that's being requested, is that they want soundproofing, crowd management, and other mitigation measures. All of that falls under the appropriateness standards of DC Code 25-313 B2, the effect of the establishment on peace, order, and quiet, including, and this is very important, the noise and litter provisions set forth in sections 25-725 and 25-726. Now, it's our position, and it's been our position in reviewing appropriateness and in reviewing peace, order, and quiet, that the board does that in the context of the area in which the applicant operates in the case of the renewal, or intends to operate in the case of the new application. So that the standard that might be applied on commercial zone, Upper 16th Street, for example, adjacent to residences, or Upper Wisconsin Avenue, or Upper Connecticut Avenue, or Hillcrest, or whatever, is different than in a downtown retail zone. The zoning is different, and it is intended that these areas be viewed differently and that it be viewed in context. How do we know that? We know that because 25-725, which is the noise provision, and is specifically referenced in the appropriateness standard, makes a distinction and has a different standard for persons, residents living in commercial zones as opposed to those that live in residential zones. So we know right off the bat there's a different standard. We believe the evidence in this case will show, as I intimated earlier, that the applicant has been responsive, has been cooperative, has been available, and has taken measures time and time again to address issues that have been raised by the protestants and will be raised in this case. And we would suggest that, given all of that, that the protestants are not guaranteed the standard that they expect, but the applicant need only be reasonable and not provide a negative effect on peace, order, and quiet in the context of the neighborhood in which they operate, which in this case is on F Street in downtown Washington, 1 block from the Capital One Arena, which is our principal indoor sports concert facility, and with the attendant entertainment places that surround the Capital One Arena. And all of that must be looked at in context. And we believe the evidence show that the applicant has acted responsibly, that the applicant is actually a very good actor. And they do, not only do they do more than this, we believe the evidence will show that they're as good as anybody in terms of the way they pay attention to their nightclub business. However, it is a nightclub, and there will be some effects. So at the conclusion of the case, we will ask that the board, after having considered the evidence, renew the license without conditional qualification. Thank you.
Mr. Klein, Ms. Steinberg.
Thank you so much. As it turns out, I agree with Mr. Klein that what this case is and is not about. This is not a community of neighbors asking for complete silence as though we live in the suburbs. We understand that when we made the choice to live downtown, we wanted to be part of a vibrant downtown community. We wanted to be part of a place with people on the streets at night and real life. What this case is about, though, is way beyond that. Ultra Bar's disruption is way beyond what is acceptable. It's noise, chaos, disruption. I can hear the lyrics to the songs that they're playing at 1:30 a.m. in my apartment, and Supervisor Investigator John Fiorentine confirmed that noise. So to be clear, we don't want to be here. We have tried tirelessly to engage with UltraBar, but they have refused to even speak to us about mitigation measures until a few days ago. It was not fun having to organize 169 videos and photos, not to mention recording them to begin with, over the past several years in order to demonstrate how out of control the noise and chaos is. We don't want to be here. But the fundamental and defining characteristic of UltraBar's relationship to its community is its refusal to engage. We have tried for months and months, and the only time UltraBar will even speak to us is when there's the threat of Abra doing something. They ordered some materials last week, as you've seen in the evidence, and what we're asking you, Abra, to do is tell them that they need to follow the rules. We're not asking for you to take away their license. We're not asking you not to renew it. We're just asking you to get them to adhere to what they're already supposed to be doing, which is to minimize noise and minimize chaos and litter. So these problems, I just want to give a little bit of an overview of what the history has been. These problems have been going on for years, as evidenced by the piece of evidence we submitted, the letter from our former president of the HOA. We also have a petition by local residents. We're not making this up. When we first launched the protest, however, their owner, Mr. Karagonis, announced that he would never enter a settlement agreement with us. That was the starting point. We then paused proceedings because of COVID.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object and caution. I don't like to object to opening argument. We seem to be down a road of talking about settlement agreements, and that's just
Mr. Klein. No, well, she's just making a statement. She has not made any. She has not stated what it is that they were asking for. She's just making a statement. As a matter of fact, clearly, hold on, Ms. Steinberg. Clearly, if the parties were able to settle this matter, we would not be here. So all she's stating is that all she stated is that, and that's why we're here today, is that the parties were unable to settle this matter.
And to be clear, I'll be very respectful about not introducing the substance of those settlement agreements into discussion. I offer up, however, the conversation. You raised the point about engagement. I'm offering up the history of what the engagement has been and how difficult it has been to try to achieve a settlement agreement, irrespective of that substance. So I'll continue. Just pull back up my notes. Apologies for a second. So we paused the proceedings because of COVID and the club wasn't operating. However, when the club reopened, instead of going straight to a hearing, we reached out to UltraBar to work out some solutions. Through their counsel, UltraBar claimed that they couldn't possibly talk about anything until they knew what we were hearing in our apartments. So they said we had to invite an Abra investigator in. We immediately reached out to Sarah Fashbaugh, who was the community relations person, and she set up a visit with Supervisor Investigator John Fiorentine. He visited, was horrified by the noise and the chaos, and sent us a list of possible solutions and measures that we could work on to try to figure out, okay, well, are these measures we could take? Will this work? How can we reduce the noise? We called, emailed, begged for months and months to speak about the agreement. We even emailed to find out, did we miss a response? We didn't even get responses to those emails either. Eventually, we had a mediation. We were promised a response, more silence. A week ago, we finally received a response. Now, UltraBar is going to argue that they're responsive because Jimmy has been responsive in real time to our complaints. That is to say, I have Jimmy's cell phone number, and when it's really, really noisy, I text him. Jimmy's a very nice guy. I really like him. That's not the point here. This is a problem. This is much bigger than Jimmy. It is not an acceptable system that we spend 3 nights a week texting him, telling to keep the noise down or to keep the people from screaming outside. This problem is bigger than Jimmy. This is about UltraBar's refusal to adopt any structural measures to actually try to control the noise and the crowd management. So we have 169 videos and photos of UltraBar disruption, text messages between us and UltraBar personnel regarding noise from 2017 to 2019. We have materials received by the FOIA request, which my neighbor Yaniv is going to speak about. We have a petition signed by community neighbors urging UltraBar to stop its disruption. We have the email from Supervisory Investigator John Fiorentine after his site visit, advising us on what we should ask for in terms of potential mitigation measures. And finally, we have emails demonstrating our attempts over the years to engage desperately in trying to find a resolution, and they won't even speak to us. So what we are asking for is for Abra to do 2 things. The first is to say that the first is to issue an order that requires them to ensure that noise is not audible in our apartment, including the hiring of a sound engineer, not their buddy, but an independent engineer that can issue sound recommendations. And then, of course, implement those reasonable recommendations. And B, an order that creates legal consequences for failure to continually abide by their security plan. The security plan was offered up into evidence, and that's great. But the unfortunate thing is it's not being adhered to. We think what we're asking for is very, very reasonable. We just want them to behave responsibly. We understand that we don't live in the suburbs. We understand that we are part of a downtown community, but the way that Ultra Bar conducts itself is above and beyond what is acceptable for the peace of our neighborhood. So thank you.
So you're not asking us not to. You're not asking us not to renew the license. So you're asking us to renew the license, but you're asking for conditions. Is that correct?
Correct. We're trying to be reasonable here.
I just want to make sure that we know. Because the renewal of the renewal of the license itself is not in question, that there's an agreement that the license will be renewed. The issue is now whether or not with the renewal, should the board impose conditions on this renewal? And so therefore I'll ask both. I'm sorry, you're saying something, Ms. Steinberg?
Sorry, I was just going to say, correct. We respect the Ultra Bar's right to operate. We just want to be able to sleep while it does so.
No, fine, and I appreciate that, ma'am. So that's what I'm saying. I want us then to more focus the hearing on what conditions, if any, in the sense that the licensee will, since he knows that the license will be renewed, whether or not conditions should be imposed, and that's what I need the licensee to argue. Excuse me, and that the protestants of their case should be then focused on what conditions, if any, should also be imposed on the license. So that's so we can streamline the license that way. And what I will also do in questioning our investigator, I will talk about those type of issues based on the portion of the report that deals with this. Okay. All right. So the board will call its first witness, Ms. Rhoda Glasgow. Ms. Glasgow, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Rhoda Glasgow, RHODA GLASGOW.
And can you raise your right hand, please, ma'am? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you tell me where you're currently employed, ma'am?
Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
What is your what are your duties and responsibility at at ABRA, please?
I conduct inspections and investigations of licensed ABC establishment in the District of Columbia.
And are you familiar with Ultra Bar Chrome?
I am.
And how did you become familiar with this establishment?
I was assigned the investigation for the protest of their license.
And did there come a time that you wrote a case report regarding this case?
I did.
All right. So, Ms. Foshman, can you please give Ms. Glasgow the opportunity to share her screen, please? I believe you have that ability, Ms. Glasgow.
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Glasgow, can you please identify the document that you are showing us, ma'am?
This is my investigative report for the renewal of Ultra Bar's ABRA license.
And when was this report? When was this report drafted?
This report was drafted about 2 weeks ago.
Now, tell us about who. Did there come a time you spoke to? Did you speak to anyone in conducting your investigation? Now, all right, let me ask you a question. How did you go about drafting this report, please?
I conducted interviews with the protestants, interviews with the applicant, and I combined my report and I this is what you see in front of you right now.
All right, so did you have an opportunity to speak to the applicant?
I did.
And what information, if any, were you able to glean by your conversation with the applicant?
Well, according to Mr. Demetrius Mamaras, he actually, according to him, he made several attempts to adhere to their request. He also stated that he hired a company, he paid a company actually to install more of the soundproofing around the establishment. He got quotes to reconstruct the inside of the establishment so that when one door opens, another door will be closed, so the music will not penetrate outside of the establishment. He said that he has spoken with the protestants, but they could not come up with an agreement. He did explain that he have been trying to do as much as he possibly can to be neighborly.
So who did you speak to on behalf of the protestant?
I spoke with Miss Ashley Steinberg and I spoke with Mr. Spooner.
Now, what information were you able to gather based on your conversation with Ms. Steinberg and Mr. Spooner?
Well, Miss Ashley Steinberg's concern with regard with that the music was emanating out. The music emanating from the establishment was unbearable. She stated that the crowd lined up outside the establishment was loud. It attracted ATV cars that plays loud music. They were riding around in circles, screeching tires. Ms. Steinberg also stated that because F Street is blocked off, F and 10th Street Northwest is blocked off, that buses and cars fill up the street while they're dropping the patrons off, and it's not it's crowding the street actually, so the residents in that area can't really park their cars, or their Uber drivers can't come in the street. It's pretty crowded. She also suggested that they presented a settlement agreement to the license to Mr. Mamaras, but it was rejected. She outlined the agreement saying that with the corrective measures, it addresses noise and crowds. And she also suggested that the establishments should coordinate rideshare companies to create a ride-sharing node location at 8th Street and G Street Northwest rather than in front of the establishment. So basically, she wants when patrons are coming to the establishment to be dropped off on 8th and G Street rather than in front of the establishment. Mr. Spooner, actually, when I visited him, his it was not an ideal night, actually, as he stated. There was not a lot of a crowd outside of the establishment. When his windows were closed, we really couldn't hear anything, but when he opened the windows, we heard the chattering of the patrons waiting to get in the establishment.
So when did you visit Mr. Spooner's apartment?
I visited Mr. Spooner's apartment on Saturday, April 26th, 2022 at around 1 a.m.
And so tell us about that visit, a little bit about that visit, and tell us what was going on at the establishment, if any.
Well, when I visited Mr. Spooner's resident, his apartment actually looks directly down in front of Ultra Bar. There was a line that was there was I would say about 50 patrons lined up outside from the establishment going westward to 10th Street, actually, waiting to get in. There was not a lot of activities with cars on the street. I guess 1 o'clock was early for that place. I'm not sure, but it was not as crowded as I thought it would be. And Mr. Spooner agreed that it was not really an ideal night. It's normally really worse than that.
But let me ask, what are the hours of operation of this establishment?
They opened from 9:30 at night till 3 a.m.
And so you're saying that you went there at 1 a.m.?
Yes.
And on a Saturday night, and you're saying this was not actively didn't reflect what the activities of this establishment are based on the time you attended?
Yeah, it was not a really large crowd that night, and there was not a lot of cars in the street that night. I did, however, go back a couple of nights. I did monitor the establishments, and as you can see in my exhibits, there are days when I was there where there were a lot of cars on the streets.
So why don't you tell us then, when did you go back to visit?
Okay, so the days that I visited the establishments were one second. So I visited the establishment at nine times on the weekends because they're only open on Friday night and Saturday nights. They open on Thursday nights when they're doing a special event, but mostly when they're operating with the crowds, it's on a Friday night and Saturday nights.
So tell us about each of your visits, please.
Sure. So when I went there on Friday, March 11th, there was not really a large crowd. There was some cars in the street. I went there around 1 o'clock. I stayed and I monitored until like 2 in the morning. It did get a bit crowded, but the music was not. I stayed in the cars, so the music was not that loud. The only time the music was really, really loud, when I could actually hear the music from my car, was when the doors were opening and closing for patrons to leave and go in. Same as Saturday, the 12th of March. I got there at around 1:30 in the morning, and again, there was a long, crowded line outside of the establishment. But again, the music was not loud. I only heard the music when the doors were actually opening and closing, and that goes for the March 25th. Same thing. I got there around 11 o'clock at night. Actually that night was not a lot of people because 11 o'clock was a little bit early, but there was not a lot of cars in the street that night, as I recall. April 9th, same thing. They do attract a large crowd of patrons, but they're mostly lined up on the street. Specifically Friday the 22nd of March, I'm sorry, April the 22nd, there was a little bit of loud talking in the street. But one of the security guard, he mentioned to them, please look at the sign, stop, you can't be that loud. I remember hearing him say that because they did post signs outside saying to respect the neighbors and to keep the noise at a minimum. April 23rd, there was a line as well, a crowded line. The line was actually a bit longer that night. There were a lot of buses on the streets. Cars were coming in and turning at the intersection that was closed off. So that night probably would have been a difficult night for cars to go back and forth to drive in the street and come out. May 6th at 11:30 was not that bad that night. Again, the music was not that loud. The only time the music I heard the music from when I was in the car was when the doors were opening and closing. And May 7th, same thing. The line was long, but the music, again, when I heard it, it was when the doors were opening and closing.
Now, tell me a little bit about this street closure. Do you know why the street's closed? If you know.
Yes, I asked about that, and they said there was like a main break in the ground, so they're repairing that. That's why. Because I think with the manhole, the smoke or whatever is happening down there, that they're repairing it actually.
Oh, so this is just a temporary measure why this street is closed. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Now, for all the times you went to observe the establishment, did you observe any ABRA violation?
No, because the only time I actually heard the music, which that would not be a violation for them per se, because the music was, I only heard the music when the doors were opening and closing. And as for for an ABRA violation, no.
Now, I'm not familiar with that block, but describe the block for me and where are the residents?
So the resident is directly across the street from Ultra Bar. The street is close to the Capitol Arena. It's between 9th and 10th Street, F Street between 9th and 10th. It's at the corner of 10th Street, of course, as you know, as I explained, it's blocked off. The busiest part of that area is 1 block away, which is on 7th Street. So, but because of the establishment, it draws a lot of traffic and cars in that area late at night. But during the day, there's about, I want to say 5 or 4 establishment exactly on that street in the same block, but they're normally closed by the time Ultra Bar starts operating. So they don't really have, I'm sorry.
No, you can finish your thought, please.
Yeah, so they don't really, at night, I would say from 11 o'clock, the only establishment that's really operating on that street is Ultra Bar.
So how many residential buildings, if any, well, clearly you said there is the residents across the street, but how many other residential property, if any, are on that street? Within that block that Ultra Bar is located?
I am not sure about the resident. I am only aware of Mrs. Steinberg's residence.
Which is across the street
directly. Yes.
Now, you stated that you went to his apartment once and you did not hear noise from when his windows were closed. Did you ever go back to his apartment after that initial visit?
No, so he advised me that I should go to Miss Steinberg's residence because the way how her apartment is, like it's in a deep, it's like in a cove, I think is what it's called, that they actually get the blunt of the music. The acoustics, it's like bouncing off from the location of her apartment. But we have, since I visited Mr. Spooner's apartment, Miss Steinberg and I have been trying to coordinate, but the only day that was available was after I submitted a report.
But so you have never visited her apartment, is that correct?
No, I have not. We couldn't coordinate a time that was, available for both of us to meet.
So do you know where her apartment is? I know you never visited, but do you know where her apartment is located?
I have a fair idea, as Mr. Spooner described it. The apartment building, it's like it has like a cut in, and her apartment is basically in the cut in, so it gets all of the base or whatever is coming from the apartment, from the establishment.
No, I'm saying, is it across the street or is it behind the building? That's what I'm trying to find out.
I'm sorry, yeah, it's across the street.
It's across the street. Okay, fine. But you're saying stating that based on your observations, the times you went to visit the establishment, did you come out of your car when you in the observation, or did you just sit in your car for the period?
I did come out of my car. I came out of the car. I walked across the street. But as I said, the nights that I visited, the blunt of the music was coming out when the doors were opening and closing, when people were coming into the establishment and leaving the establishment. There was one night actually that I was there. I guess someone was celebrating a birthday, and when they were letting people out, they were shouting and singing really, really loud. So I would assume that would probably affect Mrs. Steinberg if she can hear from her apartment.
So tell us a little bit about the characteristics of the neighborhood, please.
So Ultra Bar is located in the DC zone. It's a D7 zone that is a high density commercial area. Basically, there's about 59 establishments located in the 1200 area of Ultra Bar, the 1200 feet of Ultra Bar. There are 19 that has an entertainment endorsement. There are 11 with a settlement agreement. There are six establishment that has a combined endorsement and settlement agreement. There are 14 establishments with a sidewalk cafe and 14 with a summer garden. And to be specifically clear, there are 11 taverns, 39 restaurants, 4 hotels, 1 liquor store, and 1 multi-purpose establishment. That's it.
I seen your report, you talk about noise complaints. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yes, so SI Fiorentine, Supervisor Investigator Fiorentine sent me the noise complaints regarding Ultra Bar, and between sorry. So the calls for service with noise, there were 91 calls for service with noise actually from June 6, 2021 to April 10th, 2022. There were 91 calls for service. With the noise complaints that was sent to ABRA, that were called into ABRA's hotline, there were, I'll tell you right now, there were 14 noise complaints that was called into ABRA's hotline from May 22nd, 2019 to January 22nd, 2022. There were 14 noise complaints called into our hotline.
Were any of these complaints substantiated? Or
Well,
I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
I'm sorry. So according to SI Fiorentine, when he visited the establishment, he actually heard the noise were quite audible into the residence apartment. He actually substantiated that the music was loud. But for the noise complaints, there was no detail of if an investigator did substantiate that it was the music was loud or not on the days that the noise complaints came in.
You're not aware, are you aware of any ABRA substantiated noise complaints?
No.
Or noise violations?
No.
Now, how is it, do you know how does ABRA go about substantiating noise complaints, if you're aware?
Well, normally we would actually have a DC our inspector come with us to check for the noise level from the outside of the establishment. But we have not, for the past couple of months, we have not had that inspector with us. So we would actually ask the person who calls in for the noise complaint if we can enter their establishment. If we can hear the music from inside of their establishment, then we can substantiate that, yes, there was a noise, the noise complaint is valid.
But you're saying that are you aware of whether or not any ABRA investigator outside of your visit went inside any of the establishments to substantiate the complaint? Are you aware?
No, other than in supervisory investigator Fiorentine, no one else, no.
Do you know whether or not, but you don't know whether or not he wrote a report if there's any report a part of this record? Are you aware?
No. And there probably would not have been because it's I would say that if it's not a violation of if it's written in a settlement agreement that the music could not be heard inside of an establishment, well, that would be a violation. But there is there's no grounds for us to prove, if an investigator of myself without an inspector going in to check the noise level to prove that, okay, so this is a violation.
Tell us about the characteristic of the premises, please.
So the establishment has 4 floors, 3 levels and 1 basement. The entire structure inside of the establishment, all the walls are equipped with egg crate soundproofing, it's like a sponge that is completely surrounding the entire establishment and all the walls. It's like a soundproofing mechanism, so music cannot be heard on the outside. The 3 levels has 3 separate DJs. While I was there actually in the establishment when the music was playing, I think the loudest level was on the second floor. But other than that, the music was pretty, it was not that loud that I could hear it from the outside because I stepped outside to hear the music and it was not that loud. Maybe they lowered it when I was there, but at the time when I initially got there, on one of the nights that I was monitoring, and I went in, I could not hear the music that loud from the outside.
Let's see. What about calls for service to that establishment, to that location? Were you able to do any record search and what if anything were you able to ascertain?
Yes. So as I explained before, there were 91 calls for service between June 6, 2021 to April 10, 2022. And those assault consist of, it ranged from assault, a fight, disorderly conduct, unwanted persons inside or outside of the establishment, noise, accident, injuries, and other miscellaneous occurrences.
Is that 91 or 19? Which one?
91, 91.
I think you need to correct your report says
Yeah,
19.
yeah.
All right, your report is incorrect by saying 19.
Yes.
Now, let me see. Are there any exhibits attached to your report? Can you describe the exhibits that are attached to your report, please?
Sure. So Exhibit 1 is the letter that was submitted to ABRA from the former ANC Commissioner Kevin Wilsey and the group of 5 detailing their concerns for Ultrabar and the noise and the complaints that they submitted to ABRA. Exhibit 2 is Ultrabar's security plan that was approved by us, by ABRA, detailing their security measures of if an incident happens, if what's the procedure, security should be equipped, should be knowledgeable of the establishment and all those things. I have Exhibit 3. Exhibit 3 is the exterior of the establishment. It shows their lighting outside. It basically, it's their sign that says, please keep noise to a minimum. There's 2 posted on each side. There's a VIP side and then there's a regular general entrance side, and it is posted on both sides of the establishment. Exhibit 5, it's the crowd that is lined up. That is the way that the crowd lines up. It's going towards 10th Street. That is the line that's waiting to enter the establishment. Exhibit 6 is a different angle of the line that is waiting to enter the establishment. Exhibit 7 shows 2 buses that is in front of the establishment dropping off patrons.
I'm sorry, are these routine or do you know anything about can you provide any further information on these buses, if you're aware?
It's basically party buses. So it's not a bus it's not something that's there every weekend, but it's like if it's a party bus, someone rented out the bus for, and they're dropping off people to go into the establishment if they're having an event or something. But it's not every night that those buses are there, but that is one of the nights that I got a picture of it.
Okay.
This depicts the closure at 10th and F Street. That's the concrete barriers there. Exhibit 9 shows the padding. These are the egg crate paddings that is installed throughout the establishment. This actually covers a window. Exhibit 10 is more padding throughout the establishment. Exhibit 11, it's padding. This is in the front area coming when you walk in the door. This is more padding there. More padding, and this is in the staircase where there's more egg crates, soundproofing. Exhibit 13, it's the DJ booth that has padding in the blue and soundproofing in the blue with blue and black. Exhibit 14 shows more padding again. Exhibit 15, more soundproofing in the DJ booth. Exhibit 16, same. And this is in the staircase. Each level has the same soundproofing. Exhibit 17, I'm sorry, is soundproofing on the walls. Exhibit 18 shows the padding as well, the soundproofing. Exhibit 19, same. Exhibit 20 shows soundproofing as well. Exhibit 21, and these are each floor that I visited. I took shots of the padding on each floor. Exhibit 22, this here is there was an opening in the roof, and he sealed the roof, that opening, and installed soundproofing there as well.
Let me ask you a question, Ms. Glasser, before you move on. Did you ask the licensee about this pattern? How long has this soundproofing mechanism existed? And secondly, why did they utilize this? Did you have that conversation with the applicant?
I did. I asked him how long he had it installed. He said he had it installed for a while. He didn't give me an exact time frame, because he said that some of the padding is actually he has to replace it because it's like it's sponge, so it's breaking apart, because he's had it for a while. As for why he did it, I'm assuming that because the Protestants have been complaining for a while, so he was trying to mitigate some of the noise in some way, but I guess it didn't work.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Exhibit 23 is a letter that Mr. Mamara sent to me showing his invoice for the purchase of new soundproofing equipment that he's showing that he paid a company to install this soundproofing equipment.
And when was this done? When is this invoice off?
The invoice is actually April 11, 2022.
Okay.
And Exhibit 24, it's my regulatory inspection when I visit the establishment on April 10th at 12:10 a.m. And there was no ABRA violation found. Exhibit 25 shows all of the noise complaint that was called into ABRA's hotline. Exhibit 26, it's the DC zoning of showing that the establishment is located in D7 zoning area. Exhibit 27 is all of the establishment, 59 establishment that is located within 1,200 feet of the establishment. Exhibit 28 shows that there are no schools within 400 feet of the establishment, but there is a library that's 181 feet away. This picture actually is, this exhibit 29, shows the lighting that is outside of Ultra Bar, because the owner did mention that the protestants were saying that his light was too bright, actually, and it was affecting them. So I took a picture of the light to attach to my exhibit so you can see. Exhibit 30 again shows the exterior of the establishment. Exhibit 31 again is the exterior of the establishment. Exhibit 32 again, outside of the establishment. This night here was not really a busy night. As you can see, there's not a lot of crowd. There were people waiting to get in, but it was not that crowded that night. Exhibit 33 is the exterior of the establishment. Exhibit 34 again, outside of the establishment. Exhibit 35, it shows their trash at the back of the establishment. You can see again that with the padding on the doors and the hallway. Exhibit 36 shows the parking meter rules. There is no zone parking, just 2-hour and 3.5-hour parking. Exhibit 37 is inside of the nightclub when they're operating. Exhibit 38 shows the same thing inside of the nightclub when they're operating. Exhibit 39. This is the second floor, I believe, when they're operating. Exhibit 40. This is the top floor. And Exhibit 41 shows the calls for service, which is 91. Calls for service for noise, as I explained before. Noise, fire, disorderly conduct, unwanted persons inside and outside of the establishment. Noise, accidental injuries to a person, or other miscellaneous occurrences.
All right, you can close your screen. I don't have any questions. I don't have any other questions. Do any other board member have any questions for Ms. Glasgow?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Grandis, go ahead, sir.
Hello, Investigator Glasgow. I want to thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Can we go back to your exhibits? Is there a way to have him called back up?
Yeah, sure.
What exhibit you want her to go to, sir?
The first one about zoning. I think I'm trying to look at my note.
I'm sorry.
The one about zoning, I think, I don't know, 26 or 27, 26 maybe. Do you remember you mentioned something about zoning when you said exhibit 26 or 27?
Yeah.
I think you talked it. Yeah.
26.
Okay, and what zone did you say that you find this establishment located in?
In the D7 zoning?
And do you know a definition for the D7 zoning?
Yes, 1 second. So the purpose of the D7 zones are to permit high-density commercial development and in conjunction with the sub-area objective and regulations to reinforce Pennsylvania Avenue's unique role as a physical and symbolic link between the White House and the U.S. Capitol. The building with frontage on a designed primary or secondary street shall meet the design requirements on subtitle 1602. The following downtown sub-areas are found within the D7 zone: downtown retail core, downtown arts, Pennsylvania Avenue, and Chinatown.
And the residents or the resident that you had communication with, where was their, were they in a contiguous building? Were they in a different building? The one you mentioned that you tried to go into, but I don't think you could establish a convenient time for both.
No, well, the building has it's a regular apartment building. You enter the building. The one that I could not get into, I'm assuming that it was just a continuation of the one that I did get into, Mr. Spooner's building. So there is no storefront in that building. There is just you enter the building and you enter inside of the apartment complex, apartment building.
Thank you so much. Do you know the zoning of the building that the resident that you did go into observed the noise?
Well, according to this exhibit right here, they should be in the same D7 zone.
So that would be a commercial zone.
Yes.
Okay. You then had some pictures, I think, towards the end of lighting on the building.
Yes.
Can you bring that one of those back up?
Sure. Do you see it?
We can't see your screen anymore, Miss Scott.
We can. Okay. Well, thank you, Chair. Okay.
I can't. I'm not sure what's going on.
Okay, that's fine. But I remember the picture.
Saying that it's showing.
Let's go with you. When you said, I think when you showed one of the pictures, you said something about the residents thought the lights were bright. Is that the word you used? Bright?
Yeah. Yes, that's what the owner explained to me. He said that it was too bright. The protestants.
Owner, which owner? I apologize.
I'm sorry, Mr. Demetrius Mamaras.
Okay. And do you know, maybe if he testifies, I could ask him, but did you have a conversation on what he meant by bright? I mean, was it interfering, was it entering his building or his windows, I guess, is what I'm going towards.
He did not specifically said who was complaining about the bright light. He just stated that the protestants were complaining that the light was shining too bright and they can see it from in their apartment.
Okay, well, maybe we'll explore that later, but seeing it from the apartment is not the same as saying it's in the apartment. So, okay. The last question I have, you had a couple pictures of the interior, looking down on I guess it's the large dance floor, if that's right, with all the patrons.
Yes.
Okay, you don't need to call the picture back up. I remember it. Do you know where the exits, if I'm on that floor, and if there was an emergency, where I would find exits that I could safely exit the building?
The staircase, actually. That's the only exit I can see. You take the stairs all the way down.
Excuse me. The picture that you're looking down and you see all the patrons on that large floor, that are they on a lower level or are they on ground level, or
no?
What level is that dance floor?
Each floor, I took a picture of each floor, and each floor is connected to the staircase that is on the right side.
Yes, but I don't understand. You have to go up or down the staircase to get out?
That what's appeared to me. I did not actually see. There probably is, but I did not see an exit side to the rear. I mean, I only saw one on the first floor, but
what did you see on the first floor? I want to make, you saw something on the rear?
I saw the exit on the first floor, which I know because I saw it when I went back there
Did
in
you
the
open
daytime.
it?
Yes, I did. That's where I
and-
saw the trash compactors.
Okay, thank you. And with that, so it was an area that people could get out easily from, on that, at least on that level.
Yes.
Okay. The other levels would be either, then is there a lower level?
There's a basement, yes.
And the public is able to go into that level,
Yes.
but you did not observe a exit or egress from that level.
The basement level, no.
Okay, and then you said there was a level above the first floor?
Yes, there are 3 levels.
Okay, and other than the stairwell that's on the right that you mentioned, you went up to that level, correct?
Yes.
Did you observe another exit?
No.
Okay, so we could talk about that later, I guess. Okay, I want to thank you for your answers and your presentation. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chairman, I'm done.
Ms. Glasgow, please close your screen, please. Any other questions been by any other board members? Any other board members? Before I move on to Mr. Klein. You're a witness, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Investigator Glasgow, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you made 11 visits to the report, to the establishment, or 9 visits? The report says 11, but I see 9 that seem to be listed. This is on page 4 of your report. I'm sorry. I gave
Page
you-
4?
No, page 7. I apologize.
It's actually on page 8 of my visits.
Okay, and then page 7.
9 visits.
And page 7 says that you were there 11 separate occasions. At the bottom of the page, the effect of the establishment on peaceful and quiet.
Yes, well, so there were nights that I was actually there to observe the establishment, and there were other nights that I just drove by and while I was in the area doing additional monitoring for other establishment, but I did hear if my focus actually was not on Ultra Bar, but I was actually paying attention to see if there were other stuff there going on.
Okay, fair enough. So, in addition to the 9 visits listed on page 8, you were by there a couple of other times.
Yes.
All right. And during those visits, you, as you said in your report, could not substantiate any issues with peace, order, and quiet in relation to Ultra Bar, correct?
Yes.
All right. And let's talk a little bit more about the character of the neighborhood. I think we touched on that some. So to the east, towards what's now called the Capital One Arena, some of us know it as the Verizon Center and the MCI Arena, that's several names. That's about a little less than a block and a half away, right?
Yes.
And between the establishment and the arena is the portrait gallery, right?
I'm sorry?
Is the portrait gallery the museum? In New York, you know?
No, I'm not aware, no.
If you don't, that's fine. All right. And in terms of the street, the 900 block of F Street, are you aware of any other residents other than the Ventana building in which several of the protestants in the case reside?
No. I'm only aware of the resident that Ms. Steinberg and Mr. Spooner resides at.
Okay. And then across the street, there's also a hotel, isn't there? Riggs?
Yes, and a restaurant next door, yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, does the Riggs Hotel sometimes have buses that let people off at the hotel?
I am not aware of that.
Now, turning again to visits, so you were there basically every couple of weeks, it looks like, aside from the
Ev-
other two visits. Is that right?
Yes, every other week.
All right. And you didn't announce your visits anyway, did you?
No, I did not.
There was no reason for the licensee to know when you were going to be there, or to take any steps to minimize problems so that you wouldn't see them, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So presumably this is the way the place operates based upon what you observed, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, turning your attention to Exhibit 25. There's a, this is the list of complaints, correct?
1 second.
Sure.
Okay, Exhibit 25.
Yeah. And you said that there were complaints to ultra-bar noise complaints that were made to ABRA, correct?
Correct.
And that's what this represents?
Yes.
Now, in your experience, the place is barely rolling at 11:30 at night, correct? I mean,
Correct.
so, and do you know whether on any of the nights, particularly those, on those dates, the complaints were made before midnight, whether there was activity at the arena those nights?
No, I can't confirm that.
Okay. But it would seem, based upon what you observed in the regular operation of the club, that 523 at 10:57, 712, 2019 and 11:20, 114 and 115 and 121 and 122, when these complaints were at 11:30, 11:45 the latest, that during those times there's usually not that much activity at the club, right?
11, yeah. Well, maybe there probably was not a lot of activity when I visited, but that maybe, well, at that time, yeah, it was not a lot of activity.
Okay. All right. And if I told you the Wizards were at home one of those nights, that wouldn't surprise you, would it?
No.
Now, in talking to the protestants, in terms of what they said that they wanted, they talked about a ride share zone in proximity of the establishment.
8th Street and G Street.
Okay, that's a full 2 blocks away from the establishment, isn't it?
About a block, yeah.
About a block. This is on F, closer to 9 than 10, right?
Yes, so they wanted about 8, yeah, about 2 blocks.
Okay. And in terms of constructing 2 sets of doors to the establishment, do you have any knowledge as to whether that might have been subsequently done?
Currently they have like 2 doors, but it's the owner, Mr. Mamaras, explained that he is going to reconstruct the inside so that the now when he with normal operation the music can get out, but the way he is going to reconstruct it is that the music would not get out at all. The specifics of the reconstruction, I don't know, but he explained that he is going to do it reconstruct the inside of the establishment in a way that when one door opens, another door has to remain closed.
Okay. And when was it that you had this discussion with him about reconstruction?
I had that conversation with him on, tell you, April 16th.
So if it had been done subsequent to that, you just wouldn't have any knowledge of that, correct?
I'm sorry?
If it had been done, if that work had been done subsequent to that date, then you wouldn't have any knowledge of that.
That's true.
All right. The other complaint or complaint that you heard from Ms. Steinberg is that the establishment doesn't adequately clean up the establishment's interior, leaving vomit and trash in the surrounding areas. Did you see any evidence of that?
At the time I was there, no.
All right. And you were there 11 times,
I
right?
was there, yes, but I was there during operation. Ms. Steinberg's complaint is after operation.
After operation.
Yes.
And you didn't make any visits to the establishment after operations?
No.
Oh, if I could turn your attention to Exhibit 23.
So it's gonna be the 23. Sorry, I'm just. You said 23?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, that's an email to you.
Yes.
Any idea why you got that email?
Yes, because when I visited Mr. Mamaras at the establishment, he said he advised me that he was doing he was re-soundproofing the establishment, and I asked him to send me any information regarding that so I can attach that to my exhibits for the protest.
Okay. And to your knowledge, this is what was intended to be done in the establishment to mitigate noise in the establishment?
Yes.
Okay, great. I have no further questions. Thank you. Thank you, Investigator.
Ms. Steinberg, do you have any questions from Ms. Glasgow?
I do, and if it's all right with you, I'd like my neighbor as well, Yaniv, to be able to ask some questions. Is that fine too? I'll start and then he'll go. We'll be fast, we promise.
I normally just have one person asking questions, but would you have an objection, Mr. Klein?
Yes, I would object. It seems to me they should have one representative.
I'm sorry, you're who, what?
We object. We would suggest it's appropriate that there be one representative.
Ms. Steinberg, yes, ma'am.
Then I'd like to make a motion that none of their exhibits can come in because they weren't timely submitted. I mean, if we're really going to play this petty game, none of their exhibits and their PIF and exhibit list were not timely submitted. So I object to the introduction of all of their evidence. But of course, I don't want to do that but if he's not going to let my colleague show a video in rebuttal, I mean, I think that's a little ridiculous.
Ms. Steinberg, the question that you asked Ms. Steinberg is that you wanted to ask a question and you wanted someone else to also ask questions. And one of the reasons why I'd asked a question about who was going to present this case, was it the ANC or yourself? Because I try to limit who asks questions, that we have one party. So where we are, I need you to be the lead person to ask the questions. I'm not going to allow, it's like having two attorneys question a witness. Now, only one attorney can question a witness, and then if there's another witness and another attorney wants to do that, that's fine. But I'm not going to allow two persons questioning a witness. So whatever questions that your neighbor has, maybe he can give them to you.
That's more than
and you
fun. We'll
can
do
ask
that.
those questions. That's all this is about, ma'am. It's
Can I ask
about
a question?
just having one. Sir, you can only speak if I give you permission to speak, sir.
So
Right
can I
now, I
ask you a
have not
question?
given you permission to speak. So only Ms. Steinberg can speak, sir. I apologize for that. Okay, so Ms. Glasgow is being cross-examined, and if he has questions, I'm asking that he provides those questions to you so you can ask the questions of Ms. Glasgow.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir. What? Identify yourself for the record, sir.
Yes, I'm Yaniv Swissa. I'm the co-petitioner and in the case. My question.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Spell your name for the record, sir.
Sure. It's Yaniv, Y-A-N-E-V, and Swissa, S-U-I-S-S-A. And I'm not going to ask
What's
any
the
people,
question?
I just had a question for you, Mr. Anderson.
Yes, sir.
So I think what you were saying is that you want only one of the two of us to question the same witness, but that if this witness is good for me, I do this one, and if another witness is better for Ms. Steinberg, she does that one. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. You can do
Okay.
that, sir.
So Ashley, I recommend I do this one since my computer has the videos on them.
Great, go for it.
Okay, are you comfortable with that, Mr. Anderson?
That's fine, sir. You're the only one. You have the right to
Okay.
cross-examine this witness, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Glasgow, for all your help here. You've really done an amazing job. I wanted to show you one or two videos that are in the record that have been submitted as evidence, and ask you if they are. Go ahead, sir.
Hold on. When you're cross-examining a witness, you're supposed to cross-examine the witness on the testimony that they just gave, sir. Now, if you have videos of the same evening that she went there, then you can ask those questions. If it's the same, if you have videos of the same evening that she went, the same time period that she went to visit. But if you're asking for different periods, and if it's not, she did not testify on that issue, sir, you cannot do that in cross-examination.
Oh, okay. So let me ask you one of the sample questions I was going to ask, and if not, I'll give it back to Ashley instead. A question was, she mentioned that this was the line. I wanted to say, is this the line? This is the typical line that was submitted into evidence. Is this the line you saw? The kind of line you saw? Is that a kind of question that's permissible or no?
Well, then what you can do, sir, is go to ask her to pull back her report and ask her to talk about the line that's in her report. When you present your case,
okay, I understand.
You can show what the line is.
So Ashley, you do this one then, because mine were related to that. Apologies, Mr. Donovan. Thanks for being patient. We're like regular citizens who don't always know what to do. You're great.
I know
Thank
you are, sir. And that's why I'm trying to explain the process.
All right, Ashley, go ahead.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ms. Steinberg. You're on mute, ma'am.
And I literally just said, hi, everyone, I'm back, but I said it on mute. So now I'm really back.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So thank you, Ms. Glasgow. Really appreciate it. And thanks so much for all the correspondence over these past couple of weeks trying to set things up. I was wondering, on what date were you assigned this case? And how does it work that you were assigned this case? Is it because a protest hearing was filed or a hearing was filed? What's that mechanism?
Yes. So actually, as Mr. Donovan explained, this was a case that was supposed to come up since before COVID, actually. And because of COVID, it was continued. So I'm assuming that you or the ANC at the time, he submitted a letter to ABRA stating that the establishment is not operating within, they're not being neighborly. It's basically addressing a lot of you guys' concerns.
And of course, Ultrabar is aware when such a protest is filed, right, to reopen those proceedings? So they're aware that you've been assigned to their case?
Yes.
And all of your visits that you conducted happened after the filing and the reopening of the protest, correct?
Yes.
So you had no interaction and no visits before the reopening of this protest?
That is correct.
So let's talk then a little bit about Supervisor Investigator Fiorentine's visit.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me when that visit was?
Okay. I'll tell you exactly. So SI Fiorentine didn't actually tell you.
Is it safe
Okay,
to
so
say
SI Fiorentine did not actually give a date in his correspondence to me. He just stated that he was there.
is it fair to say that this happened last summer?
I can't say because he did not put a date on it.
Okay. Is it safe to say that this happened before the protest was reopened?
Again, I can't. He did
Well, I mean,
not.
Okay. At what point did you speak to Investor Fior?
Okay, so I'm sorry. Yes, noise assessment, August 6, 2021. Yeah.
Thank you. To your knowledge, was there a protest in motion or sort of live, or were the proceedings suspended at that point or continued?
I'm not sure exactly when the protest was continued. I just recently got the protest, so.
Right. Okay, thanks. So when so what did Investigator Fiorentine, what did SI Fiorentine say to you about his visit?
He said that he did hear the music, the noise, it was audible from inside of the apartment. He did specifically say that he could hear the music only when the doors are open and being closed for patrons to enter and exit the establishment. He did also observe the long lines outside of the establishment. He did observe what I stated in my testimony about the cars, the screeching, the noise, the horns, the engine that's really, really loud. He stated also that there was some minors actually drinking outside, discreetly consuming alcohol outside of the establishment, but that was prior to them entering the establishment.
Got it.
Yeah.
So SI Fiorentine did in fact experience the noise from inside our apartments.
Yes, according to what his statement says.
Thank you. Would it surprise you to learn that, well, actually, let's move back. You said that there were 14 calls to Abra over the period in question here?
There were.
And for what period of time was the club not operating for that period that covers? Because the club was, can you tell us the time period for what that 14 calls covers?
March 23rd, 2019, and January 22nd, 2022.
Okay. Thanks. And
so basically 2 years.
Right, the past 2 years.
Mhm.
Got it. Thanks. Okay. Would it surprise you to learn that Captain McDonough or Captain Donna from the police force told us to call 911 instead of Abra for noise complaints?
I am not aware of that.
Would it surprise you to learn that Officer Kevin Peru, who was a person responsible for answering the phones, told us on repeated occasions that we weren't allowed, that there was nothing he could do, and that he would make a note of the file, but they wouldn't send anyone out, and there was nothing they could do to substantiate the noise?
I am not aware of that.
So then I guess the question is, what enables Abra to come substantiate? Why do you think it's the case that we were never once offered the opportunity to have Abra investigators in our house, except for when we reached out to do that?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Withdrawn. Let's talk about residential neighborhood. Just to clear up some facts here. Are you aware of Mather Studios, a building that is on the backside of a residential building that's on the backside of Ultra Bar?
No, I'm not aware of it.
Okay. Are you aware that that's where Commissioner Schenkel lives?
No.
Let's talk. Are you aware that 465 calls were made to 911 between 2017 and 2019, basically right before the original protest hearing was filed? 465 calls were made to 911 about issues with Ultra Bar.
Objection goes beyond the scope of direct and Steinberg to testifying.
I couldn't hear you. Can you repeat that?
I said that the question goes beyond the scope of direct examination, and it appears that Ms. Steinberg is now testifying.
I asked if she was aware whether or not 465 calls were made. How is that testifying?
Ms. Steinberg, when you make an objection, then I will ask you to respond, and then do you have a response before I make a ruling?
Chairman Anderson, I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
You can't. Can anyone hear me?
Now we can.
I don't know. I haven't done anything. All right, Ms. Steinberg, yes. Please address your comments to me. Mr. Klein raised an objection. Then I will ask you to respond to his objection, and then I will make a ruling, and then the witness will know whether to respond. So, do you have a response to Mr. Klein's objection?
Yes, and apologies for not knowing the procedure here. I've never done this before, so sorry in advance. Yeah, my response would be, I'm not testifying. I was asked if she was aware of this fact. She can say no, she's not aware of that fact.
I'm going to overrule the objection, Mr. Klein, and Ms. Glasgow can respond to the best of her ability. Ms. Glasgow, respond if you have an answer, ma'am.
Can you repeat the question?
I just asked if you were aware that 465 calls were made to 911 between 2017 and 2019 about Ultrabar.
I am not aware of that.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about soundproofing. So I wanted to know, do you have specific expertise in, for example, if you look at the egg crate or if you look at a particular piece of soundproofing, do you have independent expertise of whether or not that's sufficient soundproofing, or is your role more observational?
I don't have specific training on soundproofing, no.
And are you aware of whether or not an independent sound engineer ever evaluated any of the measures that have newly been taken by Ultrabar?
No, Mr. Mamaras actually stated that he's waiting for the company to come in to do their evaluation.
I see. So do you know when, I guess, based on the review of the evidence that you attached, based on the review of the exhibits, do you know when these measures were starting to be taken? Maybe dates on invoices, about around when this kind of thing started ramping up?
No, I am not. The only information that I have from Mr. Mamaras is actually dated April 16, 2022, of the email that he sent me. And the date on the invoice actually is April 11, 2022. That is as the scope that I have of his, what he's doing.
Thank you. No, that's really helpful. And that was exactly my question. And so it sounds like, based on your conversations with Jimmy, that this is forward-looking, that there's an intention to do more to mitigate the noise, correct?
Correct.
And all of this happened after the protest hearing was filed?
To my knowledge I'm not sure what steps he took before I got assigned this protest, but as far as I know, as I said, the date here of the information that he sent me is April 16, 2022, and his invoice is dated April 11, 2022. What he had done before that, I have no knowledge of that.
Of course. I guess a final question, although if you'll permit me a couple seconds to just check to make sure that I haven't missed anything from my colleagues, but just a final question. I just wanted to, sorry, give me 1 second. Oh, so there is no independent sound engineering report. Oh, my final question was going to be back to this supervisor investigator Fiorentine visit. To your knowledge, is he a qualified individual to has he been in Abra a long time? Is he a qualified individual to assess whether or not he is hearing noise in our units?
According to his statement, he said he did hear noise in your apartment.
But I mean, he's a respected member of Abra. You have no reason to doubt his testimony or his statement.
No reason. No.
Great.
if you'll permit me 30 seconds to check to make sure that I haven't missed anything.
Ma'am.
Exhibit 9. Can we go to Exhibit 9 for a minute? Oh, I think we passed it. Can you just tell us whether or not there are any holes in that soundproofing?
Yes, as Mr. Mamaris explained that it's been there for a while, so they're actually ripping apart. So he needs to replace them. So, but clearly you can see there are holes in there.
The final. Yeah. Okay, so a final question I have is, you know, obviously it's impossible, based on what you've just said, it's impossible for you to assess whether or not, in fact, the soundproofing is sufficient. And you had only visited our apartments once. Would it surprise you to learn that this past Saturday night, when you and I were going to have a visit, but it ended up being too late, that I did in fact hear noise in my unit?
Obscene facts not in evidence.
Okay, withdrawn. I guess my final question then is, would you be comfortable, given in light of everything you've seen, do you think it would be fair for, in your experience as an upper investigator, for Ultrabar to agree to institute measures so that we don't hear music in our apartments?
Objection beyond the scope of her testimony and not relevant. That's a decision for the board to make, not the investigator.
Response, Ms. Steinberg?
Yeah, I'm asking, in her experience, given all of her investigations before, whether or not that she's done working for ABRA, whether or not she thinks that those measures could be justifiably instituted.
Mr. Chairman, we have a law that provides specifically circumstances under which noise shall not be audible in residences, and there's an exception to that law, and that's what we have. And for the investigator to testify an opinion contrary to what's in the law would not be appropriate, in my opinion.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I don't even know what they investigate, whether or not she's qualified to make either. So I'm going to allow her to answer if she can.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Glasgow, if you have an answer.
I don't have an opinion.
Okay, thanks. I think we have no further questions based on the report. Thank you so much, Ms. Glasgow, for being patient with our questions.
It's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Steinberg. Ms. Glasgow, close your screen, please. I prefer to look at everyone when, that's why I always remind folks to close their screen when they're sharing. Any final questions by any board members before I dismiss Ms. Glasgow?
Mr. Chair, I have one question to ask.
Yes, Mr.
Good
Shaw.
afternoon, Investigator Glasgow.
Hello.
Great. You testified that you sat outside of the venue, and when the doors opened and closed, you could hear loud music coming from the establishment, correct?
Yes.
Would that have been during the time, after or before the time you went and saw the mitigations they had done? You mentioned something about egg-shaped.
Egg
So
crate.
was that during egg crate? Was that during that same period of time?
Yes, they had already had the egg crate installed.
But when you sit outside, you still heard when the doors open and close the loud music,
Yes.
which meant that the mitigation wasn't working as well as maybe some engineer or someone might have wanted it to, because if it was truly mitigated, opening and closing the doors wouldn't have alerted you the way it did. Would that be reasonable to say?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Klein, I'm sorry. Is there another board member want to ask you another questions? Did you want to ask a question, Mr. Grandis?
No.
All right, thank you. I saw the screen lit up, so I thought you'd unmute your phone. All right, Mr. This is one of the reasons why when we do a follow-up. Mr. Klein, do you have any questions of Ms. Glasgow based directly on the question that was asked by Mr. Short?
No, but I have based on the question that was asked by the professor.
No, sir. Just Mr. Short. Ms. Steinberg, do you have any questions that you need to ask based on Mr. All right, thank you. You said no. Thank you. Ms. Glasgow, thank you very much for your testimony. You're free to go. All right. The board then has no further witnesses to present. What I'm going to do, Mr. Klein, I'm going to take a 10-minute break. I just want to alert the parties. What I try to do is every 2 hours to take a break. So I'm going to take a 10-minute break for and then once we come back, Mr. Klein will present his case. Okay?
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, and again, we're new at this. So basically, Mr. Klein presents for an hour, and then we present for an hour. Is that what you said earlier?
Each side has an hour to present their case, and so that doesn't mean, because you might cross-examine, the board might cross-examine, so it might stretch longer than an hour, but
yeah.
But yes, you have approximately an hour. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so do not log off. Just mute your phone, turn your camera off. It's 3:32. We will be back on the record at 3:42. We're back in the record. All right, Mr. Klein, are you ready to present your case, sir?
Yes, I am.
What witnesses do you have, sir?
Three.
Three. All right, who's your first witness, sir?
Jimmy Marmaris.
I know that I need to have the witnesses for proper name, so to keep the record straight. I know he said everybody called him Jimmy, but I don't know who Jimmy is. So who is he? Who is he?
My name is Demetrius Marmaris.
Mr. Marmaris, can you what happened to your what happened to your camera now?
You know, I'm not sure why this camera's not working for some reason. I apologize. I don't know why it's.
All right.
First time
Can you
that
raise
this
your right?
happened.
All right. Can you raise your right hand, sir?
Yes, sir. Raising it right now.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Your witness, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will you state your name and occupation for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Demetrius Marmaris, and I'm a managing partner of Ultrabar.
Mr. Marmaris, how long have you been involved with Ultrabar?
Since the first day we opened, which was April 1st, 2006.
In 2006, what was that neighborhood like?
There was another nightclub that was next door to us, to the right of us. There was a restaurant to the left of us where currently the Smith is. I believe it was a seafood restaurant back then. It was called McCormick and Schmick. We had, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the Ventana was being built, I believe, right when we bought it, and it was completed sometime in 2006.
Were you familiar with that neighborhood before the Ultrabar was open?
Yes, sir. We used to do events in that neighborhood at other nightclubs that were there. There was a nightclub across the street from us. I do not remember the exact address. It was right next to Booth Sally, which is directly across the street from us. There was a nightclub there. We used to do events there. There was a nightclub on the other side on East Street, across the street from the FBI building. We used to do events there. And the actual nightclub that we ended up purchasing, we used to do events there as well.
And what was that?
That was called Home Nightclub. And when we were doing events, I would say from 1997, maybe, until when we bought the place in 2006.
Okay. So as far as you know, this has been a nightclub since at least 1997?
Oh, it was a nightclub before that. I believe the first incarnation of a nightclub, I'm not 100% sure of the dates. It might have been 1989 or 1990. Since then, though, it's been a nightclub.
Objection. What's the relevance of this? Any of this?
Ms. Steinberg, you have to, if you're going to make her objection, you have to raise the objection when Mr. Klein asks a question, not the answer. Okay, so you can raise objection right after he asks the question, then I'll make a ruling on that. Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
So this at one point was a bit of a nightclub zone, correct?
Correct.
And in terms of this spot, you said that you've owned it since 2006. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
The building is a bit of unusual character, is it not?
It's physically, I mean, it's an old building. It's from the late 1800s, I believe.
And what was its prior use, if you know?
Objection. Like, why is any of this relevant?
Ms. Steinberg, let me respond. It is relevant. I don't know. Remember, the board is making a decision. And so he's just giving us some background information. Of course, he's going to get to the point, but these are just some questions that lawyers normally ask just to give the board just an idea of the building. As you noticed when we did, when in Ms. Glasgow's report, I'd asked her about the building and she showed us what the building looked like. And so these are appropriate questions to ask when you're opening your case, just to give the parties a feel of what it is, ma'am.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Marmaris, so this was, I think we established this was a bit of a night. The building, what was its previous use, if you know?
I believe prior to being a nightclub, it was a bank.
Okay, and that's pretty apparent by the physical appearance of the building, isn't it?
That's correct, yes. There's a sign outside that says First Columbia Bank, First Columbia National Bank.
And that's one of the things that makes the location unusual, isn't it?
I'm sorry, what was that?
That's one of the things that makes the location unusual, isn't it?
Correct, yes.
All right. Now, currently, how often do you operate? When do you operate?
Currently, we open on Friday and Saturday nights, and there are times where we may host a private event or a corporate event. We had a week ago, there was a law school association event at the convention center, and we had an after event for that. So there are times that throughout the week that we may host an event, but that's not consistent. That might be maybe a half a dozen times a year.
And has it always been that way, that your business has been concentrated on Friday and Saturday nights?
On Friday and Saturday nights, before, actually way prior than COVID, we were open on Thursday nights as well, but we ended up closing down the Thursday night party. An exact date, I'm not sure. It might be 2018, maybe. I'm just trying to guess what the date was, but around there, 2017 or 2018, we stopped doing regular Thursday night events.
All right. But primarily during the history of the business, you've only been open Friday and Saturdays?
Yes, sir.
Now, during the operation, well, first of all, what are your duties? What's your involvement with the business? What do you do?
Well, I oversee and I manage the business, and we have managers there too, and I oversee and supervise the managers.
Okay, and is that hands-on? Are you there? What does that involve?
Yes, sir. I'm there all the time, basically. Unless if it's maybe a night that I'm sick. I'm there all the time.
And what time do you typically get there?
I usually get there around 10:30. Sometimes earlier, just depends on traffic.
And how late are you there?
Until after we close and everyone leaves.
Does some of your duties involve interfacing with the community?
In what sense? With the neighbors?
Yeah.
Yes, I've spoken to Ashley Steinberg many times.
What about other persons in the neighborhood?
There was a resident we used to talk to all the time, Miss Joanne Newhouse. I haven't seen her since COVID, so I'm not sure if she's still in the Ventana. She was a resident of Ventana. There were other neighbors in the past that we've spoken to. A lot of them have moved away, but currently the one neighbor that I do have open communication with is Miss Ashley Steinberg.
Okay. And in dealing with these neighbors, are you accessible? Are you available to be reached?
I believe so, yes.
And how do people reach you?
I'm sorry?
How do people reach you?
Predominantly text messaging. There's been maybe a few times, might have been a phone call. And sometimes I've had Ashley just come by and say hi outside. This past weekend, she just came and said hello outside.
Okay. Prior to Ms. Steinberg being there, you had similar access by other neighbors that lived there?
It was Miss Joanne Newhouse.
Okay. So let me put it a different way. You're pretty liberal about giving out your cell phone number.
Yeah, no, I've told anybody, reach me please anytime they want, 24/7.
Okay. And has Ms. Steinberg and others taken advantage of that?
Ms. Steinberg has, yes.
And what have those communications been about principally?
Usually she's sending me a text messaging, letting me know that there's cars outside that are noisy, or the crowd outside is noisy, or she can hear music coming from inside the venue.
And what if anything, do you do in response to that?
If it's a car outside, I send security to ask the vehicles to please lower their music if they're lowering their music, if they have their music loud while they're driving by, or if they're parked outside. If they're not agreeable to doing that, I send RDO a lot of times, our detail that's outside, and ask them to let people know, either to move down or turn the music off. And a lot of times, though, it's people at red lights that are sitting there on the red light. They're blasting their music. A lot of times it's outside. They're honking the horn. But I like to think every time I hear a noise outside, I'm outside the whole time. Every time I hear something, we're hopefully pretty quick to try to address that issue.
Has the closure of F Street had any effect on the issues that you've described with respect to noise from vehicles?
It has. It has. It's not even pertaining to our business as well. There's been instances where ambulances and fire trucks not related to us are driving by and they get stuck there. There's vans and buses and cars. They're doing drop-offs at the hotel. They're coming in there. They're getting stuck there. They're regular vehicles driving. 9th Street is a main thoroughway going into Virginia, going down to Main Street in DC. So a lot of people use that road. A lot of people cut through on F Street, and they get stuck there on that closure there. Now, that closure, I'm not sure why it happened. We've got different answers about that. The first answer I heard, there was a manhole cover that blew up. Then I heard it was a water main break. It's some kind of utility work that's been going on now. I would like to say maybe for the last 2 months now, but we can't get a straight.
This is at 10th Street.
No, yeah, that's on 10th Street. Initially, what they did was they actually shut down F Street from 9th to, I believe, all the way to 11th Street for one weekend. And then the following weekend, they just closed down the 10th and 9th, I'm sorry, the F and 10th Street intersection. They closed that. So if you're driving on F Street going towards 10th, it's closed off. And likewise, if you're driving on F Street from the other side, from 11th Street driving to 10th, that area is cordoned off.
And just to be clear, that's created some problems on F in front of your establishment?
Well, yeah, it has. I mean, people can't pass through.
Okay. Now, you mentioned the hotel across the street, and you mentioned buses. Do they frequently have buses?
Yeah, there's vans, there's cars that do drop-offs over there as well. Sometimes there's buses that do drop-offs over there as well.
And where is that hotel in relation to the Ventana?
That's next door to Ventana. It's on the corner of 9th and F. It used to be the Marriott, but they sold it, I think, a little bit before COVID. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe now it's just the Riggs Hotel. It's called the Riggs Hotel now.
All right. And is the entrance on F or is it on 9th?
The entrance is on F Street, right on the corner of 9th and F.
So it's
But
basically,
it is on F. It's facing F Street, correct?
it's across the street from your establishment.
Not directly, but it's right next to across the street from us.
Okay. Now, you've been there since 2006. Have there been issues or complaints about noise from your establishment since 2006?
Not in the beginning. I'm not sure if there were residents that were living there at that time. And we weren't really getting complaints. Sometimes Miss Joanne Newhouse would complain about the parking outside, that people would park outside on the streets and there wouldn't be any parking. But there wasn't really, sometimes she would make, she would ask why it was noisy outside, but it wasn't something that to the effect where we were I can't recall being protested for something like that. I believe the complaint started coming maybe around 2017, I believe.
Okay. We've seen in the investigators report evidence of various soundproofing measures that were taken. When was that installed? When did you first endeavor to mitigate sound from the building?
Initially, my business partner, Antonis Karagunas, I believe, had spoken to Mr. Michael Schenkel. And he had mentioned that sometimes he could hear noise in the back. Every time we would take the trash out, there was a door. We would open the door. And when the door would open, he could hear noise out there. So what we did, we added a double door in the back. And we added foam, soundproof foaming in the back. And that, I believe, from what I understand, fixed the problem in the back. Whereas I had security back there, so every time a busboy would go outside to throw the trash, the door would open, but he would close it, and then the secondary door would open, and then that would close as well. So at no time was there a door really open so sound could go out in the back. The only thing you really hear, I believe, in the back right now is just the air conditioned units from the restaurants next door to me. But
so when do we think that was done? When's your best estimation?
best estimation was in 2019.
Okay. Now, prior to that, was there any soundproofing in the building?
Just we had placed soundproofing foam on the main floor where the speakers are, and we had also placed yoga mats underneath the base cabinets to control the vibration.
And when did you do that?
Maybe 2019. The yoga mats, the foam, that initial foam that we put up there for the main floor by the speakers, maybe 2017 or 2018.
So that was before any protests had been filed, correct?
I believe so. I believe my dates are a little warped because we're closed for COVID, but I think 2018 was the protest, the original one, I believe, or 2019. I believe was the original protest.
Prior to this protest, you said that you had heard from this new house. Did you hear from anyone else in the neighborhood about any issues with the establishment?
I started hearing from Ashley Steinberg around 2017. I had met her outside. She came and introduced herself, maybe 2016 or 2017. She came and introduced herself, and I gave her my contact info. And I told her, listen, if there's anything you need, or if there's any concerns or anything, please give out my number to everyone, and please feel free to call me or text me. Or
and was that taken advantage of?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
How often?
It would stagger. There would be times where it would be maybe a couple times a night. There would be times maybe I didn't hear from her. Maybe she was out of town. I'm not sure. I didn't hear from her for a couple of weeks. Might be times where maybe once a weekend or a couple times a weekend. It would stagger.
Now, in terms of, you've heard the complaints about noise. Have steps been taken to alleviate the situation concerning noise? I'll ask you that first, and then we'll get to other steps that you might be considering taking.
Well, we started installing soundproof foam. I believe it was May of 2020. I believe we started installing soundproof foam in the foyer, in the front entrance, and on the walls, on the ceilings. And actually, prior, I believe in 2019, we found, because there was a leak on the ceiling on the top floor, and when we fixed it, we actually found, we weren't aware of this, there was actually a skylight. So there was a drop ceiling, it was a ceiling, but underneath, hidden behind that, there was a skylight. So once we found that there was a skylight, we actually closed that off. That was in 2019. But in 2020, we started installing the soundproofing foam in the front foyer. We start in the front entrance on the doors, on all the windows. We closed all the windows that existed. We put plywood, foam, plywood again, and foam again. I know there was a picture that was shown that was missing one of the foams. Behind that foam, there was plywood and then more foam. Sometimes those foams tear apart. It's foam. It's not, metal. So, we try to find where they are and replace them and glue new foam on there when we can, when we see it.
And why were those steps taken? What was it that made you think that would be effective in terms of mitigating noise?
Well, the neighbors across the street were complaining they could hear the bass. And they could feel the bass, and they could hear music coming out. We had two doors, two entrance doors, and the entrance doors were not spaced out too far apart, maybe 4 feet away from each other. So when we had people leaving, one door would open, the other door would open, basically. And then when people are entering, one door would open, the other door would open pretty much almost at the same time. So there'd be times when both doors were open.
All right, but before we get to the doors, I want to go back to the foam. You installed foam.
Yes.
What was it that made you believe that that would be effective in mitigating noise from the establishment?
Well, soundproofing foam, I thought that maybe that might control the sound coming out from there. And the fact that there was a bay window there that had glass, I thought maybe sound could be escaping from there as well. And I thought maybe if we put soundproofing foam through the ceiling, through the walls, through the staircase, everywhere, that would control sound from escaping from the front doors and going outside.
Okay. And did there come a time that you consulted or attempted to consult with noise professionals in terms of what other steps might be taken?
We had a gentleman that came in to see our sound system so we can lower maybe the amplification on the bass. And he did some work for that. But as a sound engineer, no, we didn't have an acoustic expert come in and take a look at the venue.
Okay. But you said that you had the sound guy that looked at the system.
Yeah.
What was it that he told you and advised you?
I mean, he told us to move some of the bass cabinets and to lower the amps, and that's what we did.
Okay. Now, you've also done. Let me withdraw that. So, as of March of 20, you were closed, right?
Yeah, March. I can't remember exact day. March 13. Whenever that went into effect for the COVID closures. It was March, maybe 14th, whatever that Saturday night was. I believe starting that Monday, that's when those closures began. So that Saturday was our last night that we were open. Could have been March 14th, I believe, or 13th. And we were closed until we were allowed to reopen again in June of 2021.
Did the COVID closures and the financial impact on your business have any effect on steps that you might have been willing to take with respect to mitigation of noise?
I mean, we took a serious financial hit. I'm not going to lie. I didn't even know if we were going to be able to stay open. The things that helped us was the mayor and the DC council when they had the funds, the bridge funds, and all the other little funds that they had that they could help the businesses survive. That helped us a lot. But at one point we didn't even know if we were going to open again because we didn't know how long that was going to stretch. Initially, it was supposed to be 15-day closure, which we were fine with 15 days. That was fine. But then it stretched to 15 months. And honestly, we didn't even know if we were going to open in June, to be honest. And then when word came out that we're allowed to open, that was maybe another 2-3 months later, we would have had to close down for good if we couldn't open.
So you're taking some steps now, and you have been taking steps in the last few weeks in an effort to mitigate sound further. Is that correct?
Yeah, but we took some steps even when we were closed for COVID. I know that wanted to be proactive just in case we were gonna open up. So in January of 2020, we ordered and installed sound dampening insulators. And I believe that was in January of 2020. We bought those insulators, and then again in May of 2021, we bought more acoustical panels, the egg crate acoustical panels, and more sound dampening insulators. Mostly I just wanted to make sure that, we weren't there for months. I wanted to update everything, make sure that everything was fine if by chance we could open again. Now, by May, I believe we knew that we were going to open, I think, in June. I think the mayor had already made the announcement, I believe. So we went ahead and bought more foam to actually foam a little bit more of the area.
So
Replace some of the foam that needed replacing.
So the work that was done January of 20, that was actually prior to COVID, correct?
Yes, actually that was prior to COVID. Yes, because COVID we closed in March of 2020. Yeah.
March of 20.
Yeah, and then again in May of 2021, and then again we bought more acoustical foam in July of 2021, and we bought, I believe, in July of 2021 we also bought curtains, soundproofing curtains as well.
Okay. Over the last couple of years, approximately how much money have you spent on sound mitigation efforts?
Including just recently in the last couple of weeks?
Yeah.
I would say well over $40,000.
All right. Now, it's suggested that what you've done the last couple of weeks, which we'll talk about what it is in a minute, that's only being done, and then you only react when you're faced with a protest hearing. Is there any truth to that?
Well, we had a mediation hearing in March, I believe. And in that mediation hearing, the neighbors had mentioned about adding additional doors. So I spoke to my business partner, and we reached out to a company that the company's called SoundCow, that does acoustical panels and foam and whatnot. And we came up with an idea to build a sound barrier wall, and a new foyer and a new hallway, and install new doors. So they told us what to order. They sent us the schematics. They sent us a detail instructions how to build it. We received that material April. We had ordered it prior, I believe, to Investigator Glasgow coming in there, and when they came, it was the following week. And then once the materials came, we began construction, and we finished that construction. And we added a new soundproofing wall, a barrier, and we added 3 solid core doors, additional doors to the 2 doors that we currently have.
Okay, now, in terms of the work that you did you consult with experts as to what should be done?
The company, it's called SoundCow. They're based in Pennsylvania. We had reached out to another, it was a company in Florida. It was Acoustical Architect Engineers. We had reached out to them in March as well to be able to maybe fly them in so they could come and take a look at the place for a couple nights that we're open, and recommend what we can do. Now, they had mentioned to me that it was their busy season. They'll get back to us, but it wouldn't probably be until July. So once they told us that, I reached out to SoundCow and I spoke with them, and they recommended us to build a sound barrier wall. They recommended the exact equipment that needed to be used, and they gave us detailed instructions how to build it.
And have you built that?
Yes, sir. We finished it last weekend. Last weekend was the first weekend, I believe, that we had the installed with 2 doors. We're still waiting for the 3rd solid core door to come in. It was just delayed in shipment. I believe, hopefully, I'm waiting for it actually today to come in so we can install it for this weekend. So once that door is installed, that would be the 3rd door. Right now, there are current 2 doors, the sound barrier, and 2 solid core doors. But we have the framing for the 3rd door.
So is that in effect like a vestibule?
I'm sorry?
Is that like a vestibule?
That will hopefully prevent any sound from coming outside from the main floor. In addition to that, we also moved our DJ booth that was located near the front door. We moved that DJ booth to the opposite side of the main floor. So the monitors and the speakers that were there were moved on the other side as well. So there wouldn't be as much noise escaping through the front door.
Okay,
That was completed last week as well.
I would ask Abertech to allow Ms. Johannes to share and pull up 17 applicants.
I'm sorry, Miss Foxconn, can you please allow Miss Johannes to share her screen, please? Ms. Foxconn, can you please? Okay, go ahead.
Everyone see 17?
Yes. Mr. Marmaris, can you identify Exhibit 17? Can you see it?
Yes, sir. Those are the two original double doors that are the entrance to come into the business. And on the side are foam acoustical foam that we had installed there. That acoustical foam we installed back in 2020 or 2019.
So that's what existed previously, correct?
Yes.
All right. Johannes, Exhibit 18, please.
Can you see Exhibit 18?
Yes, that's another view of the front doors.
Okay, so that's what existed previously.
Yes, yeah. That's another view. It looks like one door is open. The internal doors are open. Those are the external doors out there.
Okay, Exhibit 19. And what do we see there?
That is the new sound wall that we installed while it was being installed. That's so that's a door, that frame you see there, that's one solid core door that we installed. The door to the right is the other solid core door that we installed. Then when you go into that hallway, there's a third solid core door that is waiting for us to be installed once it comes in, hopefully this week today.
Okay, so the door
on the wall, I'm sorry, on the wall we have on that wall. Okay, so inside that wall is a special sound quieting structure that's inside framed. Then we have this insulation, it's called QuickBat. Then we have another insulation that's called Quick Barrier. Then it's closed with insulating gaps that go in between the frames or wouldn't escape through the frames. Then it's closed with boards, and on the outside we put sound dampening foam as well on the outside.
Okay, so looking at Exhibit 19, as you've said, there are two doors that are shown, one to the left and one to the right, correct?
Yes, correct. Now that door is always shut. The way we did it this weekend, that door is always going to be shut unless the first door that you're seeing, that's close by the staircase, right there. That door will always be shut.
Left or right, please?
Left, please. Left. I'm sorry, left.
Okay. So looking through the left door, what is it that you see through the left door?
I see our two doors. Well, I see the one door that is part of the two doors, original doors that were there for our entrance, are the original doors.
Okay. And then the second door that we saw in 17 and 18, that's been removed?
No, the original doors are still there. We haven't removed them. No, they're still going to be there.
There's 3 sets of doors to get outside?
There's going to be 5 sets of doors to get outside. I mean, there's the original 2 doors. Then you have this door on the left, which will always be closed unless we're close the club and everyone's leaving. Then we have the doors to the right Those doors are always closed unless people come from the hallway and open those doors to come inside, and then they close automatically once there's no one pushing the door. And then there's another set of doors inside. That's a hallway in there. You can't see it from that picture. There's a hallway in there that leads to another set of doors. Those doors are also closed automatically unless someone pushes them to go outside. So in essence, if someone is leaving the club, they're opening the first door. They're going to the right, walking around a V-shaped hallway. That first door closes. They open the secondary door. The secondary door, they go through there. Then they open the two doors that lead to going outside.
Okay. Operationally, so it just is the theory here that if there are no continuous open doors from the inside to the outside, that will mitigate sound. Is that the theory here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So operationally, how will you ensure that at least one of the doors to the outside is closed when people are entering or exiting the establishment?
Well, we have, right when you come in from the original double doors, we have a security personnel over there. And then when they go through the hallway, there's another security person that's stationed. You'll see to the right, there's a main bar. So there'll be another security guy stationed right there, close to where that trash can is, to make sure that that door is closed. Now, with that said, if there's an emergency or something that happens, obviously we have to open up those doors, all the doors. But the theory is that if we could keep that door, if those doors are shut while someone else is leaving, hopefully the sound is not going to escape.
Okay. And when was this finished?
Well, this was finished last week. So the past weekend we just had was the first night that we had it. But mind you, though, in the inside where the hallway is, those are the other set of doors. Those are the doors that we're waiting for to arrive. They just got delayed in shipment. They didn't come with the other ones. I believe they were special ordered. That's why. And I was told that hopefully they'll be in this week, maybe even today. Once they come in, we can install the door. It's easy to install it because the frame is already there.
Ms. Johannes, show us please Exhibit 20A. Is that 20A? Okay, there we go. What are we looking at there?
So that's when you're going around the V-shaped hallway. What you're looking directly is that door that you could see in the previous picture that was on the left side. That's the door that always remains shut, unless there's an emergency, obviously. So whatever sound coming from inside cannot escape from that door. That's a solid core door. Then you can't see it from the picture. You might be able to see it on top because there's a frame there. Right after that gray wall is where the double doors are to the right to go outside.
Okay, so this is the opposite side of the door.
I believe where that picture was taken, I believe it's maybe about a foot in front of the frame of the door that we're waiting to install. So that would be the other door that would be right there.
All right, so just so we're clear, this is the opposite side of the door on the left that we saw in Exhibit 19.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's the opposite side. Yes.
Ms. Johannes, 20B, please. So what do we see in this picture?
I think that's wrapping around the hallway, I believe, going towards the main floor door.
Okay. And then
You see that frame? You can see that frame over there?
where?
Right there. You can see the frame on the wall. That's where the other door will be installed, I believe.
Ms. Johannes, 20C, please. What do we see here?
That's when you walk in and you wrap around the V shape, a hallway. Those are the double set doors that lead to the actual main floor of the club.
Okay, so walk in the front door, walk us through, tell us where these are coming in the front door.
So if you're outside, you go
Right.
through 2 original doors. Then you turn left, you go through 1 door, then you go wrap around the hallway, and then you go through that door.
And is there any music on the outside of this door?
There's no speakers installed in there. The only thing we have installed there are lights and exit signs.
Okay, so this work that you're doing, what's the goal? What are we trying to do here?
The goal is to mitigate the sound that the neighbors are saying they could hear and to make the neighbors happy.
If this doesn't work, what are you going to do?
Call in a sound engineer maybe to help us out. I mean, I'm hoping that's going to work. I'm hoping. Now, listen, I'll be honest with you. When I saw Ashley, she came by on Saturday night just to say hello. It was really cold outside, so it was a quick conversation. And she just came to say hello. And I actually asked her because I couldn't hear sound coming out. And I asked her, I'm like, Ashley, what do you think now? Do you think it's better? And she told me, she's like, listen, I can still hear it in my room. Now, I couldn't hear it outside. Maybe when that 3rd door gets installed, I'm hoping that's going to help. I'm hoping, but it didn't sound like to me. Now, sound travels, I'm not sure, but outside, we were on the sidewalk in front of the club, so I couldn't hear anything. I'll be honest with you, I couldn't hear, but Ashley did say that she could hear, she could still hear something in her room.
Okay.
Now, mind you, that 3rd door hasn't been installed yet, so I'm hoping that 3rd door is going to be huge once that 3rd door comes, because then essentially the other door is closed while people are leaving.
So am I hearing that you're committed to resolving this problem?
Oh, 100%. We've been there for 16 years. The neighbors are nice to me. They're not, obviously I spend most of my time outside, keeping an eye, make sure there's not cars out there making too much noise, or they're not people outside singing happy birthday. And there's more, I spend a lot of time doing that outside, but honestly, the neighbors, Ashley and I believe, have a great relationship. She's very kind to me. She's very nice to me. I haven't had any issues with any of the neighbors. Every time they approach me, they're very polite. They're nice people, and, we're nice. I mean, we have a great relationship. She calls me or texts me if there's an issue, and we address it. And, even in the text messages, you can see she thanks me all the time. And I try to help out, and we have a good relationship. It's an honest relationship. She honestly tells me when there's sound coming out there. I honestly try to fix it. There are other times that, I'm there to help her. I've told her anytime she needs anything. I remember one time there was an event next door to us, the restaurant, I believe, had an event there, and there was a lot of sound coming out at that event, and she went over there to talk with them, and they were very rude to her, and I actually had to send my security there to make sure that, whatever promoter was talking to her like that, that was disrespecting her, make sure it was, he wouldn't, do anything to her. There were other times. One time she needed for an event our stanchions, I gave it to her, because I like her. She's a great person. And all the neighbors are great. I don't have an issue with with the neighbors. Just so I want to fix the problem.
I got it. Okay, so let's move on, and let's move on to another area. We talked about security. What's generally, and we'll have your director of security on briefly later. What do you do about security at the establishment?
And once it's inside or outside? You're talking about outside, correct?
Let's talk about outside.
Okay, well, outside we have any given night, depending on the weather, obviously, I like to have at least 10 security guards out there. Their responsibilities range from checking IDs, patting people down and wanding people down, securing the lines, make sure nobody tries to sneak in without getting their IDs checked, going up and down the line to make sure We try to do a single file line. They go up and down the line to see if anybody's drinking in line. We make sure we don't let that person in line inside the club. I have security outside that sometimes go to vehicles. I ask them to go to vehicles and tell them to ask the person in the vehicle to lower their music, or and if that doesn't work, I send the RDO. Most of the time, everyone's compliant. Now, there are a lot of times where there's loud music.
Yeah, magic words. Let's talk about that.
Yes, sir. We do. We've always had RDO when we were allowed to have it. We've had it for years. Well over 10 years we've had, or as long as it was available. Even before, I think it was something that was reimbursed with ABRA, I believe. We had RDO before that as well. So I like to have police officers out there. It makes my life a lot easier. I love it. I love having officers out there. But lately, I guess there's been a shortage of officers. We're supposed to have 2 officers every Friday and Saturday night. They're supposed to come in at 11:30 p.m. and work until 3:30 a.m. I would say in the last, maybe in the last like 3-4 months, we've been lucky if it's 75% of the times we've only received 1 officer. And then there's been at least a half a dozen times in the last 2-3 months where we haven't received any officers. Actually, this week, I just got an email saying that we may not have officers this week because there's a shortage again in officers. But I love them when I have them there.
Okay, so you said you're supposed to have RDO Friday and Saturday night. Is there any requirement?
No, actually, we're not supposed to have RDO. We want to have RDO, and that's why we have it. But we haven't been required to have RDO.
That's what I wanted to clarify. That's a decision that your establishment made and you've done voluntarily, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Last question. Has this establishment, which has been, you said has been open since April of 2006, is that correct?
April 1st, 2006, on April Fool's Day.
Okay. Have you ever had an ABRA violation?
No, we haven't. We have had 0 ABRA violations.
Not one?
Not one.
No further questions, thank you.
I close now, Ms. Johannes, please close the screen. Ms. Steinberg.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Hi, Jimmy.
Hey, Ashley.
Thank you for the kind words, and the feeling is very much mutual.
Oh, it's true. It's not a lie. It's true.
So just a few questions. It sounds like you agree with us that we shouldn't be hearing club noise in our apartment, whether it's music or crowd noise, right?
Yeah, I don't have any disagreement with that, of course.
So if ABRA issues an order and says, you guys need to do the things that you say you're going to do, which is get this extra sound engineer guy, continue working on all of these mitigating measures, and enforce your security plan, you wouldn't object because you believe that that's what you're supposed to be doing anyways.
Yeah, a lot of the things we've already doing a lot of those things. I'm not objecting to doing some of the things that we saw we talked about in the mediation. There's no objection to that.
So yeah, just to be clear, if ABRA tells you, like at the end of this hearing, we want you to continue with the sound mitigation and adhere to that rule and hire the independent sound engineer and take whatever measures so that there's no noise heard in the residences, and separately that you adhere to the protocols of either your current or updated security plan, you'd have no problem with that.
I have no problem with that because we already adhere to our security plan.
Objection. It's in terms of adhering to a security plan, I think that's the law anyway if it's compliant with ABRA, so I'm not really sure what.
Mr. Klein, what's the nature of your objection, sir?
And number one, it's a compound question. There were a bunch of questions in there. Answer. And the second, in terms of objection to complying with security plan, if he's filed it with your agency, they're obligated to comply. That's the law.
Mr. Klein, she's asking your client a question. I mean, of course, there are security plans, settlement agreement, and folks haven't complied with. So she's asking She's asking him if Abra orders, will he comply? I mean, I think he could surprise us both and say he's not gonna comply. So I'm gonna overrule the objection and allow the question. Sir. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
definitely comply with it. We've been complying it for 16 years and God willing, another 16 years. So, I mean, of course we're going to comply with it.
Okay, we'll be presenting some rebuttal evidence later about compliance with the security plan, but I want to focus on this continued line. Okay, so you're aware that Abra investigator John Fiorentine visited our units back in August of 2021 after you requested that we set up that Abra visit, right? Or better put, are you aware that that happened?
I am aware. Yeah, I am aware now since the mediation when I was told at the mediation hearing.
So, sorry.
At the mediation hearing, that's when I became aware of it. I wasn't told when he was over there. He never came to us. He never came to Ultra Bar. He never introduced himself. I didn't even had any idea that he was inside there at your home.
Oh, so you weren't aware that your counsel told us that as a condition of negotiating with you, we had to invite Abra?
I was aware of that. I was aware of that, but I wasn't aware that he actually paid the visit.
Hold on, man.
Mr. Romero, can I object? You stop talking. So the objection is we're in the settlement discussions. That's what we are. Council told us in connection with settlement discussions X.
But Mr. Klein, I'm not sure if that was a question that was asked. I think that I think your client responded, I wasn't aware until this happened in mediation. So she wasn't asking him about what. I don't take the question as her asking him about what happened in mediation. Maybe you need to tell your client that he needs to be more mindful in his answers. I mean, well, not now, but I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead, Ms. Steinberg.
Thank you.
But hold on. I just want to remind both parties. The board mediation, what happens in mediation, conversations that were made in mediations, agreements that were reached in mediations, these are confidential agreements. Clearly, the parties did not did not sign a settlement agreement. That is one of the reasons why we're here today. I do not want any questions to be asked about what happened in mediation, and neither do I want intentionally or unintentionally any answers to state that I was at settlement agreement and this is what they asked for and this is what I do. Okay. Clearly, this matter was not settled. We're at a hearing today, and so whatever happens, whatever positions were taken by each side at a mediation or settlement conference, it is not relevant to this board, and the board will not listen or consider that. Okay, let's move on. Ask your question.
Yeah, understood. And just to be clear, I'm not asking in any way about the content of settlement negotiations or what was said in mediation. I'm asking about the pattern of engagement between the parties. And so, Jimmy, I'll ask the next question, which is, are you aware that over the past several months, we've been trying to reach out to you through your counsel to discuss mitigation measures like, can we meet? Can we talk? Can we discuss options? Are you aware of all of that outreach?
Objection, Mr. Chairman, same thing. I mean, if she's reaching out through counsel, presumably it's discussed settlement, and we're tipped off. Excuse me, Ms. Steinberg, please let me finish. We're tipped off by the PIF, which I frankly had drafted a motion to strike and didn't file it. That has a long discussion about their frustration with settlement talks, with which we don't agree, but are just not relevant. So in terms of, we tried to engage with your counsel, ask him about his availability. I mean, he's testified pretty clearly that he was available, and they had a very continuous text.
Now counsel is testifying.
Hold on, Ms. Steinberg. Hold on, please.
They had a very continuous text relationship, and it seems to me that that's what's appropriate, not what she may or may not have asked counsel or what counsel may or may not have said. It's just not appropriate.
All right, Mr. Klein, I'm going to overrule the objection. All the question is that, are you aware that we have been trying to reach you? That's all she's asking. I mean, She can say yes, he's aware, or no, he's aware. That's all she's asking. She's asking a question, and I'm going to overrule the objection. Answer the question if he can answer the question, please.
So what's the question again?
Are you aware? Go ahead, ma'am.
Are you aware that over the past several months, we've been trying to reach out to you?
I'm aware you've been trying to reach to me personally or to my lawyer.
Well, to Ultrabar, the establishment.
I know you've been in correspondence with my lawyer. I haven't received, other than when you send me a text message about it's noisy outside, I haven't received any, you haven't contacted me personally.
Okay, we'll just keep on moving on since this is such a contentious topic. It sounds like, based on your testimony that you just gave, that you really, you feel for our situation, that you're trying to take steps to mitigate, to reduce the noise, right?
Correct.
So you'll see that the earliest text message in exhibit, well, we don't need it up, but in the exhibit that I presented, was 2016. I'm wondering why a majority of the work that seems to have been done was in the last 2 weeks, despite the years of continued text messages between us about the noise.
Well, work started in really 2019, but a lot of the text messages that I was getting was about people outside and vehicles. A lot of the text messages were people outside being allowed, vehicles being allowed outside.
You don't know how many text messages, or I assume you don't know off the top of your head how many text messages I sent you asking if you could turn down the noise, if you could turn down the music or turn down the bass. Do you recall those text messages
Not off
too?
the top of my head, no. But
Yeah.
I know you've sent text messages about that, and
Yeah.
we would make sure that hopefully the doors would be closed, or we would do something. I would physically go lower the volume a little bit on the main floor.
Yeah. No, and that was very much appreciated. As the point person for our building, I would reach out to you when either me or any of my neighbors were having issues with the noise. My question is, do you think that this is a good system, that in real time we text you when we hear the noise and you run around having to deal with it? Like, do you think that this is a good way of doing things?
Well, it's a hands-on system. It shows that I'm there to listen to you, but I would prefer that I wouldn't be getting those text messages.
So would we, exactly. You would prefer, right, that there's just no noise to begin with, and then you don't need to deal with this at 3 a.m.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, would anyone want to deal with it?
Right, exactly. That's what I was asking. So, but it does feel like a lot of what's happened recently, a lot of the steps that have been taken recently, it just started because, can you, give me 1 second. What is there to suggest that there is anything other than the fact that this ABRA protest was looming that Ultrabar finally decided to take these steps? Because we've been complaining for years and nothing was done.
Objection is irrelevant.
It's the point. Oh, sorry. Am I allowed to respond yet?
You're responding to me, ma'am.
Sorry. Ultrabar's motivation for undertaking these steps matters because what we're asking ABRA to do is issue an order requiring them to do so. After the protest hearing is over, there's nothing incentivizing them to continue to do this, because unless you tell them to. That's really the argument that we're making, that we need your help in enforcing what they say they're going to do. So I think the timing of the implementation of these measures matters a lot.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Answer the question, sir, if you can.
I mean, the implementation began in 2019.
Well, what's the evidence that these steps work then, I guess? Or actually, let me rephrase that. Is your goal to get to a place where we're not experiencing any noise?
My goal is to make everyone happy. That's my goal.
I know
I
that.
want to make everyone happy. Okay?
I know.
And I want to make you happy. I want to make everyone happy. I want to make myself happy.
So it sounds like you are willing to keep on surging ahead and taking more and undertaking more of these measures
until we get to a place where the residents aren't texting you a billion times a night.
100%. And even if there's, I'm confident, even if we do find an answer where there's absolutely zero sound coming out, it's an ever-evolving business. I'm sure that we always evolve, we always change things, we always fix things to make it better. So I'm sure there's always going to be things that we'll see that we think that we can improve on our end as well. So it's not something that even if we do mitigate this and there isn't sound coming out, it doesn't mean that I'm going to stop from trying to, improve, make it even better. Obviously, that's what we do. That's why we've been there for 16 years.
So it sounds like, okay, let's talk a little bit about the work that you said that was done prior to COVID. So Supervisor Investigator John Fiorentine visited in August of 2021. What work had been done and documented quite clearly that he experienced the noise from inside of Mr. Spooner's unit?
When the doors were open, he experienced the noise, correct?
So that's one of us later will testify. Well, Mr. Schenkel and Mr. Spooner will testify that that's somewhat of an incomplete sentence because the noise was audible the whole time.
Let them testify later, and let's not have Ms. Steinberg testify now.
Okay.
No problem. I was just clarifying. So the nature of my question then is, and actually I was responding to what your client said. So anyways, what I was going to ask was, given that Mr. Fiorentine experienced the noise in August 2021, after some measures had been taken, those measures were insufficient because he could still hear the noise, correct?
Are you asking me that question?
Yeah. Like, were those measures sufficient?
Yeah, according to him, yes, he said he could hear the noise.
Right. So is the plan then to get a sound engineer? What guarantee after this protest hearing is open, if ABRA doesn't condition the renewal of the license with these conditions attached that we're asking for, what guarantee is it that you'll continue moving forward with getting a sound engineer?
It's my intention to get a sound engineer. I have no problem getting a sound engineer. My word is that we're going to get a sound engineer. If it makes you happy to get a sound engineer, I'll be happy to get a sound engineer. If we have an open relationship, I think you know that when I say that, if you complain about something, I'm trying to fix it, it gets fixed. And I'm there for you. So, but to bring a sound engineer in there is not a problem. We're not contesting that. That's not an issue. We can do that.
So great. That's good to know.
We can do that.
Great. We'd love that to be enforceable. So I have a question about doors, and I have a question about the sound person that you hired, or the resume that was submitted as exhibit. Give me a second. Exhibit 2, John Fiorito from Miami.
Is there a question?
Yeah, that's the sound I'm confirming with your client. Was that the sound person that you're talking about hiring, or is this somebody you've already hired?
No. That's not the sound engineer.
Objection. The fact that we included an exhibit, which we have not introduced and it's not referenced, does not make it relevant at this point. And I don't think this was listed as an exhibit, and I don't know.
All right. I was looking at the documents because I do see in the PIP, although the PIP is not in the record as yet, but I just want to remind you, Ms. Steinberg, I need you to spend most of your time on direct for your case rather than cross-examine. I need you to vigorously cross-examine the witness, but remember, you also have an hour to present your case, and you might be eating up a lot of your time in cross-examination.
Okay, I'll say. Oh, sorry.
But I see in the PIP, that's what I was also looking at. I do see the name, and I was looking for the resume. So, but I'm not sure if that's something that you want to raise at this point, or you wait if they call that person.
Well, I just wanted to ask if Jimmy was friends with him, because it looks like that person worked at 911 F Street back in the 2000s, and so I wanted to know if Jimmy had a prior relationship with that person that they were going to hire. That was my question to Jimmy.
relevance of that is?
Indication of bias.
I'm gonna sustain the objection, ma'am. I mean, it's you said indication of bias. I mean, people know people, but why don't you? I think if the person testify, if his resume said that he is, then you can ask that person if they testify.
Okay, sorry for not understanding the process. I take your point that we should preserve more of our time, and so I think it sounds like we're all in agreement that things should be fixed, so we have no further questions.
Any questions of this witness by the board?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Great. Just for the record, also, the name of that club used to be the Vault. That was the first club that was in your building.
Yes, sir. It
Years
was
ago.
Vault,
Vault.
Babylon, Home Nightclub, and I believe the first one was the first incarnation of a nightclub. It was called Casbar. I believe at that time the owner actually was living on the upstairs floor. It was his condo up there as well.
Well, okay, I'm glad your memory is great, and thank you for that. And what is the capacity of your club?
739 people.
739. Now, with all the new construction you've done for sound mitigation and all at the front door and all at the back door, were all of those plans approved by the fire marshal's office or the building code or DCRA?
For the soundproofing?
For all the work you've done on the exit doors, egress, coming and going with 730 people in your club. Did you get building permits to do that work?
We filed for building permits, yes. But in that wall, we built a hallway.
Let me finish my question, please.
Yeah.
You filed for building permits. Were they approved for 730 people coming and going out of that vault? I mean, out of your club?
I believe so.
No further questions. No further questions. I got what I needed on the record. Thank you very much. That's all I needed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions by any of the board members? Ms. Steinberg, any questions directly related to the question we asked by Mr. Short? Thank you. Mr. Klein, any questions directly related to the question asked by Mr. Short? Mr. Klein.
Yes. Mr. Marmaris, you have a certificate of occupancy, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And what's the number on that certificate of occupancy?
739.
And any building permits that would have been filed for would have been with respect to that use at that premises, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Thank you. All right. Do you have another witness, Mr. Klein? And I'm going to be a little bit liberal with the time with both sides, but you.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Short.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to clarify for the record. I would like to clarify for the record.
Mr. Short, hold on, Mr. Short. We're not in a question period, so I'm not trying to figure out what is it you're trying to clarify.
Okay. Can I tell you what it is?
What is it that you're trying to ask, sir?
Thank you. The question asked was, since those new constructions has been done on all those doors, were there building permits done and were they approved by the city? Just for the records, if anything ever happens, I want it on the record that someone from the city did ask, were those approved improvements made and were they certified by the building codes? That's all I wanted to certify. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for letting me get that in.
All right, thank you, Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, there's all right. Do you have, as I said before, I've not been holding people specifically to an hour because an hour might not be, but you did spend a significant amount of time with our first witness. How many more witnesses did you say you have, sir?
One, possibly two.
All right. So just want to remind you of your time limits and how much time you have utilized, and you've used a significant, you've used 2/3 of your time so far. but I'll be somewhat liberal with both sides with their time, but just want to let folks know that to be mindful of the time. Who's your next witness, sir?
Mr. Galen Epps.
Mr. Who?
Galen Epps.
Is Mr. Epps, is he on the line? Do we need to, I've not heard that name before, so is this someone that we need to elevate his rights? Because I did not hear his name earlier.
We didn't elevate him.
Is Mr. Epps waiting to be elevated? Is he in the queue? I'll ask Miss Foshman, do you see Mr. Epps? You said his name is Mr. Klein, Galen Epps?
Yeah.
Ms. Foshman, do you see a Mr. Epps waiting to be elevated?
Hello?
I'm sorry, is that you, Mr. Epps? I don't
Yes,
see
I'm
you.
Mr. Epps. I'm present.
All right, Mr. Epps, do you have a camera? Because I can't see you. I don't see
I
your name.
do have a camera, but I believe I'm having the same issues that Mr. Marmaris was having.
All right, well, Mr. Epps, can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Klein, can you please ask him to spell his name for the record, please?
Yes, Mr. Epps. Spell your name for the record, please.
Sure. It's a Galen, first name, last name Epps, EPPS.
And what is your relation to Ultra Bar Crime?
I'm the head of security of Ultra Bar.
How long have you been head of security?
I've been head of security for 4 years.
And did you work for the establishment prior to that?
Yes, I did. I've been employed at Ultra Bar since 2014.
And what were you employed as previously prior to being head of security?
I came on in 2014 as a security and worked as security until I was promoted.
And what are your duties as head of security?
As head of security, I do all the scheduling, most of the hiring. I prepare all of the police incident reports for our on-site detail. I also am one of the ABRA managers for the establishment, so I engage with ABRA investigators or anyone who has any questions when they make their visits. I also obviously run the security and do all the paperwork and security plans, stuff like that.
Have you had any training back to security?
Hold on a minute, please. Hold on a minute, please. Mr. Epps, are you in the same location as another witness testifying here? Because I'm hearing some conflicts between that says that you might be in the same location as someone else who has an open line.
No, sir. I'm in my own house. Somebody may have their line unmuted.
All right, so I'll ask the only people who should have their lines muted are Mr. Epps. I'm sorry, unmuted are Mr. Epps and Mr. Klein. All right, go ahead, Mr. Epps, and answer the question. I apologize, sir.
Yes, Mr. Klein, can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, the question is whether you've had any specific training with respect to security.
Yes, sir. As far as specific training, I took Mr. Robert Smith's nightclub security consultant class, actually twice. I took it once as a regular security, and then I took it again as a security manager. Mr. Robert Smith is recognized across the country as an individual who's created a certification that's recognized by most nightclubs, concert venues, hotels, anyone that has any type of crowd control. He's recognized, and that certification is recognized.
And you said you took the course twice, is that right?
Yes, sir. I took the course prior to when I was promoted to security manager as a regular security, which was very helpful to me. And I thank Ultra Bar management for their investments in me and my security staff. When we came back from COVID, of course, not all the employees came back, so we thought it was proper to have everyone trained again, and I was trained again as a security manager.
And what, if you know, is Mr. Smith's qualifications for training?
Well, to my knowledge, he's recognized nationally. He is a former law enforcement He has, countless hours and hours. I think the course that I took was 16 hours. He's always open for me to reach out to him with any questions that I may have, as much as my experience has. And I always like to reach out to people who have more experience for any recommendations. And he's always been very helpful to me.
All right. In terms of Ultra Bar, what staffing do you have with respect to security in front of the establishment?
Sure. So in front of the establishment, we like to keep about 10 people, 10 security on site with all different responsibilities. 4 to 6 guys who are going to be searching, wanding. I have a couple guys who check the lines. I have ID checkers. Of course, I do not include myself in that number. I'm mostly just observing.
And do they or you take any responsibility for noise in front of the establishment?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I asked my security to ask our patrons, customers who have entered or who are waiting to enter, if they notice that they're, being unruly or raising their voices at any time, to just approach them in a professional manner. I know that it's obviously in a person's right to raise their voice as loud as they want to on the street. But our approach is always polite and professional, and most of the time it's effective. When we can ask the cars to turn their music down, we can ask anyone in line, anyone who may step out of the establishment for any reason. Of course, people are coming out to the nightclub to celebrate, and so if someone wants to come out and scream happy birthday because it's the day of their birth, we just have to, we wish them a happy birthday as well. We just ask them to keep it down and be polite. Of course, there's always a random person who wants to, say, you can't say that to me. And I always tell my guys to just continue to kill them with kindness, be professional and be polite. And like I said, 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100, it works. I mean, people really are not, they don't want to be aggressive by nature. So if you can tap into that person and have them understand that we do have neighbors, could you imagine living across and someone screaming outside your door? They kind of get the point.
And the people that are out there, they're in line to get into the establishment typically?
It depends. There's foot traffic. We are 2 streets down from Capital One Arena. So on occasion, there's concerts, there's sports, there's people that we ask to keep it down that are not there for our establishment, just out of consideration for our neighbors. Yeah, I mean, later in the night, majority of the people that are on the block are there for us, and
And with respect to those people that are waiting to get in, do you have a specific carrot that you're able to use to try to get them to?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, those people want to get into your establishment, so you can leverage that as something to get them to keep their tone down. I also have the guys that are walking up and down the line, check to make sure that people are not littering in front of our other establishments. And so they take the trash cans up and down if anybody has trash, because we do not allow food or drink in our establishment. So my security will go up and down the line with their trash cans, collect the trash, and dispose of it. But for the majority of the time, you can just say, hey, man, if you guys want to get in, just keep it down, and most people will comply.
What hours are you there?
So I get to the club around 7:30 p.m. and I do not leave until everyone is out, and that usually between 4:30 and 5 a.m. That's just a cleanup crew that's there after 3:15. The majority of the people are out of the club. By 3:15, we have cleared the club. But from 3:15 about 4:30, the cleanup crew is there.
Okay, and what does the cleanup crew do?
They clean up majority inside the club, and then once they're finished inside the club, they come outside They send 2 to 3 guys outside. They clean up our side of the block as well as across the street, whatever's left over. If you know, and I'm sure some of it is not even trash from our customers, but you know, our name is on the street sign, you know, so we try to take ownership of that and try to make it look clean. I mean, it's DC, and you know, you have lots of people that are visiting, tourists, and you know, if it's a Saturday and you know Monday morning, you want the tourists to come out there and DC look nice. So you know.
So that's done every morning after closing?
Oh yeah, every time we open, we have someone that comes out after all the streets clear, and they make sure that they're cleaning up, and that is from 9th Street to 10th Street on both sides.
So you do both sides of the street, the entire block?
That's correct.
In terms of noise from the establishment, have you experienced the issues that we've heard described today with respect to the establishment?
I would say previous to our COVID shutdown, I believe that it could be understandable that a little bit bass was making its way out of the establishment base levels. I know that since we've gotten back started since June 11th, 2021, there's been considerable changes. I've seen considerable changes inside the venue as far as the amount of work that's been done. And I've noticed a change myself. I like to do the sound checks when the DJs get started on the main floor. I like to do sound checks when I open up each floor. And just to make sure, I will step out into the yellow line in the middle of the street just to, as a guideline to see if I'm feeling or hearing any music. And I myself has noticed a considerable change in a positive direction since those changes were made.
And when did you start noticing that change?
Since we came back from COVID, and a lot more of the soundproofing has went up. I mean, there were a little bit of changes once we started putting the soundproofing up, but I think the majority of the noise, as far as the music was concerned, was aimed towards the doors being open. And so, you know, the new construction that we put in last week, to my knowledge, and the tests we've done, in my opinion, have been a great improvement.
Great. All right, I have no further questions.
Ms. Steinberg.
My neighbor Yaniv is going to ask the questions this time, if that's all right.
That is fine. I'm sorry, what's your last name again, sir?
Thank you, Chairman Donovan. Swissa, like the cheese with an A at the end.
Swissa, go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. So, I forgot your last name, sir, because it didn't appear on my screen. Can you just remind? Mr. Epps, right?
That's correct.
Mr. Epps, so your security team is particularly well trained, right? Because of these courses that you say that you've had in training them and that they've taken, right?
Yes, sir.
And so, and they're supposed to document any incidents and reports per your security plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if they were not documented, that would really concern you, right?
Yes.
And if there were evidence that they were not documented that might maybe presented to ABRA, that would concern you as well, right?
That's correct.
And if there were photos and evidence of less than 10 people outside on your security team, you could be concerned that your security wasn't showing up or had failed to do their job that you have prescribed, correct?
I wouldn't say that was correct. The pieces of my security team are interchangeable, and most times, you know, I have to have a certain amount of security, you know, attentive. So if there's an issue inside that will require more security may step inside for a moment, and the picture that is taken of me having 2 or 3 security outside may depict a different story of how many people were out there.
Oh, right. Yes, certainly in isolated events, I'd understand that. But if there were many photos on many days, that would be a concern, right?
Again, it's just all circumstantial to the type of party we have, how many people we have inside.
I'm asking about the circumstance, but I get it. I'll move on.
No, that's not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying, sir. I was just saying that we have a court reporter recording transcribing, so we can't have 2 people speaking at the same time. That's all I was trying to do, sir.
Okay, I appreciate it, Chairman Donovan. Chairman Anderson. So yeah, Mr. Epps, I'll move on from that. I think we get the point. Also, the Capital One Arena that you spoke about, are you aware if they close before 2 a.m.?
I'm not aware of their hours, no.
Or even before 1 a.m.? Would it surprise you if that were the case?
Not really. I've been to games or concerts there.
But certainly at 3 a.m., at 4 a.m., the Capital One Arena wouldn't be the ones causing the noise unless they hung around for 4 hours on the street, right?
Again, it's circumstantial. I can't speak to how it goes in the Capital One Arena and what they do afterwards.
Okay, sure, we get it. And the staff monitors for alcohol and drunkenness, right?
That's correct.
So people walking out and vomiting in front of your security guards, literally in front of their feet, would be a concern, right?
It's a
You'd do
concern
something
medically
about
for
that.
us, yes.
Yeah, so you'd call someone and you get help, right?
That's correct.
And especially if they did that on another establishment, like the Smith or Succotash right next to you, right?
That's correct. We also have an EMT on staff who does assessments.
Oh, really? Oh, that's great. And if there were evidence of these incidents happening where your staff didn't do anything in front of their faces, that would be a big concern, right?
Yes, sir.
Including a collapsed customer in front of your security team, right?
Yes, sir.
And if there were a call for an ambulance or police and there were disoriented or disabled people because they couldn't move or walk, you'd have to report that. That would be in your incident reports and you'd call the police, right?
That's correct. We call police for most medical emergencies.
And you talked about screaming. You said your staff asked for quiet, right? If they were screaming, that's what they would be doing, right? Because that's part of the plan that you mentioned, right?
That's correct. It's part of our my proactive section in my plan.
Right. And if there were evidence of people screaming with your staff not going up to them, that would be a concern, right?
Yeah, it would be a concern.
I think so.
Unless
too.
I'd had advised them not to.
Okay. And for crowd control, you talked about crowd control. If you saw tons of people walking in the middle of the street, right out your door into the middle of the street, screaming, fighting with one another, that would be a concern for your ability to manage the crowd, right? Your security wouldn't be doing their job in that case, right?
It's circumstantial. You're creating something. I'd have to be there to see.
Oh, I'll present evidence later, which is why I'm asking you, if that circumstance occurred, would that be a concern? You could say, you could say, I've never seen that circumstances, but if that existed, you don't know that if your client's running into the street screaming and fighting with one another in what you could declare havoc, you don't think that would be a concern with crowd control?
Objection. I've let it go, Mr. Chairman, but there's a lot of facts that are not in evidence. Speculation. If there's going to be testimony later, let there be testimony. But I think this line of questioning is improper. And
I'm comfortable moving on. I was just trying to question if his security team was in fact in control and if he really did have understanding and knowledge of their performance. Okay, and my last question would be, you think that all the things I mentioned and all the security things you talked about should be enforced, right? So that there shouldn't be drunkenness, there shouldn't be screaming, there shouldn't be sick people vomiting everywhere. You agree with all of that, right?
I don't agree that there shouldn't be. I agree that in a perfect world, we would have everyone go home safe and happy and healthy.
So you don't believe that your security team should be helping people who vomit at their feet?
Objection.
That was not the question.
Hold
on. What's the objection?
It's argumentative.
Donovan, I think you've made my point. We can move on. It's good. We can move on.
Thank you.
And that's the end of my questions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any questions by the board members of the witness? All right, hearing none. Any redirect, Mr. Klein?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. Do you have any more witnesses?
Just one, very briefly. Anton Skaragonis.
All right, Mr. Karagonis, I know that you're on camera earlier, so okay. Can you raise your right hand, please? Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Your witness, Mr. Klein.
Mr. Karagunis, what's your connection to Ultra Bar?
I'm one of the two owners.
Right, and have you been an owner since the beginning?
Since 2006, and actually in the venue since the 90s, promoting different nights.
All right, and do you have other experience in the business? You mentioned promoting.
Yeah, well, I started promoting back in 1994, and I've owned several businesses in the district since 2006, more than 10. So I don't know if you want me to list them, but yes.
And do you have a philosophy about how it is that you run your businesses and how it is you deal with your clientele, the adjacent neighbors?
We always try to keep a tight ship. We always have somebody in charge of the business. Although I'm connected with the different various businesses, at the end of the day, the managing partner makes a day-to-day decisions. I'm always available to consult. I always go to the different venues to see, make sure that everything is okay. But I'm mostly involved with the marketing and promotion of the businesses. So these different businesses have a joint marketing team that produces all the branding and advertising materials. That's my expertise in a sense, marketing and branding.
Great. You were here for the investigator's testimony, correct? Were you on Zoom?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And there was a discussion about calls for service to the establishment. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes.
There's-
Throughout the past 3 years or something, I don't remember the date exactly, but there were various calls. Yes.
Okay. And what is, if any, your philosophy with respect to calls for service, MPD, ambulance, what have you, to the establishment?
Well, MPD, I'm not sure if there's many calls for MPD. I didn't get the number. We always have the RDO outside, so they would be the first ones to respond. As far as the ambulance goes, I have personally been in meetings through the past 15 years, and the philosophy of ABRA for all the licensed establishments is if there's an incident that to our best of our knowledge might require medical attention, to always call, get the RDO and call an ambulance.
Okay, and is that something that you enforce in your establishment?
Absolutely.
And so is it that you don't hesitate if there's any question in terms of someone's safety to call an ambulance?
100%. Actually, I own another venue in the past, Echo Stage, and it had even more than that because the venue was larger than Ultra Bar. So it's the nature of the business. There's a lot of people inside and outside. Sometimes we have to call ambulance for incidents outside, for people that are not even in the establishment.
Okay, great. I have no further questions of the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Ms. Steinberg, any questions? You're on mute, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ms.
So
Steinberg,
sorry.
you're on mute.
I'm so sorry. Just one quick question. Mr. Karagonis, if I've pronounced that correctly, sorry if I haven't. Do you believe that Ultra Bar and other nightclubs that are similarly situated have an obligation to comply with noise, litter, peace order provisions?
100%.
Objection. I don't know what provisions we're talking about. If we can get a specific site, then perhaps.
25 DC Official Code 25725 and 726.
I don't know the code, but
Are you
whatever the rules are, absolutely. Whatever the rules for the operation of nightclubs and restaurants, absolutely.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to ask.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Steinberg. Any questions by any board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just have one question of the gentleman.
Yes, Mr. Short.
There was testimony earlier today that since RDO isn't available, there has not been RDO there for several months. So this question to this gentleman is, when the RDO isn't there and you can't have them to help you call for an ambulance, who then calls for any public safety assistance?
Most of the times we do.
Is there a log kept as to how many times you've done it since you haven't had RDO?
I couldn't tell you, sir.
Well, let me ask you this. I know your clubs and I know your work that you've done on other clubs. Keeping a logbook of incidents of violence or people getting injured is protection for all the owners, isn't it?
Yes.
So is there a log at this particular place, at this establishment?
Is there a log? Yes, we have an incident report. Yes.
Would it be possible that log could be shared with Arbor?
Yeah, of course. It's always available. Actually, investigators come all the time for camera footage, even for instances that you have violence like theft outside. We always share everything. There's a log, yes.
I'm always glad to hear good news and glad to hear good providers providing what we ask for. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Short, any other questions by any other board members? All right, Ms. Steinberg, any recross based on the questions that were asked by Mr. Short? Mr. Klein, any redirect?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
All right, Mr. Klein, do you rest?
I would move exhibit 17, 18, 19, 20, A, B, and C.
17, 18, 19, 20.
20B, 20A, 20B, and 20C.
20, I'm sorry, 20B and 20 what?
20A, 20B,
20A,
C.
20A, 20B. Hold on. Let me look. So 17. Any objection to number 17, Ms. Steinberg?
I'm sorry, I'm still playing catch up on the exhibits, but
Number 17.
yeah, sorry, it's just taking a second to load. Can you remind me which one that was verbally, and hopefully it'll
Number 17.
Right, but
No, number 17, I think is the original door, I believe.
oh
Correct.
yeah,
I don't wanna state what it is.
no objection to no objection to that.
There are all the exhibits that were identified by.
Well, number 17, I just want to remind her.
No objection to 17.
What about number 18?
No objection to 18.
19?
No objection.
20A?
Nope.
20B?
No objection.
All right, without objection, so exhibits 17, 18, 19, 20A, and 20B are moved into evidence. Okay, thank you. So you rest for the moment, you rest, Mr. Klein.
With that arrest, yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Steinberg, we can take a 10-minute break, or you can start your case. What's your preference?
We'd like to just keep going if that works for everyone else.
All right, but I'm going to take probably in about half an hour or so, I'm going to take another break. Okay. I try to take a break every 2 hours, and
yeah.
So it's an hour and a half ago we took a break. All right. So how many witnesses do you have, ma'am?
Just 3. And we'll be very fast. So
right, who's your first witness?
Our
please?
first witness is Yaniv Swissa, but I don't see him on the screen. He got kicked off and then is trying to get back in.
He got
elevated.
Kicked off. He got kicked off again. All right, this.
Oh, he's there.
We
got him.
Okay.
We got him.
Mr.
Great.
Swissa, are you there?
Only kicked off once. I heard you though. I'm here.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
All right, your witness, ma'am.
Great. Hi. First question. When did you move into the building?
2015.
Were you aware of any Ultra Bar issues or conversations with the building prior to 2015 or in 2015?
Yeah, when I moved into the building, I had in 2015 started to experience the issues with the noise, which I know we'll get into. And I reported to our condo board about it when I went to our first condo meeting, and they had just come from a meeting with Ultra Bar and reported on the what the conversations were, that they had done that a few times. Then we actually tried to have another meeting with them that I actually was at. So the issues have been pretty ongoing with very little progress, which is what led to the protest.
And are you aware of the letter that we submitted as Exhibit 3 from Del Galloway, the former president of HOA at Ventana?
Yes, he had been trying to resolve the Ultra issue for many years.
Thanks. So what have you experienced in your time living in the Ventana?
Yeah, it's pretty terrible with the noise, and it's not just on Saturdays and Fridays. So, for context, I work and I have much better things to do than fight with a bar across the street, but I'm unable to sleep, and the reason is, I actually go to sleep. I bought a noise dampening thing that I put on its full volume. And I wear Bose, noise canceling headphones, and I can still hear the bass, the music. It helps with the screaming when I have all those things on, which you can hear when you don't have all those things on. But I can still hear the bass. There's kids who have visited me from my family and whatnot and stayed with me. They're unable to sleep, unable to do work. There's, I see the vomiting, I see the people, I see the people getting hurt, I see the trash. There's the sirens all day long. So it's really a nightmare.
So I noticed that you submitted, I noticed that you were responsible for some of the FOIA requests where we learned about all of the calls that had been made to the Unified Service. Are you introducing those as evidence of, the facts of those issues themselves, or rather that creates noise and sirens generally? I just wanted you to give some context to everybody.
Yeah, I can give that. I've been trying to report this for a long time, and we've been given different feedback on how to report. I was obviously around for the other testimony about how, suggesting that we hadn't told anyone. When we reported way back when to the ANC, Captain Dunna of the police force told us that we should be calling 911, and he had experience with Ultra Bar and testified to this at the ANC. And so we had been calling 911 instead of ABRA directly because we didn't know we were supposed to do that. Also had spoken to the cops who've been outside, also obviously reported to Ultra Bar like you had testified you were doing with Tex. And then eventually when we found out that we could protest the situation since no progress was being made like 4 or 5 years later, we then realized we were supposed to be telling ABRA as well, and so we're reporting that to ABRA. My understanding is that the police report to ABRA when there's a situation with a bar, but I can't validate that or not.
Okay. So did you hear the testimony of the previous witnesses?
Yes.
What do you know that, and you can sort of go witness by witness or issue by issue, however you prefer, but what do you know that conflicts with the testimony that we've heard so far?
Well, the noise, the testimony that I liked was the fact that everyone thinks all the problems we're bringing up should not be problems, which is heartening. The fact that they're not problems is the part I have an issue with. The noise is unbearable. You can hear it when the doors are closed at the bar. Usually they keep the doors open, not for egress and ingress, which we know are the rules that ABRA applies. You can hear the music coming through the doors, out the doors, etc. There's lines around the block. I heard the ABRA investigator who seemed to make quite a good effort, her and investigator Florentine before her, talk about the lines. The lines are literally the entire length of the block wrapping around the corners. These are, I was shocked when I heard that 740 something was the occupancy, because you can count the people in the photos. There's probably more than that in the photos. There was talk about mitigation, none of which we ever saw happen. In fact, I know that they changed their security system in their sound system in 2019, and it actually got worse. from a sound engineer who had looked at it and told them they needed to do other things that they wouldn't do. The Capital One Arena is just a ton of hoo-ha. That's not, we know when Capital One comes out, they're all in red shirts, as everyone in DC knows, and it all happens at once, and it's never at 3 a.m. The police officers some of their police officers have validated the sound in some of the videos I submitted. And by the way, I got better things to do than take videos. I'm rarely around. And so the fact that there's like 50 days worth of evidence just from me suggests that this is like a 10 times X that problem, because I travel a lot for work, so I'm not always there. And then, have they ever had an ABRA violation? My understanding of the rules is doors are only supposed to be open for egress and ingress. You're only supposed to hear the noise. You're not supposed to hear the noise outside the establishment at certain decibels within a certain range. You're supposed to be doing these incident reports. You're supposed to call when someone is drunk. You're probably supposed to, I don't know for sure, but I imagine you're supposed to monitor when people are insanely drunk and not let them get there. So these are some things that I've seen and have evidence of that were not true, from my opinion.
And would you characterize the efforts of the Ventana residents, a group of just citizens who live in the neighborhood, and then Mather Studios around the corner? Would you characterize those efforts as good faith and intentional, or how would you characterize those efforts to really try to work with Ultrabar to get a solution, and also to alert other authorities and to try to get a solution?
Look, we tried for years. This is 2019. I told you I've been there since 2015. This was happening before me. We tried for years to talk through things, to work with folks, but it's all lip service, right? It'll happen for like 5 minutes or a day or half an hour, and then it reverts immediately back. And there's no way to police it or manage it. I love bars. I go out all the time. I have no problem being in a commercial neighborhood that also has residential. Like, we like going out. I think a lot of us, we're younger, and that's fine. But you have to, I heard a lot of talk about, managing, this is the nature of the business. The nature of the business also requires the ability to manage it. And that includes following rules and regulations and safety and noise requirements that are part of being an effective manager and running that kind of business. I'm perfectly happy. I don't want them to shut down. I don't think that's the right thing. But I do think that they have to stop the problems. And most importantly, my ask of ABRA would be that they have to enforce it.
So you keep talking about videos. Can you show me a video of, because it sounds like, I think there were 169 that we submitted on the PIF, but can you pick one that's a typical noise and line issue?
Yeah, I could show you a few quick ones. Can I share my screen if that's possible, if someone gives me that ability?
Can you allow Mr. Sousa to share his screen, please?
And I'm sorry, it'll be fast, but I just have to go from one screen to another just to be able to show you them. So if you can see my screen, I'm pulling up a video.
Yeah, so we can see your screen.
There's no volume though. Oh, there.
Sorry, could you hear the sound? You can hear it or couldn't hear it, actually?
I only heard a little part of it.
Okay, I'll keep going a little bit. It gives you a sense, I think.
So that's after the club is closed.
This video was taken, yes, after the club is, when they're letting out, right? And that, I hope you could have heard the screaming and whatnot, and the noise and the lack of crowd regulation and et cetera. I'll show you another one in case the sound for that wasn't as strong, but these are all different days. So.
I'm not hearing the volume, so if there's volume, I'm not hearing anything.
Mine volume's on full blast. I don't know how to show it otherwise. Ashley, are you able to show it with if you look it up? Is it a technical thing, or is it?
I think it might be a technical thing, but how about we phrase it this way? Yaniv, are you an honest person?
Well, I don't think that's as much the point. Let me give a few things for the.
No, but wait, can I just point out?
Yeah,
one
I
thing?
am. Objection. I don't need to be. Let me clarify. I don't need to be.
About it, right? So, hold on. Hold on, please. Do you have an objection, Mr. Klein?
Yeah, are you an honest person? I mean, if he,
I agree. We don't need that question. We're good. I don't need to be honest one way or another. These are videos and photos, right? With sound. So if I can just put in the record some highlighted videos so that Abra can go to them during their deliberation, since it sounds like the sound is not coming through on the share screen, that might help illuminate things. So what I did want to share that is in evidence in your files that we submitted, the videos I would point your attention to, there's one that is number 1804. It's IMG_1804. That's the one I showed you first with an example. These are just examples, by the way. There's two videos with the numbers 1219 and 1220. All of these are after 2 a.m. There are two videos from 7:13:19, also around 3 a.m. of the extensive noise. There's a video on Wednesday on 4/4/18 that could show you that this happens on Wednesday. I heard some of that testimony. There's many examples of Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Sundays, Thursdays, all throughout the evidence dates. And then the other thing for sound, at least, is that in photo that has the number 1373. The funny thing about it is, I personally believe that they keep the line open there to make people come more, because the second it rains, 5 minutes later, that whole entire street is in the bar by some miracle, whereas they're out there for, endless hours for 4 hours a day when it's not raining. But when it rains and they got to get them in so they don't leave, they're in 5 minutes. And so there's a video number 1373 that shows that.
Mr. Klein, do you have an objection?
yes, there's no question pending. We're just having I don't know what we're having. We're having a narrative. There's no
I'm happy to ask a question.
Great, thanks.
Ask the question, Ms. Steinhardt.
Yaniv, would you like to tell us more about what you experienced and what you witnessed from your windows at 3 a.m.?
You just heard it all, so I can repeat it, or if you look at these cases as examples, it'll show you what I see. It's insane amounts of noise and screaming at 2 a.m., at 3 a.m., at 1 a.m., at midnight, you name it. It is, and most of these videos are from inside my windows so that you can see the kind of noise we really experience. They're on all days of the week, not just Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. It's worse sometimes on Friday and Saturday, but it's just as bad on days like Wednesday, like 4/4/18 as an example. And I've also noticed that when they want to get people into that bar because it rains, they get them in 5 minutes. I think they're keeping the line out there on purpose. That's my impression. And I think some of the videos also show that. Examples would be video 1373, the videos on 7/13/19, and then video number 1804 and 1219 as just some examples.
Yaniv, do you think that anybody watching these videos, it would be fair for them to feel like they shouldn't have to try to sleep through this?
Yeah, you don't have to, you cannot sleep through it. I've gone to like insane measures, and really we don't have a problem with the people at Ultra Bar or Ultra Bar. We just want to sleep. That's all we want. We just want to sleep. I want to get one night of restful sleep so that I can do my real job, rather than bother you guys, bother the Abra, bother them, bother anyone. I shouldn't have to call the police for this. I shouldn't have to call people for this. People have better things to do with their time. Just lower the bass, close the doors, manage the situation. I mean, there's many videos with the doors open, which are Abra violation, like with the noise coming with the doors there, with the doors closed, with the doors open. It's endless.
So is it fair to say that you have tried your absolute best to alert Abra to what are potential violations, but that you don't have control over what happens with the process after that happens?
Yes, I think that's the issue. We try to alert folks, but then they don't come at, I tried one. There was this investigator who tried to come and gave me his, not the ones who presented so far, but he gave me his phone number and his texting. And I texted back and forth. I said, when you hear the noise, text. So he came at 9 something. And then I texted him as the music was there and invited him up, and he never came back. That's documented, I think, in some of the evidence too. There's, we've texted Jimmy. I think you had testified this, but I've done it in the past, I think also. If you look at 6/17/18 video, texted them, so that say the door is open. It's sitting open. There's no one coming in and out. You can hear the music. You can hear the music on 5.3.18 in video, you know, as in the 5.3.18 video, and they don't close it. I've texted them to say, you know, the noise is unbearable, 10/80/28, you know, the traffic, it's unbelievable. And nothing gets done. Nothing gets done. And I think it's just lip service. And my big kind of takeaway from this hearing today actually is they claim they are doing all these things. They claim there shouldn't be noise. They claim the new soundproofing and stuff is going to solve the problem, that it will keep the noise away, that it will do all these things, that they clean up the trash, that they call the police when there's an incident. So all I'm asking, I mean, I'm not the only one here, obviously. All I'm asking, they have just presented to ABRA their confidence in meeting all of these requirements and standards that ABRA requires and that a community should expect and that they admit the community should expect. So if that's the case, then just put together some kind of law or edict, as ABRA does, that says, hey, you're going to do these things. And if you violate them and someone presents concrete evidence through an investigator, a video, a photo, that they violated the things they say they're not violating, that they'll be penalized in some way, whether that's a reduction of, not closed, whether that's a reduction of hours, not letting in 21, whatever it is. Like there's a lot of mechanisms. They say they're doing it. So there should be no issue making them prove that, and that they'll get penalties if they don't. And that's all we're asking. And if it's endless penalties, then that's a different story. But hopefully they'll follow the rules that ABRA puts forward. And hopefully ABRA will help us enforce this, because it's forever. It's like 5-6 years already. It's unbelievable.
Thank you
I
so
wish
much.
you could hear the volume. I don't know how to present it on here, but hopefully you'll go to the video numbers and view the evidence.
Well, Yaniv, are you aware of invitations being made to Ultra Bar leadership to invite them into our apartments to hear the volume for themselves?
Yes, endlessly, no responses. They don't come, or what they do, which I love, is they say we're coming now, and you hear the volume go down, and then they go back out, and then the volume's back up 15 minutes later. I get it. I would play the game too, but enough games, like enough.
I was actually asking whether or not you're aware that invitations to Ultra Bar ownership to our units has been extended, and whether or
Yes,
not,
I know
yeah.
that's happened. I don't think they've come, to my knowledge. Yeah.
A final question. Mentioned, is there any video that doesn't really have to do with sound, but that will show visually what we're talking about, that you could share as a closing note? Maybe the one about the doors.
Yeah, sure. There's one that has both music and open
Can you put it on
doors.
right now?
I
can you
see
share
that
this?
it would be visual rather than sound related. Yeah, give me a moment.
Yeah, let's
to
just,
pull it up.
I just want to give everyone the flavor of what we're talking about here so that they can see for themselves, even though they can't hear the noise in the videos right now.
Okay, yeah, let me see if this one does it. A lot of them are like joint because there's a few of them, but let me see if this one does it. Hold on, I'll pull it up. Let me share the screen.
Sure, and Chairman Anderson, forgive the ignorance on my part. I'm just not sure how it works in terms of building a record. So the reason I want to make sure that these videos are shown to you all is so that they're like a part of the record. But again, I've never done this before.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen and tell me if you can see this one. I think this one has it has the really loud music, which you can't hear as well. But this is me walking by the establishment one of the evenings. And you can hear the music like blaring, and you can see the door is just standing open the whole time. No one's going in and out. The door's open. I'll get closer, I think, as it goes forward. Yeah, they set up also this food trucks there for the patrons as well. See, you can see that there was no movement of a door. People are coming in, and I was the one person who came in and out over the course of this video. And there's music blaring, which I don't know if you can hear.
And Yaniv, is it accurate that you have dozens of these kinds of videos that we submitted on our PIF form?
Yeah, they're in the. I can show you a quick another one, but they're in all of the They're in the record. I think I mentioned most of them, but I'll show you this one also. This one is of some of the parking situation, and you can see the lines, which are apparently tiny. You can see all the cars parked in the middle of the street. The police officer sitting in front of a car parked in the middle of the street. Like, I don't know if you can hear the noise, but it's there. There are also videos where you can hear the music with the door closed from my 9th floor apartment behind the glass. Like, this just gives you a sense.
Thank you. And I guess my final question is, do you have better things to do than take 169 photos and videos in your spare time?
Yeah, like, look, this just got to a level that it's like, I can't hear people telling me this isn't happening anymore. There's nothing we can do but protest this because no one's going to believe me. We had heard, we were very appreciative of the time, but that ABRA tends to be very business friendly and that we'd have to really prove it and that. And so I was like, we need actual stuff where you don't have to trust me to the opposing counsel's objection. You don't need to trust me. You can listen to just the few videos or the 100 and something videos we submitted, and you could see what we deal with on many, many different dates all the time. And hopefully it'll compel some kind of enforcement that if they do what they say they're going to do, and they do that, and it's things that everyone accepts they should be doing with some kind of penalty for concrete evidence, not trusting me or the hundreds of other residents who've complained, actual concrete evidence from an investigator or a video or something, then they should be penalized. I don't think it's controversial. And the reason we had to do this was so that we could get it done, because it just doesn't happen any other way.
Thank you so much. I'm
Thank
finished.
you. Okay, thanks, Ashley. Oh, I got to wait for Cross. Yeah.
Yes, sir. You got to wait for Cross, and then you have to wait to see if the board has any questions of you, sir.
Gotcha.
Mr. Klein, do you have any questions of this witness?
Yeah, a few. Good afternoon, Mr. Pizza.
Hi there.
Are you, Ultrabauer was there when you moved into your apartment, is that correct?
Correct.
And are you aware that you live in a commercial zone?
Yeah, there's both commercial and residential, yes.
Okay, but from a zoning standpoint, are you aware that you live in a commercial zone?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the zoning specifics, but I know there's commercial establishments where we live. Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that there is a different rule under the ABC statute for residences in commercial zones as opposed to residences in residential zones?
I don't know the details of that. I would assume there was, but yeah, I don't know that that affects the ABRA regulation scheme, but I don't know the details, but I can imagine there might be.
Okay, so if there's a difference, and you moved into a commercial zone, then you moved into that zone under rules which might not protect you, correct?
Well, not necessarily. Commercial companies are given rules like sound regulation, like not like calling the police when an incident happens, like managing their businesses so that there's not issues with their surrounding businesses and neighbors. Those things would protect me.
Right.
I'm asking you to protect me with those things that exist.
Right.
And you seem willing to do that.
DC Code Section 25-725 says that a licensee shall not produce noise, and I'm going to paraphrase, that's heard in a residence unless the residence is located within a commercial or manufacturing. So are you aware of that?
I've not read these regulations, no.
Okay. If that's true, would you agree that you're not entitled to the protections of 25-725 of the DC Code?
My understanding from reading the ABRA regulations is that that any bar or establishment licensed by ABRA has to do certain things. If that varies by different zone, then I'm not aware of that. But my understanding was that there were specific regulations, including if you present a security plan to ABRA, you must follow it. You must review, right? You must make sure that there's a decibel rule also. I read this all at one point. But
But
if
that's
there's
not-
different regulations, then I don't know the details. I
That's
didn't
not
read.
responsive to my question. My question to you is if 25-725 says that the restriction against noise being heard in one's residence is not applicable to a premises zone, commercial or manufacturing, and you're in a commercial zone, then you wouldn't be entitled to that protection.
Objection.
What's the nature of the objection, Ms.
The
Steinberg?
nature of the objection is he's asking Mr. Suiza to make a legal judgment on a very narrow area of law that bears that has nothing to do with Mr. Suiza's A, experience, and B, understanding of what rules do apply to him. He's asking him to be a lawyer, a niche like DC official code lawyer. That's not what Mr. Suiza's testimony was offered for.
Well,
Steinberg, hold on. The question is that Mr. Klein is just asking if he is familiar with the regulations that applies to noise in his particular.
But he's assuming that Mr. Suiza has an understanding of what those regulations are and what the nuances are, and he doesn't. How can
I got it. I have not read the code or the details of all of the code, or have you presented it in completion, so I can't opine. I don't know.
Okay, but that wasn't my question. My question to you is, if that's what it says, and I'm not asking you to agree that that's what it says, but if that's what it says, would you agree that you wouldn't be entitled to protection under that section?
If that is what it says, and that is the only rule and only caveat and only governing sentence, then yes.
Okay, and you've testified of all the problems that you've observed and all the things that you've seen. Have those occurred over the last couple months?
Yes.
Okay.
Not during COVID, but recently, yes.
Yeah. But in the last 60 days?
Yes.
Okay. Were you here for Investigator Glasgow's testimony?
I heard it, yes, some of it. Not all. I missed the very beginning, but I heard most of it, and I read it in the filing.
Did you hear her testimony that she made 11 visits to the establishment and found nothing to substantiate an adverse impact on peace, order, and quiet? Did you hear that testimony?
Yeah, I think she talked about Florence.
Did you hear the testimony? My questions.
I heard that part of her testimony, yes.
Do you think that Investigator Glasgow is a liar?
No, but I don't think she did. I don't think she said exactly what you said. She said she came 11 times and she's seen the line different and she's seen this, and hopefully she's seen the videos that we presented as well.
All right. And you told me you read her report, correct?
In one of the filings, there was like a paragraph on what she would testify to. That's what I read.
Okay. So I think the board's involved.
It was like the overview that include like the Protestants, the protesters will testify to this.
No question pending.
No, not Mr. Switzer. There's no question, so he'll ask you a question, sir.
So, reading from the report, Investigator Glasgow monitored Alta Bar Croma located at 911 F Street Northwest 11 separate occasions. During the monitoring period, Investigator Glasgow could not substantiate any issues with peace, order, or quiet in relation to Alta Bar. And she testified to that. Did you hear her say that?
No, I heard her say some variation of that. She said that in some cases she saw that, but she also saw when there were longer lines, and she also said that there were more noise. She said that, but as a general matter, she did say she came those 11 times and didn't see those violations. Correct.
She goes on to say there were on some visits while patrons were lined up to enter the establishment, she heard loud chattering, but not to an egregious extent. You see in her report?
Yes, I have, which is why we submitted all the videos.
So you saw that in her report. So are you suggesting what she observed on her 11 visits to the establishment or not what she saw?
What I am contending is that the hundreds of videos and evidence of visits from us across the street are true. If she was there a day and didn't see something, or if they knew she was there and changed their regulation, or if she came on a night that was blocked off, like she mentioned, or not busy, or didn't have the same number of people, she may have observed something different. But what I'm saying, so I'm not questioning her veracity. She seems like a very trustworthy, diligent woman, but we're also trustworthy and diligent. So what I'm saying question-wise is, I'm not even questioning, I'm saying, okay, that particular 11, I've shown you 300.
You pointed
And she wasn't there for, right?
You pointed out that there were food trucks parked on the establishment that night. Do you have any evidence that the establishment was in any way responsible for the food truck being there?
No, but that's not part of the big thing. That was in the photo. That's why I mentioned it when we said it, but I don't know. That's not a key thing. They may have been, they may have not been. They're certainly the people reading it, but I don't know.
Aren't the bulk of your videos from 2018?
Nope, there's 17, 18, 19, 20. There's photos as well. And I think there's testimony from me right now, and presumably from other residents, is what we've heard since the updates that happened a week ago.
I have no further questions for the witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Any questions? Any questions by board members?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you. Mr. Switzer, I want to thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
I actually perked up a bit when I heard the term food trucks. I have a little history. I was called the food truck policeman at one point years ago. But seriously, it's my understanding the regulations encourage that when facilities empty out at 2 or 3 a.m., that they're encouraged to not have their patrons incommoding or standing on the sidewalk. They should disperse and go home or whatever they want to do. So you brought up the thing about food trucks. Is that a regular activity, like on weekends or certain nights, or is that just random once in a while?
Yeah, so I'll break it up. I think the food trucks thing only happened a few times, and per the council's question, I'm not sure if Ultra Bar was involved in it specifically.
Right.
The second part of your question about the disbursement issue, we did relay to Ultra Bar that issue very early on, and for about a week they did help disperse people, and it got a little bit better. But again, for a week, which is why we're asking, and you'll see the videos if you review them, of the literally hundreds of people just sitting there, throwing up, hanging out, screaming, not moving anywhere, with no effort to move them along. And that's why we're asking for enforcement, because it doesn't last for more than a day or two. It's just lip service, and we got to have it stop,
So I'm going to beat it to death, okay, on this food truck thing.
Sure.
Because from the video, it may only been one, but it looks like people are not dispersing. And I want people to have a good time. I think we all want people to enjoy themselves inside. But at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, I think it actually hinders a licensee to disperse people if there's a food truck literally right in front of their facility, particularly a nightclub that doesn't serve food. I think all of us want to see people who've been drinking to get consuming food. So on the one hand, food being available is a great thing, but should it be right there? So just really from you've been there a number of years. Is that something that was just, you said 1 or 2 times, or do you think, is that something that maybe is a seasonal thing?
I think there was a stretch where it happened a bit regularly around that time frame. I don't remember what time frame it was, and then stretches where it doesn't. But again, I wouldn't call it like the biggest of the problems. Like it probably happened a few times. Whether they were involved or not, I don't know, but it certainly didn't help. Yeah.
And I'm not putting it on them, but you brought it up, and I think it's a concern. As a board member, I have about helping our licensees disperse people at appropriate times. And at the same time, I want people to be able to buy something to help them if they're going to be driving. So put it down the street somewhere, But anyway, we hit that one, and thank you for enlightening me on that. The other one is something you may not have also be the person who talked about it, but I heard that some somebody was concerned about the lighting, the blue lighting on the building. Do you know anything about that?
I'm not, I don't have, myself, I don't have issues with the lighting. So that wasn't me. So I'm not sure who it was.
And you know, I love South Beach and places like that. That has a lot of lighting. And I actually thought the lighting we saw in the picture was actually, you know, inviting. But I would be concerned as a board member if that lighting was intruding into apartment windows accidentally or whatever. Because to me, like noise, lighting could keep you awake as well, or the flashing or whatever. So
Yeah.
I didn't hear testimony that it's in any particular apartment, but that was something I just was trying to investigate more if you had more knowledge.
No, I have shades and I wear an eye patch, so I've never, the lighting doesn't apply to me. Yeah.
Right, right. Okay, well, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to explore those issues and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Mr. Swish, where is your apartment in comparison to where the nightclub is located?
So my apartment is stories 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 of the building. It's a rather large apartment. It faces the street, so it's across the street from Ultra Bar. I am more like right across from Succotash, so like the corner of my apartment is maybe about where Ultra Bar is, right? But I'm like more straight across from Succotash, which is that kind of bank-looking building. If you look at my videos, like if you're looking at the entry to Ultra Bar, it's to the left of the entry. I'm probably perfectly across from that and on a little bit of an angle, like pretty close to the entrance of Ultra Bar. But across the street, across 4 streets and everything, across 4, you know, lanes and multiple, yeah.
You say your apartment is 5 levels?
Yeah. It's weird. It's a unique apartment in DC. I know it. Not to, yeah, but yes, and you can hear it on every level for the record.
All right. Any other questions by any board members?
Mr. Chairman, I actually like, now that you brought that in, I'd like to explore that for a moment.
Yes, Mr. Grandis, go ahead.
And you're not an expert, you're not a realtor, but you own 5 floors of a building, and you bought it in 2016. Has your apartment increased in value?
I bought it for a little too expensive, so I think the value is about the same, to be honest. But I don't. I certainly will tell you when I've tried to sell it in the past and people have come. I haven't now, but when people have come in like a few years ago, pre-COVID, they asked to come back in the evenings and then they hear the noise and I don't sell it. So it's, you know, but I don't know that it impacts the specific value of the real estate. It certainly impacts the experience. It makes me not happy to be there on weekends.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Any other questions by any of the board members? All right, Mr. Klein, any questions based on the questions that the board asked?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Miss Steinberg, any redirect?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize. I'm being all right. I apologize. All right, thank you. All right, let me see. We're gonna take another break. You have 2 more witnesses, right?
Yes, we have Mr. Schenkel who will be next, and then Mr. Spooner.
All right, 6:01. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll be back on, and I'm hoping this is the last break we'll take before we close. So,
We'll keep it very brief.
I'm not trying to rush you, but I'm
We
trying
understand.
I'm trying to be mindful of everyone by taking structured breaks. So we'll take it 6:01. We'll come back online at 6:11. All right, thank you. We're back in the record.
Sorry.
I'm waiting for all the board members to log on to. I want to make sure all the board members are back. Okay, all right. Do you have another witness, ma'am, you wish to call? You're on mute. You're on mute, ma'am.
I have done that so many times. I'm so sorry.
That's one of the reasons why I do not put myself on mute, okay? Because I know I always have to speak, and I will tend to speak without realizing I'm on mute. So
I'm sure my best stuff that I've said was on mute, and we missed it all. Anyways, apologies. We'd like to call Commissioner Michael Schenkel.
Mr. Schenkel.
Yes.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I swear to tell the truth. Nothing but the truth.
Your witness, ma'am. Thank you.
Great. Hi, Commissioner Schenkel. You have an interest here for two reasons, right? The first is, can you tell us about your capacity as an elected representative?
Sure. I am the ANC commissioner representing 2C01, which includes both the establishment and the residential building. And secondly, I am a resident of the Mather Studios Loft Condominiums, which is located at 916 G Street, which is directly across the alleyway from the establishment.
So you're here in your capacity both because you're a resident, but also because you're an elected official, right? You represent the constituents of this neighborhood.
That's correct.
Great. So a few questions then. Can you tell us a little bit about in your capacity as ANC commissioner, your engagement with UltraBar?
Sure. So I was elected in and started serving my term in January of 2019. Shortly after that, as I was meeting with residents, residents of the Ventana approached me about the situation with UltraBar. At the time, Kevin Wilsey was the chair of the commission, the residents of Ventana were expressing their concern regarding noise related to the establishment. I did meet with them. I also met with Commissioner Wilsey and spoke about the situation and was informed that this was an ongoing issue that had attempted to be resolved on several occasions.
And so
that was prior to 2019. In July of 2019, I was aware that UltraBar's license was coming due for renewal. And I reached out to both the residents and Antonio's about meeting to discuss the concerns that were being expressed by Ventana. I did have a meeting with him on July 25th of 2019. in which we talked about the concerns, and I talked about potential remedies to address this. And I had indicated at that time that we were moving forward. We would be moving forward with a protest. I would be bringing a protest to the ANC when their license was renewing, and hope that we could find an establishment, a settlement agreement prior to that happening. And I encouraged him to get together with the residents of Ventana and begin discussing those situations.
What was Ultrabar's attitude during these meetings? Did they express a desire to work with the community? Did they say that they would be doing anything, or what was the reaction during this meeting?
The reaction was quite surprising to me as a new commissioner. I was told that we are going to spend a lot of money trying to stop a protest from occurring, and that they were ultimately going to be victorious in this process, and that they don't feel like they need to do anything to resolve these issues.
Wow. So then what'd you do?
From that point, we met several times. We met several times with both Ventana and the establishment. And actually on August 3rd of I'm sorry, correction. In August, we did a base study on one evening, August of 2019. We did a base study in which, in my building, the concern happened. It appeared later in the evening, post midnight, in which we would feel and hear bass penetrating our establishment, our building, our residences. And at that time, I was given, I assume, Jimmy's text number, in which I could text if we heard sound and volume. And on that particular evening, as floors opened, they were attempting to adjust music on different floors to no avail.
Do you think that texting the proprietor of the club in real time is a good solution to noise problems?
I think having an open relationship with an establishment owner is a great option to address very acute micro kind of issues that occur, but chronic conditions, no.
Thanks. So as an elected representative, you don't want your constituents to have to go through this every Friday, Saturday, and assorted other nights for years on end in order to be able to sleep.
Well, I don't want an establishment to have to address challenges from community, and I don't want community members having to address this. This is the responsibility of our government organizations to come to play in a process like this. Hence that on November 12th of 2019 at the Wilson Building, that's where our meetings were being held at.
Our meetings? Sorry, do you mean the ANC
meetings? The ANC meetings. We had an open discussion during that meeting in which we discussed the protests. There were representatives from both Mather Studios, representatives from Ventana, and there were representatives there from Ultrabar as well.
And what happened after that meeting? Or during that meeting, sorry.
During the meeting, just reviewing, going back to the minutes of the meeting, there was significant discussion and proposals that were recommended to the establishment as possible things to explore. We had asked the establishment what tactics they had already taken at that time. And they listed a number of tactics that they had done or were doing. There were recommendations that were made about putting up signs, for example, in the queuing line, asking people to be cognizant that there are residents around, having people monitor the line. All of those were we were told they could not do those for a number of reasons. We asked about the police that were at the establishment and security to monitor the line, and we were told that it was not the responsibility of the establishment to monitor the line, that they had the policemen that are assigned there are not allowed to do that or intercede in anything unless it becomes something physical, which makes no sense to me at all. We also discussed some of the problems that have been discussed earlier around exit of the establishment, and creating a node was one suggestion that was proposed at that time. They had no interest in doing that. They had no interest in doing it. We asked them if they could encourage their patrons to leave because, as the board member that was questioning before had indicated, a mob of people collect on the street as the club lets out, and they stand there. And it creates a whole disruption in the neighborhood at 3 a.m. We did launch the protest, and we had been working with Ultra Bar's counsel, not Counselor Klein, but one of his associates, to attempt to reach a settlement agreement. We had not been in touch with anyone at the establishment as an ANC because we were in touch with the council who was representing the establishment, who we would propose things and things would go silent for months on end. And that's what eventually brought us to this situation today. When the establishment did close because of COVID, we really couldn't move forward with the hearing because at that point there was discussion that they were going to hire a sound engineer, and that was back in early 2020. And I believe that occurred on March 6th, in which residents and the ANC visited the establishment and took a tour of the establishment, identifying the need that the foam in the windows was falling out, that we identified that the walls in the back, there would apparently had windows had been covered in the back, had what sounded to be nothing behind them, empty hollow walls. I'm not a sound person at all. There was a hole in the ceiling that was a skylight area. And one of our recommendations was that maybe that should be covered, that maybe that's where the sound may be escaping and penetrating the apartments. And then, of course, we went on lockdown. Actually, it was January 16th of 2020 is when we visited the establishment. We went on lockdown in March, and we asked for the stay in December to move forward with the process. And we've offered several opportunities to come together for resolution. We have been in touch periodically with council, but again, not the establishment.
Thanks. You were there for Supervisor Inspector Fiorentine's visit to Mr. Spooner's unit, weren't you?
I was invited to attend that session, which happened in early August of 2020, I believe.
2021.
2021, correction. Yeah, you're exactly right.
Hold on, Mr. Shanklin. Miss Steinberg, you can't correct him in.
Sorry.
You have to ask a question, allow him to answer, and if he doesn't give the right answer, if you want to ask a follow-up question, to point him out to when that was, okay?
I'm so sorry. Commissioner Schenkel, are you sure it wasn't 2021?
It was 2021. Yes, absolutely.
What happened during that visit?
During that visit, we visited the 5th floor apartment, and we could hear in the living room area, not right up against the windows, we could hear music from the club. We went over to the windows. We, of course, observed down on the streetscape, and observed that you definitely could hear the windows were closed. There was cars pulling up and revving their engines, blaring their radios in front. There was also a whole slew of all-terrain vehicles that pulled up and parked in front of the club, socializing apparently. None of the security or the police did anything about any of these disruptions that was happening right in front of their club.
So despite, sorry, can I just ask a quick question? Despite the security plan that you read in the report submitted by Ms. Glasgow, you did not see those security protocols being implemented?
No.
Is that true for other times as well?
Yes, I have. I commonly walk my dog around the block, the last walk of the evening for him, and commonly walk past the establishment, and the lines are very long. Post-COVID, the lines definitely have been shorter than they had been previously, but they still are very long. There were people that are commonly consuming alcoholic beverages in line. There were very commonly, from what I was able to observe, people that appeared to be impaired. There was little, like, security guards were not monitoring the line at all. And there was no signage that was up telling people to be quiet. Just recently, signs have been put up in the last 2 weeks.
I was just going to ask, when were those signs put up based on your own knowledge?
They were put up in the last 2 weeks on the front of the building, and which is a good start for that. But the idea was to alert people in line that there is an issue with residents in the area, and having a sign stuck to the building, they don't see that until they enter the establishment.
When Mr. Fiorentine visited Mr. Spooner's unit, was a protest, were the proceedings ongoing or were they suspended?
We were in a.
I should have said continued.
No, I believe that we were still in this stay period, but we were still working with council to attempt to address and come up with some solutions to the problem.
But there was no official proceeding
happening at the time when Mr. Fiorentine visited, because those proceedings were suspended because of COVID. Is that accurate?
Yes, I believe that is the case. I can't remember exactly when we asked that the stay be lifted, but we wanted to have several months of operation after they reopened, to see if any mitigation strategies had happened in the establishment, which we had asked about. And we were told by counsel at the time that they had not done mitigation strategies, or that she was not aware of any mitigation strategies that were being done because the club was closed, and they were concerned financially, if like every other business, on whether they were going to come back or not. So it appears that for that period of time that they were closed, nothing had happened, is what I got the sense of from that.
And when Ms. Glasgow visited, there was a protest hearing pending. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So when there was
If she visited in April, as her report says, or April, March, April, then yes, that was the case.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you a bit about zoning, because it was implied earlier by Mr. Klein when he was asking Mr. Suissa some questions that somebody living in a commercial zone has no entitlement to ABRA protection from noise. Is that accurate?
This area is actually zoned.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion. It's the exact objection that was made to a question that she thought I asked, but I didn't ask.
Miss Steinberg?
Yes, I'm asking Mr. Schenkel whether or not he has knowledge based on his elected officialdom about the zoning of his own neighborhood, the one that he oversees.
I'm going to overrule the objection. He's the ANC commissioner, and I would hope, well, he's the ANC commissioner. I believe that to the extent that he can answer the question, I'm going to allow him to answer the question. Go ahead, sir.
Great. This area, the area that Otterbar is in, is actually a D7 area. The residence across the street is a D6R with a housing priority area. Yes, I'm sorry. Could you ask the rest of your question? Was
I
that
just
the
wanted
question?
to know whether or not your constituents are entitled to ABRA's protection against unreasonable noise or, threats to peace and order of their neighborhood.
Yes, and when you refer back to the areas regarding the sections regarding noise in our city, one of the first items in the noise section is that every person living in the District of Columbia is entitled to reasonable levels that do not threaten life, health, or the enjoyment of their property. It is my belief that regardless of where one lives, and when we're living downtown, I hear all the time complaints from mixed-use areas with residents and commercial properties that there are challenges and that occur. I understand that. And I usually say, this is you're living downtown in a commercial area. However, this is what I would describe as excessive, and not, the establishment has, in my opinion, has not been operating in good faith to find a solution for this.
Thank you so much. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, I don't believe so. I think that I always hope that a settlement agreement can be reached, and I always, work to try to solidify that. But if that does not happen, I do not believe that the establishment will continue any of the steps beyond this hearing date.
So correct, is this accurate? You're asking Abra to issue an order to require them to take noise and other mitigation measures because you do not believe they will do it without that order?
Objection, leading.
Sustained, ma'am. You can ask a question, but ask in a different way.
Sure. Commissioner Schenkel, do you believe that absent an Abra order, Ultrabar will undertake mitigation measures?
No, I believe that this will end as soon as an order is delivered by the Abra board, that they would not be interested or work toward addressing the community concerns. And regardless of being in a commercial zone or not, it is good business and good community neighbors that come together to make the community what it is. So I do not believe that they will do that. No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Klein.
Mr. Schenkel, there were mitigation efforts made to the building, correct?
To Ultrabar?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of. I have been told numerous different things. I have been told that they have done some things, and then I've been told that other things haven't been done. I saw in the report that was offered that the hole in the ceiling was closed or appeared to be closed. I'm not an expert on that. I don't know.
So were you here earlier for Mr. Marmaris's testimony?
I was.
And you heard the steps that he described that have been taken?
I heard steps that were taken in the last week or two,
Okay.
because this hearing is coming. Yes.
All right. Well, what about the other steps that were taken with respect to the foam product that was put on the wall and the closing of the skylight? That wasn't done in the last couple of weeks, was it?
I don't know that. I'm sorry, but we have asked questions about this, and we have never been provided with any response from council what has happened.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Marmaris's testimony?
I did hear his testimony.
Do you think he's lying about what was done?
I have little faith that this has been done in a manner that would mitigate sound. Yes.
Okay, that was not my question. My question to you was, do you disbelieve Mr. Morris's testimony? Let me finish, please.
Yeah, please. I'll go ahead.
About what he says was done to mitigate noise from the establishment.
I believe they probably put foam on the walls.
Okay.
Yes.
And there was no Abra order for them to do that, correct?
No.
You said that you recommended that signs be put up. There are signs up there now, aren't there?
In the last 2 weeks, yes.
Is there any board order that required them to do that?
There is not.
Okay, so your suggestion that they won't do anything absent a board order is not correct, is it?
That's a tough question to answer, Mr. Klein. Do you want me to answer the question, or you want me to answer it with a yes or no?
Yes or no?
They did it without a board order, yes.
Okay. And you said that someone said that they couldn't intercede or deal with the line outside the premises. I think was your testimony.
That's correct. That has been said numerous times to us by
Okay.
numerous people at the establishment.
Were you also here for the testimony of Mr. Epps?
Did I hear what they
Mr.
were
Epps'
doing?
testimony. Did you hear his testimony?
Yes, I heard that.
Did you hear what he says the efforts are made to control noise from patrons on the sidewalk?
I heard what he said, yes.
Thank you. Do you dispute that what he says is true?
Yes. I do not believe that it is being implemented to address the sound mitigation issues. It's being implemented because we are moving toward a protest hearing. That's why it's being implemented. And as soon as this is done, if the Abra board were to rule in favor of the establishment, none of these measures will continue.
And you base that upon what exactly?
I base that upon my experience with negotiating with council and the establishment, and with repeated requests since 2019 to address some of the issues. Yes.
Do you deny that you told Mr. Karagunis that the noise that was disturbing your residents in the Mather Studios had been abated?
I said it has gotten better.
Oh, well, how did it get better if no steps were taken?
I don't know. We weren't informed.
Okay, but you say it did get better.
It did get better for the Mather Studios, yes.
Okay. And in fact, you don't hear noise in the Mather Studios anymore, do you?
No, I actually do hear noise. I heard noise this past weekend.
But it's better, and there was no board order requiring that steps be taken, was there?
I don't know what was taken, actually. I know what was said was taken, but I don't know if that was actually done.
Well, that wasn't the question. The question was, it's gotten better even though that there was no board order requiring anything to be done. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And if the board does not require anything as a result of this hearing, then in the fall, there's another renewal, isn't there?
There is.
And there's another opportunity to protest, isn't there?
There is.
And you admit that, or you assert that the threat of protest has caused the establishment to react and do things, correct?
No. I came to the establishment attempting to find a solution to this matter, a solution that we could all agree on. And I said, I laid out the process for both the residents of Ventana and the establishment, that these are the options that we need to address. What I have found as an ANC commissioner is that if the ANC commission is not involved in a settlement agreement, this is really bad news for the establishment as they grow or move on, because it's very hard to change a settlement agreement. So as an ANC, it is my priority that I want to make sure that we are there and part of these discussions representing the community.
So your position is the only way an operator can be a good operator and not disturb the community is have a settlement agreement?
No, I think if people operate in good faith and they make efforts to address an issue, they are a very good operator. I've had other establishments that we have approached and say, hey, we're having this problem from the neighbors. And they go, oh my gosh, we're so sorry. Let's find some solutions to this. This doesn't happen with Ultrabar. It does not happen with Ultrabar.
Isn't Ultrabar always responsive?
No.
No?
No. Absolutely not.
Have you seen the text messages that were filed with the PIF that go on for pages and pages and pages?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Responsive.
There's a court reporter. You may not talk over me, or the court reporter will not be able to get your testimony.
Mr. Klein, please give the witness an opportunity to fully respond to your question, which is you are the one he was not done answering the question, sir, before you interrupted him. So let him finish and then ask another question, sir.
I don't remember what the question was.
All right, so do you have another question, Mr. Klein?
Yeah, so you were talking about ATVs. Do you believe security has authority over people on ATVs on the streets of Washington?
I believe that a police officer that is detailed to that location, that is standing there against the wall, smoking a cigar on his phone, would approach this group and say, hey guys, you can't be here. in front of this establishment. Yes, I would expect that as an officer of the District of Columbia.
Okay, have you taken that up with MPD?
I have, and they have told me that police officers are fully allowed. They are fully allowed to intervene in those matters like that
And
situation.
are you aware that reimbursable detail officers are not under the direction of the establishment or the establishment security?
I am aware of that. I am
So-
aware of that.
So if there was a failure with respect to action that could be taken on the street, that's not attributable to the establishment, is it?
Well, their security is there. What is their security supposed to be doing?
So again, I'll ask you the same question I asked before. What authority is it that you think a business's security has over people on the public street?
When they're intersecting with their establishment and their patrons that are entering the establishment, there is responsibility that happens there. Responsibility for the safety of everyone involved. Those security folks could easily say, hey, you need to move on. And if NPD needs to be involved, the MPD officer who's standing there, I'm not sure doing what, can certainly come over and help intervene in that.
So you completely dispute Mr. App's description of how he runs security in front of this establishment. Is that what
I do. I do. It is not the historical perspective over the last year, 2 years, 3 years. It is what was testified to is not implemented consistently across the board. It's not. Look at the videos.
So, do you dispute that the establishment responds whenever there's a complaint, be it text or otherwise? Do you dispute that?
When I have texted, when I have personally texted, I have gotten a response back. Usually I will take care of it and nothing happens. The same, I don't hear any change, any mitigation, nothing. It seems to be placating people. That's what I feel.
So as I said before, the pages and pages of text that have been presented by the protestants where there's responses from management, you're suggesting that all of the things that management says in response to the text are being done is all a fiction.
I think by and large, I think they are just trying to appease folks that they are not taking proactive efforts to find a solution to the problem. And it changes week to week.
Right.
It does. It is not consistently operating. I have no other establishment in my entire ANC that is like this. None.
Do other establishments in your ANC have 0 ABC violations over a 16-year period? Is that pretty common within your ANC?
There are people that have no violations. Yeah, absolutely.
I asked if it was common.
I'm sorry?
I asked if it was common, not whether there were.
Oh, it was common? Yeah,
All right, I have no further questions.
sure.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Any questions by the board members? All right. Mr. Shankler, I just want to get some clarification. You said that when we talked about the zone issue, you said that the club was in they're in a
The club is D7.
And you're saying that the residents across the street was in a different zone?
It's in D6R.
So, what's that? If you know, what's a D6R? If you know.
The R stands for it being zoned for a housing priority area. So for housing development. So you'll have residents there. Or having
Right.
buildings converting. And we're going to have more buildings converting in areas downtown. So the R is about residential.
So is it still, is it, do you know whether or not it's still commercial? Is it still a commercial area? If it is, or I'm just asking.
Well, the current legislation that was referred to previously says zone C1, C2, C3, C4, which is not what is zoned on the zoning maps. It is zoned D6R for that area. So I don't know where a C1, a C2 area is. All I know is it's zoned D6R.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Klein, any questions of the witness based on the question they're asked by the board?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Steinberg, any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Schenkel, for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, any other witnesses, ma'am?
Yes, we have one final witness, another resident in our building, Mr. Spooner.
Mr. Spooner, is Mr. Spooner online?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Spooner, can you please raise your right hand, please?
Yes, sir.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're a witness, ma'am.
Would it be possible for me to have rights to share the screen? Because I'm going to ask Mr. Spooner.
Did he have it previously?
No, my share button is. Oh, now it looks like it works. Mr. Spooner, Brett, I want to show you a video and ask you to comment if you don't mind. Our hope is that the WebEx will work, so just bear with us. Give me a second.
Mr. Spooner needs to be sworn in.
I did. Mr. Spooner, I did swear him in. Yes, thank you, though, Ms.
That is correct, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see if this works. Can you guys see my screen?
I see. Yes, we can. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, let's see if the sound works this time.
Yes, ma'am. At least in the beginning, there was sound.
This is 3 a.m.
Sorry. Hi, Brett. Can you hear me now again?
Absolutely, I can hear you.
Okay. Apologies. I just need to expand my screen one more time. Is it still screen sharing?
It appears to
I
be,
mean,
yes.
you still have
Okay.
access. Yes.
There we go. Okay. Thanks. That was a video that was taken by your neighbor. Does that video seem familiar to you? Is that video representative of your experience?
It is 100% representative of almost any given night. I would say it's a little quiet.
I see. So what do you experience living in the Ventana? Actually, first, can you tell us where your apartment is?
Absolutely. So I moved to this apartment sight unseen from Seoul, South Korea, having researched the area, looking for a place to be somewhat commercial because I'm coming from Seoul, Korea, which is much louder and much more raucous. In fact, I used to live on a 20-lane street in Seoul, a major intersection, and I slept much better there than I do here. But I've been here for over 3.5 years, living on the 5th floor. I have an apartment in the front of my unit, in which was made specifically for a bedroom I found after the fact from other neighbors who knew the residents before. Sconces on the wall made to be a bedroom that I cannot currently use as a bedroom, was intended to be the bedroom for my 8-year-old son. He now has to sleep in a room deeper into the house, essentially in a small office, because nobody can sleep in the front room. So that is the short history of my experience here in the Ventana. Currently, I sleep with, on the weekends, I change my entire routine, sleep with headphones, or excuse me, earplugs in, and my iPad playing as loud as it can possibly play.
And what so you got involved in the protest when you sort of had learned that, or how did you get involved in the protest?
I was again coming from out of the country. I didn't know any residents. I didn't know any of the people in the building. So, but I was obviously observing this very quickly. Realized I had made likely a terrible mistake, because I did do research on the street. I did notice and look at, you know, I saw the sign that said Ultra Bar and figured it was a bar and not a super late night club. And slowly over time, I found out about these proceedings. But I would say to the Abra board and to clearly the line of questioning that somehow texting the club manager is a solution that is viable. For well over a year, I had no idea that anybody in our building had any issues with this, that there was some magical text number that I was supposed to send to quiet down the club, or more importantly, that I could even call an Abra agent and that an Abra agent would come out. So all of these things were just, you know, a part of my new life living in this building.
Do you think that as a resident, it should be your responsibility to call the club every single time there's a noise violation?
No, for, you know, again, for a year, I would just wake up in the middle of the night, not knowing what to do, not having any solution for the problem, because it's not like there's signs outside that say, hey, call Abra, or here's our personal phone number to the manager. Or, you know, my experience with clubs, especially clubs that are acting in this manner, is that they're flaunting the law and they act this way, and they're you know, they're not going to be responsive in any way. But a magical text message was never in my thought process.
But do you think that's a good system going forward, or do you want to see something else happen?
Well, yes, and sorry, to answer your question, no. I mean, what you're asking me to do as a taxpayer in this city is that in the middle of the night, I should be interrupted from my sleep. I should pick up my phone and I should have a conversation with the club owner to ask him to turn it down. And I would also say the official response, in which I should call Abra and hope that someone's going to come out and check with Abra, is also foolhardy. I mean, by the time you complete that, you're done, you're awake, and your entire night has been ruined. So you're talking 2/7 of my week every week is destroyed, with a process in which I'm supposed to text a random manager that I've never met or shaken hands with, that I'm supposed to have known through the secret handshake of neighbors to get the text message number from. No, it's not a process going forward that would ever make any sense.
And Brett, once you found out that you know, that residents had been in contact with Ultra Bar's management in real time, is it accurate to say that you would text me and have me text Jimmy so as to avoid, so as to streamline the communication?
Absolutely. I mean, I also many times was embarrassed to even engage you, because now I'm adding a second person into the equation, because I have no connection with this person. I've never met him on the street, and I'm just trying to find some type of peace and quiet for my son. I mean, my every Saturday and Sunday, my weekends are waking up my son to go to some activity and asking him if he slept okay and did the club wake him up. Because unlike Yaniv, my son can't wear Bose headphones and blast music and do all the things that an adult can possibly power through. He's 8 years old. and he doesn't have a bedroom, and he's woken up every weekend by the chaos that you've heard described for several hours now. And I apologize for being long-winded.
And what happened? So Mr. Fiorentine visited your unit and Mr. Schenkel was there, and I FaceTimed in because I'd been traveling. Can you just tell us a little bit about that visit?
Absolutely. I think it was very indicative of a weekend night on cue. You know, these are not traffic issues, but I think what Yaniv and Michael and everyone has been trying to convey is that the club is creating an environment like many clubs do outside of its space, and with that environment comes an element that grows beyond the club. And if there aren't any mitigation issues, it gets to a point where what they both saw, we have ATVs doing donuts down the street and showing off because there's 500 and 600 people on the street as an audience. It becomes a street festival every weekend. It's an underage club. The kids can show up, which is what we saw. You saw it in his report. There's underage kids that show up, park their car, and just hang out. They don't even go inside. And their friends can come and go and re-enter as they need. They can go back to their car and drink. They can go into our alleys and drink and litter. They can do all of these things, which is everything that they saw on that night. It's just a complete spectacle that could be avoided in many ways that we've tried, and as you've heard through these proceedings, well before I ever arrived 4 years ago.
Can I show you one more video?
Absolutely.
Is that representative of what you experience regularly?
Absolutely. The 911 calls, represent that. What is there? I don't know the exact number, but I think 450 something over 2 years. Well, you average that out, and then you consider that they're only, by every witness's admission, they're only open twice a week, 3 times a week max. If you do the math, that's a 911 call almost every single night for 2 years.
What do you want to see happen?
I would like for the things that have been discussed and brought about for years, well before I showed up, to be implemented. They need to find a way. I feel for them. They're unfortunately, as has been established in this call, they are in a building from the 1800s with a single ingress and egress, but they have to find a way. They've just admitted they have 739, legally are allowed to put 739 people through those doors in 5.5 hours. So even if they go in once and come out once, that's like someone coming in that's like 4.5 openings every minute. It's simple math. It's like there has to be a way that they mitigate that. The second is they have to find a way to mitigate the street scene. If they can make the sound go away all they want, but as the security has admitted, and as the manager has admitted, those people are on the street for the club. And so as a result, we can't have lives because they can't mitigate what's going on the street. We've asked for simple measures. Change the location of where Uber pickups are. That's a simple, easy pick. Move the line. They move the line every night to separate Succotash. It's like 100 yards across the entire distance of Succotash. They separate that while Succotash is open. Why can't they just do that and move the line to 9th Street? It's not even twice the distance. They could completely change the entire environment by just moving it to a busy street, having drop-offs on a busy street. 9th Street is a 3-lane road with parking on both sides. These are simple, easy steps, but they choose not to. They've made no effort. And the last 2 weeks that they've tried to make an effort is laughable. It's amazing that they spent $20 on 2 signs outside of their establishment 2 weeks before this hearing. It shows a pattern and a history of not caring except for this meeting.
I'm gonna move to strike as it's unresponsive and describes facts that are not in evidence.
You're moving to strike his testimony.
That's the response to that question, because it was unresponsive to the question, and at $20, I don't know what he's talking about. We haven't heard any testimony of that or any evidence of that.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Lambert.
No, I just wanted to respond to the objection, but
Yeah, I said, go ahead.
the question was, what do you want to see happen? And the witness was appropriately describing the measures that he wants to see taken.
Until he got sidetracked at the end.
You want to get rid of the last 3 words? Fine.
Well, so you're agreeing that to strike from the record the $20 that was the statement that $20 was spent to, I guess, create a sign. Is that the part of it?
Sure. How about remove the phrase $20 because he doesn't know the exact cost. That was just an estimate of how much it cost. So we're happy to remove the number $20, but the signage, that's facts and evidence.
I mean, there was a response about what the question is about what he'd like to see done. And there was lots of open-ended testimony about characterizing the efforts that had previously been made that's completely unresponsive to the question that was asked.
This is bullying the witness. He's just trying to.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. Let's move on, please.
I actually have no further questions. I just wanted to make sure that the board had a flavor for what another resident was experiencing.
Thank you, Ms. Steinberg. Mr. Klein, your opportunity, sir.
Yes, good. I guess we're up to evening, Mr. Spooner.
Good evening to
you. You testified that you believe that they're flaunting the law, I think were the words that you used. Is that what you said?
I don't remember. If you like to read it back to me, I could verify that. I said quite a bit.
I wrote it down and said it. So what laws do you believe it is that they're violating?
I believe they're violating the basic law that of what Mr. Schenkel provided, in that I'm a resident of the city and I'm a taxpayer and I'm afforded peace. That's the law they're flaunting. Plain and simple. My son can't sleep in his own house. There is a law that says that. I've read it. We are afforded as citizens of this city the right to have peace.
So have you been here for the whole hearing?
Yes, I have, sir.
Okay, and you know that there were numerous complaints that were made concerning this licensing?
Numerous complaints. Can you speak up a little bit?
About noise?
There were numerous complaints about noise?
Yeah, that were made to Abra.
Yes, many.
And are you aware, did you hear the testimony, that not a single one of those complaints was substantiated?
I understand that when a complaint was made and a supervisor was in my house, that he substantiated it, and he is a supervisor, and he was in my house for many, many minutes, maybe over an hour, and he substantiated it. What happens out on that street, I have no idea what an Abra representative does on the street, because we get no feedback from that. I have no idea. And I can tell you as a resident that I stopped making calls because I get no feedback and I have no faith in that anything's going to happen.
Did you make any calls to 911 concerning this establishment?
I did not. I only made calls to Abra. Historically, I was not in the era of ever knowing that I should call 911. And as a person of the US, growing up here, I don't call 911 unless it's in a real emergency.
You heard Mr. Suissa talk about his calls to 911?
I believe I did, yes.
All right. So the total that you mentioned includes calls to 911, which were made by Mr. Suissa and potentially made by other residents, correct?
I am not aware of the nature of the 911 calls. I would have to look at the call list and see the percentage of calls that were made by individuals and calls that were made for other reasons or by the club. My history with those, I have seen the records in general, and I have seen that many of them were made by the club due to issues inside, and I've seen many that were made by people in and around the club because of issues that were happening outside the club. But I can't speak to what the number is or what if those were related to the calls he's talking about.
Let me ask you this. What would you do if you lived across the street from a fire station?
From a fire station?
Yeah.
I don't live across the street from a fire station. I can't speak to something, and if I was going to decide to move to a place, it wouldn't be across the street from a fire station. I do research. Typically, fire stations aren't directly across from a house.
Okay, but you decided to move directly across the street from a nightclub, correct?
That is not correct. What I did was move into a commercial zone rated as D6R, which gives me the right to peace.
A D6R gives you the right to peace.
That, according to Mr. Schenkel, and yes, according to the overarching DC law, I am afforded the right to peace. Yes.
And Mr. Schenkel,
I'm not quoting exactly. I don't mean peace, and I'm not saying that it says exactly peace in there, but the letter of the intent of the law is that I'm able to sleep in my house and be able to have a normal life.
And that's because Mr. Schenkel says so as an ANC commissioner?
No, that's because.
Sorry, continue. I withdraw.
Am I supposed to answer?
Yeah.
I believe that Mr. Schenkel understands D6R. I have looked at many of these things over time, trying to find an answer to my son's peace. And I can tell you that the one thing that I do find is that as a resident and a taxpayer in this city, I should be able to sleep soundly at 3 in the morning, at 2 in the morning, at 1 in the morning, at midnight. There is an obligation that they have as an establishment that everyone else meets that they don't. And Mr. Schenkel made that clear. He's an ANC commissioner. He brought up clearly that he tried to operate on both sides. I've never heard any of that testimony until right now, just a few minutes ago. But that seems pretty cut and clear that he made attempts and your establishment did not.
Did you hear the testimony from Mr. Marmaris in terms of the steps that have been taken to mitigate noise? Did you hear that?
I heard him say that he hoped that things would work and that he was attempting to do things and that he was trying his best. Yes.
Did you hear him say that he spent $40,000 on noise mitigation?
I heard him say that. I have not seen any receipt that verifies that.
So you think he's a liar?
That's not what I said. I said I heard him say that, but I have not seen any receipt that would verify that.
Mr. Spooner, you have an 8-year-old son. Do I need to see his birth certificate to believe that you have an 8-year-old son?
I've only met a person once. You're questioning me on my belief of someone else, and I'm explaining that it's not about belief. I'm agreeing that he said that, but I have never seen the value of the installation.
You heard him describe what the installations were, correct?
I know that an installation was provided in the report, and I know that there was not a monetary value attached to it. That's all I know.
And you saw the photos of the doors that were installed? Did you see that?
I saw that there were photos installed, but I'm an engineer by trade of 20 years. I worked at Raytheon. I worked in an anechoic chamber, and I know how sound mitigation works, and you can't just hope for it, especially at the levels that a club is operating at. And again, I will say I'm not a professional, but I am an engineer, and I do know that you can't hope to mitigate the thumping of a club with hope.
Okay, so you admit you don't have any expertise in this particular
No,
area.
I admitted that I was an engineer that worked in an anechoic chamber, and I understand how sound works.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions.
Any questions by any board members? Mr. Spooner, thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone from Abra.
Thank you. Ms. Boss, do you have another witness, ma'am?
No, thank you.
URS?
You do.
All right, I know you had talked about a lot of videos I don't have access to the videos. I do have your PIP, but at least I assume that the agency got the videos, but the documents that were shared with the board, I do not have access to any of your videos.
If you look at the link in the PIF, it said let me just open up the PIF.
Okay, so I would have to.
If you click on that link, it takes you directly to the videos.
Yeah, I do see. In light of the volume of the exhibits, we have stored them digitally. Okay.
Yeah, because it was too hard to attach the files, so that's why we did it in a cloud storage.
There's a link, and the link has. All right. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Yes,
Okay.
Mr.
I understand that Ms. Steinberg does not do this, and I don't fault her for this, but this is an administrative hearing on the record. So, to the extent that there's evidence, it needs to be produced on the record. There were certain videos that were played. A couple of them were identified. A couple were not. We don't have any objection to those that were played and identified on the record being admitted. And we don't have objection to other evidence, other exhibits that were identified. We can figure out what they were being admitted, but we greatly take issue with a data dump of videos and photos and other exhibits that have not been examined on this record as is required by the administrative procedure.
And that's one of the reasons, Mr. Klein, while I am now doing that, in the sense that I knew that certain videos were identified, but because before I did not have access to those videos, that's why I was asking the question, so we could go through the videos that were identified and that we had a witness testify to, so I can move them into evidence. So that's why, that's the purpose of what I'm doing now. So what I recall, and maybe Ms. Steinberg, that you can further direct, you had talked about video 1804, video 1219, video 1220, video 1373. Now, I don't know how to identify these documents, but I remember Junior Direct you had. So I need you again to let me know which one of the videos that were disclosed that you had shown, so I can move those into evidence. And I can, as counsel is correct, I can only move videos into evidence that were testified to.
No problem.
If Mr. Chair, if I may, the last one was not identified by the taker of the video, and the person that identified it was not present when it was taken. So I'm not sure which number that is, but we would certainly object to that one. I mean, so, testimony that this is kind of what it looks like is not appropriate.
All right, let's go through the documents and let's go through the videos, and then you can raise your objection at that time. All right, so you had talked about video 1804. I mean, how is that?
So the best way to find it, if what you're asking is how you can locate it, is that the question?
Right. So now I'm just saying, which video was 1804?
It's called 1804. So the way to find it would be if you go to the search box on top and just type in 1804, it shows up. It's IMG 1804.
Well, I can't. I can't find it. But anyway, so but 1804 is the first one. So I'll move. Do you have an objection to 1804, Mr. Klein?
If I could just know which witness identified it.
That was both. So both Yaniv, both Mr. Suissa and Mr. Spooner, I spoke to the same videos. They were
Right,
both-
Mr. Swayzer had this, Mr. Swayzer, from my notes, Mr. Swayzer had testified to 1804, 1219, 1220, 1373. Because that's what I have written on there while he was testifying. These were the videos that were identified.
Correct.
At least at a minimum, those are videos that Mr. Swayzer had testified to.
Correct.
And we have no objection.
Yeah, the ones
so
that, oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead, ma'am. Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
No, all I was going to say is that the ones that Mr. Spooner testified to were two of the ones already in that group because Mr. Suisa wasn't able technologically to show those videos. I just showed the same ones later. So there's no new videos besides the ones you already listed.
So it was, so I'm going to move, all right, 1804, 1219, 1220, 1373. Now, which number that Mr. Klein had objected to the last, so what number was the last video what video did you object to, Mr. Klein? I think that Mr. Spooner testified to.
The one that Mr. Spooner testified to, but there was no identifying number when it was played, so I'm not clear what it was.
It was,
right,
it
so
was 1219.
Okay, well, I mean, if that was previously identified by Mr. Spooner, then I would.
All right, well, okay, I will, because I had the same concern too, because I didn't, in seeing the video, I did not know. But if it was 1219 that was identified during Mr. Swayzer's testimony, that's fine. So I'll move 1804, 1219, 1220, 1373. Are those the only ones?
Yeah, I mean, we have 100.
No, I'm sorry, but I can only move into evidence the ones that we had testimony on that
Yes.
were identified.
Yes, I mean, well, one thing I would say is that the 169 videos and photos that we have over the course of 4 years were testified to generally by all parties. But since, Mr. Klein is insisting on, I would say, being very uncharitable here, given that we were charitable when he did not timely file his own PIF and his own exhibit form, if we have to agree to that, then yes, those would be the relevant videos.
So I'll move 1804, 1219, 1220, 1373 into evidence without objection. Is there any other, any other document, ma'am, that's in your PIP that, let me just explain something to you. You submit your PIP, but in order for them to be moved into evidence, now you have to tell us which one of the documents we had testimony on that you want to move into evidence. So what's
Sure.
a document in your PIP that you want to move into evidence that we have had testimony
Yes. Yes, we've had testimony, I think, on virtually all of them. So give me 1 second and I will tell you which one. So exhibit 1 was 169 photos and videos. We've already carved that down. Number 2, we spoke at length about the text messages between me and Ultrabar personnel. So that was exhibit 2. That should be moved into evidence. Exhibit 3 was a letter from the former HOA president at Ventana Condos. Mr. Suisa testified about that letter. Exhibit 4 was spoken about quite a bit about the 911 calls. These were the FOIA requests. Mr. Suisa spoke about them, and we spoke about how he had requested all of those. So I would move that be introduced into evidence. We spoke about exhibit 5, though not directly, which was about sample phone calls to Abra and outcomes. We spoke generally about having called Abra, and this was meant, these were the screenshots of those phone calls, but because we didn't speak about those exact dates, we don't need to introduce those into evidence. The testimony is sufficient. Exhibit 6, we spoke about the petition very early on signed by community neighbors, so we would move that be introduced. Exhibit 7, we spoke about how Investigator Fiorentine sent us an email with potential mitigation measures. So we would move that. And then finally, Exhibit 8 was our attempts to have outreach to the club, but to no avail. So so basically all of them except item 5, we would move be introduced.
So any objection to exhibit 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, Mr. Klein?
Yeah, I mean, none of them were identified in terms of being identified, but I'll be accused of being uncharitable, but I think I'm being charitable by letting in 1, 2, and 3, which we have no objection to. Number 4 would vehemently object to. There wasn't really any discussion about it. There was like a FOIA request was filed, but there really wasn't any testimony about what it was or identifying that those were the documents that were responsive. And the same with the other exhibits.
All right, so you would have 2 and 3 without objection, and I'm sorry, which documents, which ones again you have objections to, sir? 4?
The rest of them, yeah.
So you have objections to 4, 6, 7, and 8?
Correct.
And again, what's the nature of your objection?
They were never identified. I mean, they were never, no witness ever said this is what they are. It's, you know, there was discussion about there were these things potentially in some cases, but in terms of any witness ever saying, yeah, and this is it, I'm identifying that, they just were never identified that indeed those are what was being referenced in the testimony.
I'm gonna allow exhibit 4, 6, 7, and 8 in the evidence. I mean, we had sufficient testimony in the evidence to clearly identify the document, so I'll allow those in the evidence. So we'll have exhibit 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8 will be moved into evidence. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any rebuttal witness by either side?
I think I only get that, but no, we don't have any.
I'm sorry?
I said, I think I only get that, but we don't have any.
Well, I guess it says board's rebuttal. Now, both sides would have the opportunity to call a rebuttal witness if that's necessary, but that's not, and even the board can call a rebuttal witness too, but that's it. All right. So what we're going to do now is that I'll have each side we'll have 5 minutes to issue a closing statement, starting with the applicant, then the protestant. And what I need to occur in your closing, I need each side to be specific. What is it that you're asking the board to do? I believe that, not believe, it was clear that I know that the licensee is asking for renewal, and the protestants had stated to me on the record that they were not contesting the renewal of the license. I think the purpose of this hearing was whether or not what conditions, if any, should be placed on the license once it's renewed. So therefore, that's what I need, both the closing. So I guess the applicant will say that there should be no conditions, and of course the protestant is going to say what conditions, if any. So that's what I need you to be specific. What is it that each side is asking the board to do? Okay, so Mr. Klein, you have 5 minutes to do your closing, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for your patience today, for sitting with us once again for an extended hearing. This case is about a nightclub renewing its license in a downtown commercial zone, specifically the downtown retail core sub-area pursuant to 11-1 DCMR section 606, which is the zone. And as I said at the outset, not every area of the city is the same. We are not sympathetic to the issues that have been raised by the protesters, but to hear them tell it, this is the worst place in the world. Now, contrast that with the objective evidence that you have before you. Let's start with their videos. In terms of their videos, frankly, and I'm old, they don't look any different than any other nightclub I've seen, the outside of any nightclub. That's what I would expect to see outside a nightclub. And I would also expect from a responsible operator that they would do what is needed to control that crowd. And the evidence is that they do that. The evidence is that they're committed to reimbursable detail. They've done it for many years. As long as the officers are available, they pay the money, they get them there. We had Mr. Galen Epps, head of security, who, in my estimation, was honest and presented as someone who was competent. I asked him what his training was. You heard what his training was. He was not someone, we hear it all the time. The board hears it all the time. Oh, I learned in the business. I don't have any formal training. I've just worked in a bunch of places and I picked it up. That's not what we had. We had someone who said that he's taken Robert Smith's course twice. Robert Smith, I think, is known to some of you as a retired San Diego police officer, who, in my estimation, because I've sat through half his course, which is not evidence, I'm just mentioning it, is one of the best in the business in terms of training. And I think that Mr. Epps' testimony is credible in terms of what they do. And they make the efforts, even though they admittedly do not have authority over people on the public sidewalks of the District of Columbia. And we heard complaints from protestants' witnesses that things weren't being done. Well, their complaints are with MPD officers. Even though the establishment pays for them, these officers don't report to the establishment. As the board knows, they are simply additional officers within the neighborhood. And the residents that are protesting have an equal amount of say over what they do as the establishment does. The point is this. As I said, there are different areas of the city. They're to be treated differently. The noise provisions of DC Code Section 25-725 do not apply in two residences that are located in commercial zones. And indeed, someone said that that's not what the code says. I have it in front of me. I think the board knows it was amended when the zoning code was changed, that it no longer references C1, C2, etc. It references commercial zones. And the board can have legal look. This is a commercial zone. And you know, the suggestion is that the law be rewritten and that the law, by order of this board, be rewritten to apply to this licensee. And we would submit that that's just improper. I mean, there's a reason that there's a difference in terms of how residential premises are treated with respect to the noise provisions of the ABC law. And it's a recognition that we have different areas. And those that live in commercial zones, like it or not, and don't seek to have the law changed, are not entitled to the same protections as those that live in residential zones. People in commercial zones do not have the same protections. Contrasted with the evidence of the protestants, who, as I said, make this place out to the worst place we've ever seen, we have an ABRA investigator. 11 visits to the establishment. She was there every other week, unannounced. She found no evidence to substantiate that this establishment has a negative effect on who's the none. Now let's look at their other history. In my experience, and maybe the board feels differently, a nightclub that's operated since 2006 without a single violation is almost unheard of. I mean, I don't know of another case where I've seen a nightclub with an investigative history that didn't reflect a no manager on premises or some violation. But I think that it's objective evidence that these folks know what they're doing and they do it right. Mr. Marmoras I think testified honestly as to what he's committed to doing, and he's committed to fixing it. They've already spent a bunch of money. This notion that, well, gee, they only do it when they have a protest hanging over their head. This protest has been pending for 2 years. So the protest has been hanging over their head the entire time. So to suggest, well, gee, it's only now that they're doing it, I think you heard very clearly as to why they're doing it now, is they didn't know that they were going to survive this kind of thing. And it's only now when they realize that they think they're going to survive because of some generous aid from the governments, that they're going to spend the money and they're going to do what's needed. Unless Mr. Marmaris is a liar, and I don't think he is, and I think he testified very, very truthfully, he gave you his intentions. It's like, look, I'm committed to fixing it. So I don't know that anyone ever heard before specific words from him that I'm going to fix it, I'm going to make it right. But that's what he told you. And I think his testimony is to be believed. It's credible. And the other point is, if for some reason this doesn't work, as the chair suggested at the outset, there's another protest in September. We'll be right back here again. Now, I assure you that this licensee has no interest in that. They have no interest in committing more resources to fighting a fight like this, rather than working to solve the problem. So I ask this board to trust the testimony that they've heard, trust the testimony of the board's own investigator, that she didn't see anything. And in terms of the videos, as I said, I don't think, in my experience, there's anything unusual there in terms of a nightclub of 750 people. And the nightclub of 750 people is on F Street in the downtown commercial core. We need these businesses to fill up a convention center, to produce tax revenues. And if we say, well, you know, people decided to move downtown on F Street, we can't worry about these nightclub businesses. We've got to make sure that they sleep. Then we throw everything into imbalance, and we have no places for these establishments to operate. I don't think that's what's intended by the law. I don't think that's what's intended by the zoning law. I don't think that's what's intended by the noise law of the ABRA code, which makes a distinction. So notwithstanding the fact that their position is understandable and sympathetic, it's our contention that the law is simply not on their side. This license should be renewed without condition. Thank you.
Mr. Klein, Ms. Steinberg.
Thank you. So I think the real question here is what is reasonable? You'll note that we've been reasonable as protestants the entire time, for years. We've tried so hard to engage with UltraBar, everything we could think of, reaching out to every agency we could think of to try to come up with solutions. We engaged ANC. We're really trying to be reasonable here. And that's why we're not asking, you know, for this horror story that Mr. Klein is presenting about how the entire business is going to, you know, the operations of the city are going to be shut down if we don't allow nightclubs to operate. We're specifically not challenging the renewal of the license because we want to be reasonable and we acknowledge other businesses' right to exist. All we are asking for is a little bit of peace and quiet. It's shocking to me that Mr. Klein is suggesting that somehow ABRA laws and ABRA regulations don't protect us as residents of the district. If that were the case, then we would have no standing to even bring a suit or even have this hearing, because ABRA would have no authority to enforce any of its own rules. But instead, we see settlement agreements and ABRA orders across the city in cases where nightclubs exist next to residences, and ABRA can enforce what it thinks is reasonable and rules and require that, you know, these businesses take measures to mitigate, because like it or not, we're all in this together. I mean, Mr. Klein insinuated that we were, you know, we knew what we signed up for because this is just like signing up, you know, to live across the street from a fire station. But as you heard Commissioner Schenkel testify, this is way beyond just normal living near a nightclub. We all understood that by moving into this district, into this zone, that we would have businesses around. What goes on with Ultra Bar is shocking. And so for Mr. Klein to say, oh, well, that video didn't look that bad to me, I can't tell you the countless times that we asked Ultra Bar personnel themselves to come in, check out our apartment, hear our noise. But for him to say that that's not a big deal is him calling Mr. Spooner and Mr. Suissa and me and Mr. Schenkel a liar, because we hear the noise. I could sing the song lyrics to what was being played at the club across lanes of traffic, even when the weather was dark, even when the weather was, windy, and I shouldn't even hear noise. I could hear everything. So it is a problem. And what's strange enough is that Jimmy appears to recognize that this is a problem. It can't be both, that there's no problem and that we're hallucinating and, this is just, we're being completely unreasonable, but also they've already started to take mitigation measures. So I think the question I would pose to Abra is, what's the harm then? If they say that they're already going to do this and we should believe Jimmy because, Jimmy's word is as solid as oak, that they're going to do this, then what's the harm with Abra saying, yes, you have to do this, and if you don't do it, there's a penalty or there's some consequence? Well, and look, as you've seen from the testimony, I have a great relationship with Jimmy. We really like him personally, but these problems are bigger than Jimmy. The solution to a massive problem of noise and chaos and disruption can't be text messages in real time and Jimmy running around trying to fix things. That's not a solution. And we have been trying tirelessly for years, and especially since we resumed the protest a few months ago, to try to work out a solution that's bigger than Jimmy, because this doesn't work. And unfortunately, it is only in the last 2 weeks that they've decided that, oh, actually, this is serious, that they're going to do something about it. And so I think it's completely a fallacy to say, well, the order there was no order in place and they still started taking these mitigation measures. Well, a protest hearing was in place, and that's why things have been so quiet. So, Mr. Klein cites Ms. Glasgow's testimony. We're not disputing what she witnessed. What we're saying is that because the protest was already looming in the background by virtue of Ms. Glasgow being assigned to this case, they were on better behavior. And what we want to do through Abra is encourage the continuation of that behavior. All we're asking for is for Abra to say, look, you guys are on the right track and you have to keep doing that, because we don't want to be back here in September again with another protest. We just want some peace and quiet, and we are begging you, pleading, can you please tell Ultra Bar that they have to do it? Because over the past years and years and years, we've seen them say, sure, we'll do it, but then not do it. You heard Commissioner Schenkel testify that at the ANC meeting, they scoffed and they said, we're not doing any of this. That without an Abra order, there is nothing requiring them to clean up their act. We are begging you to do this. We just want some mitigation measures in place. So specifically, you asked us to say specifically what we wanted. We'd like them to hire an independent sound engineer to come in, provide recommendations, and we'd like to be able to approve of that sound engineer, because we don't want them to hire somebody who isn't qualified or somebody who they've had a close relationship with, who's incentivized, not to give a truthful recommendation. But we can say that, such, not to be unreasonably withheld, for example, that we can't unreasonably withhold our approval. But we would like, in other words, to work together to find a sound engineer that can come in and make recommendations to the establishment on what they can do to mitigate sound. Because as of Saturday night, these mitigation measures aren't working. I don't care how many egg crates they installed, it's not working, as I told Jimmy and as Jimmy testified to. The other thing we are asking is for the enforcement of a security plan. So the security plan is already on the record, and there's obviously some dispute. Mr. Epps, I've met him a few times. He seems like a lovely person. I'm sure he's very well trained. But the thing we are asking for is for the implementation of that security plan to actually happen. And you heard Commissioner Schenkel testify that commonly and routinely he'd witnessed none of these security measures in place. And so if we're going to say, so we're asking Abra to say that it is a that we're asking Abra to put in the order that they have to adhere to a security plan, the security plan that they have on file or one that they're updating. I'll find a couple more things I'll point out and then I'll be finished. Ms. Rhoda Glasgow visited our units exactly once during this, the past several weeks. However, we would encourage you to look at the word of John Fiorentine, the supervisor investigator who visited last summer when there was no protest hearing in place and no order in place. and take to heart what he said, because he was horrified by what he witnessed. He was horrified by the noise, and he did not think, as Mr. Klein contends, that this is just normal and this is what he would expect as a nightclub. Mr. Fiorentine was very specific in his reaction to what he had witnessed. And so we would encourage you to look at that. That when Ms. Glasgow visited, the protest hearing was on the way. But when Mr. Fiorentine visited and there was no incentive in place for Ultrabar to clean up its act, it didn't. And so, in conclusion, if they're committed to fixing it, as they say they are, please just put something in place to make it so that there's a consequence for not fixing it, because we can't live like this. It's been years. We are begging you. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, I'm prepared to perhaps make this a little easier.
Sorry, Mr. Klein.
Yes. The licensee is agreeable to having a sound engineer.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
The licensee is agreeable to having a sound engineer come in, and we don't even have any problem making that person having that person vetted by the protestants. I mean, we're going to pay them, and we're going to pick them, but we don't have a problem seeing that it's someone who they're comfortable with. We actually have somebody in mind who I know has worked both sides of the street in the past, and hopefully that will get us there. With respect to, because I think there were two things that were asked for. So that's agreeable. I mean, we'll agree to that. I mean, the board wants to put that in order.
Sorry, can I just clarify something, Mr. Klein? Because there might be a misunderstanding. Is that okay?
Sure.
Yeah. The suggestion of the sound engineer was meant to be an example of noise mitigation measures generally. That wasn't meant to be the only thing that was required. So we were asking for noise mitigation, that being an example of such mitigation.
Okay. I don't think we're saying different things. So obviously, if we agree to hire a sound engineer, then there's some expectation that we're going to follow reasonable recommendations, and I see reasonable recommendations because this is obviously a business, and cost has to be taken into account. But I mean, I don't think we're saying different things. With respect to the security plan issue, it's already the law, as the board knows, that one must follow their security plan. And in terms of the evidence, and I'm not trying to re-argue the case, but in terms of the evidence, there really wasn't any specific testimony about any specific security plan provision that wasn't being followed.
Should we recall Mr. Schenkel?
May I finish?
We're in closing, ma'am. So you can't call any more witnesses. So we're closing. So we have to move with what's on the record.
Chairman, I'm just trying to be cooperative and trying to address the issues that were raised and telling you what the applicant will concede and what it won't concede, and the reason it won't concede the other point. That's all.
And thank you for that, Mr. Klein. I'm just trying to figure out what is it you're saying about this? Is there something you're agreeing to with the security plan, or are you just saying that there's no evidence presented?
I'm saying that it's not agreeable for two reasons. One is it's already adequately covered by the law. The security plan is on file. There is a regulation. I know that we've talked about it many, many times, and it's even been amended to assure that that's the law, that you have to abide by your security plan. And a number of years ago, there was a Court of Appeals decision that suggested that wasn't the case, but I think, Mr. Chair, you may remember that was amended, or maybe it was before your time, I'm not sure, but it was. And that is the requirement, so I don't think that's needed in an order. And just as an aside, I don't think that the evidence would support that in any event, and that's just an afterthought and a throwaway. But the point is, it's already required by the law, so I don't think it needs to be in a board order with respect to this particular establishment, particularly since there was no specific testimony concerning a violation of the security plan. It was more of, yeah, they don't follow the security plan. So we don't even know what that was. Didn't have any opportunity to dispute that because there were no specific allegations. So, but the applicant is prepared. I just thought it would be helpful because given what we've heard from the testimony today, and given the previous discussions, we think this is the most important point. And Mr. Karagonis communicated to me that that's acceptable to him. And we thought it would just alert the board, and maybe that makes everyone's lives a little easier. That's all.
Thank you. All right. With that said, are the parties wish to file findings of facts and conclusions of law or waive their right to do so? And what that is, Ms. Steinberg, is that you would get the transcript, and then you would review the transcript and you'd make legal arguments to say this is what was proven by the presentation today, and this is what the law is. So it would not be a matter of making new arguments. It would be just reviewing the transcript and making legal arguments to the board.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand what the question is. Forgive me.
All right. One of the questions I always ask that are the parties wish to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law, meaning that, and that's why I was trying to explain what that is that you would get the transcript, you would wait until the transcript is available, you review the transcript, and then you'd write some legal arguments to the board to say this is what the fact says, this is what the law says based on what was in the transcript. You can waive that. The board will make a decision based on the presentation that was made today. But you would not be bringing in new arguments. It would just be what was presented today.
Does the applicant plan to do that?
As long as you don't, we don't.
Okay.
So we'll.
Both sides waive.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
All right, good. That's fine. All right. All right. The board, we will issue a decision within 90 days. However, we probably will issue a decision prior to that. So let me formally close the case then. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 19 PRO 00163 Ultra Bar Chroma pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 19 PRO 00163 Ultra Bar Chroma for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short. Mr. Short. Mr. Short, I can't hear you, sir. Mr. Short, can you give me a thumbs up? So I see you on the screen, but I'm not hearing you. Are you hearing me, Mr. Short? Yes? I can't hear you, Mr. Short. All right, let me go back to Mr. Cato.
Bob Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis agrees.
And Mr. Short, I see Mr. Short as he's not online, and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. As it appears that the motion has passed,
I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. I would like to thank both parties for their presentation today. And again, I've stated that the board will issue a decision in 90 days. All right, so just let me close the record for, just give me another minute, please, and I'll close the record for the day. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575B and Section 2575B14 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on May 18th, 2022 for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the matters identified on the board's legal, licensing, and investigative agenda for May 15th, 2022, as published in the DC Register on May 13, 2022. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on this. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 5-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on the electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. I want to thank the parties for participating in this case today. I would like to thank the members of the public who have participated in our hearings today. Thank you very much, and we are adjourned for the day. Have a pleasant evening. Thank you. Oh, by the way, I direct the board members to return to executive session for further action. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome. All right, thanks. Bye-bye.